Hey, everyone. If I could ask everyone to start making their way to their seats, we would like to begin shortly. Thank you.
getting one more better stand.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. It is time to grab your seats, please. We'd love to get the conference started. We've got so much to talk about today. We've got a very busy schedule. And at the end of this, we've got a great meal for everyone planned. So we need to keep on time. So, greetings everyone, good morning and welcome to the Bitcoin Cash Conference 2022 in St. Kitts. Woo! It's lovely to see the room filled with so many amazing people from all over the world. And you've come here all to join us on this amazing experience. So thank you guys, really, it's about you, it's about us. And it really is, I think everyone that's come here today is the ultimate proof of work. And this is what it's all about. You know, we were going to make this day really special. And for those of you that couldn't make it and are joining us via the live stream, thanks so much for being part of this day in any way you can. This is about you as much as anyone else. Free the money, free the world. Bitcoin Cash is the solution. And you're all part of it. I would like to acknowledge the presence of our Honourable Member of Parliament for St. Martin, Rolando Brison. I think he's just joining us in about 5 minutes. And very, very happy to have him with us. If I could now ask everyone to please stand for the St. Kitts and Nevis National Anthem. It will start any moment now, I assure you. You're doing a great job, guys. If anyone knows it, you know, just start singing. Would it be in the league? Thank you. You may return to your seats. Looking around today, we have an incredible representation of over 30 countries spanning 6 continents. And I'm sure, if we'll be honest, if there was a KFC in Antarctica, he would have gone there, adopted them, and brought them here for the conference. Everyone here has journeyed to the remote and exquisitely beautiful islands of St. Kitts and Nevis to talk about and discuss this groundbreaking and revolutionary technology that is the obvious and clear next step in the future of finance. And also to discover for themselves the explosion of real-world adoption and usage of Bitcoin Cash within the islands. I would love to say that we're also well represented with the genders too. You know when something's gone truly mainstream, when it's a daily driver for women. There are thankfully some very good reputation here today, although we can see clearly we are still early. There's no denying it. Although the genuine world-changing embracing of cryptocurrencies is getting palpably close. You can feel it. We are getting there. And everyone standing here today, joining us today, is at the forefront of that technological and social revolution. And what a perfect time to have this conference, to celebrate the on-chain, transparent, proof of work, permissionless, decentralized cryptocurrency, Bitcoin Cash. I'm sure everyone's aware in the news right now, we have once again another exchange that's become insolvent, a very important exchange. It's a great reminder to reflect on why Bitcoin was invented in the first place in 2008 by Satoshi Nakamoto, whoever she, he, or they were. Bitcoin, a peer-to-peer electronic cash system, a currency that allows every person in the world to save, to earn, to transact freely, and importantly, inexpensively with all other people in the world. One that is transparent due to the public ledger held within the blockchain. One where no central party can inflate and devalue that currency. One where fractional reserves become a thing of the past. So when exchanges become insolvent, please remember, it's not cryptocurrency that's the problem. The problem is not using cryptocurrencies the way that they were intended. It is said so often, sometimes it annoys me. It's said very often, but good things need to be repeated. Not your keys, not your coins. Bitcoin Cash is the solution and can empower people from all sides of the political spectrum, from rich and from poor. And joining us to talk about that today, we have a range of industry experts, developers, builders, and even the head of state, the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, to discuss Bitcoin Cash, present, future, and the challenges we are overcoming in the following panels. Decentralized engineering, development of future electronic cash, payment processing, global merchant adoption, citizenship with crypto, merchant adoption in St. Kitts. And let's be honest, that's why we're here, right? This is amazing. For anyone that's joining us live, there is Bitcoin Cash signs everywhere. Whether you want to get a taxi, you want to grab some food, you want to get a drink, you can just use Bitcoin Cash the way it was intended and buy it here in St. Kitts and Nevis. It is amazing. I'm so excited by this. Which leads to the final panel of the day, BCH as legal tender. Before we start, we would like to express our thanks and gratitude to all sponsors for making the conference a reality. So a big thank you to Bitcoin.com, GoCrypto, Passports for Crypto, Unizen, Royal St. Kitts Hotel, where we're allowed to host the conference, Global Link, and BCH Games. To kick off the first panel, Decentralized Engineering, Development, and the Future of Electronic Cash, we would love to welcome to the stage John Swingle, Intellectual Property Attorney at Halo Legal, Chris Troutner, founder of Fullstack.cash, which operates cloud infrastructure for BCH businesses and helping them build BCH apps for the ecosystem. And last but not least, John Nieri, General, President of General Protocols. responsible for the game-changing on-chain platform AnyHedge, of which their first app utilizing the tech BCH ball has just had its release. Please give a warm welcome to them on the stage.
Hold up the one side.
So good morning. So the title of my talk is The Future of Electronic Cash. So the question I guess I should answer is, what does the future of electronic cash hold? And the answer to that question is I don't know. It's hard to say. But I'd say there's at least two possibilities we should seriously consider. On the left, we have cash as king. We can imagine the complete success of peer-to-peer electronic cash. It fully monetizes, becomes the globally accepted universal standard of exchange, and it ushers in an era of unprecedented peace, prosperity, and freedom. And on the right, we show a slightly darker timeline. Cash is dead. Instead of peer-to-peer electronic cash becoming dominant, it's central bank digital currencies. And the use of cash is banned and effectively suppressed. And I want to talk first a little bit about that latter scenario, because I think that even a lot of people in this space don't fully appreciate the possible implications of CBDCs. And part of the problem, I think, is that central bank digital currency is a very bland name for a very dangerous thing. Some people might even mistakenly think, well, you know, digital currency, it sounds like central banks are sort of moving in our direction and taking a page from cryptocurrency. But it's really the exact opposite. And in fact, I would argue that a CBDC really represents the complete antithesis of decentralized peer-to-peer electronic cash. It is centralization taken to its logical and frankly terrifying extreme. And it basically enables total financial surveillance and total financial control. Here's a quote from the general manager of the Bank for International Settlements, explaining how a CBDC would be very different from cash. We don't know who's using a $100 bill today, and we don't know who's using a 1,000 peso bill today. The key difference with the CBDC is the central bank will have absolute control on the rules and regulations that will determine the use of that expression of central bank liability. And also, we will have the technology to enforce that. Here are a few fun scenarios that we might see in a CBDC-dominated future. Purchase denied. You exceeded your 30-day quota of meat. Please select an alternative product from the plant-based section. Purchase denied. Your carbon footprint has exceeded your allotment of carbon credits. Your personal vehicle has been disabled. Please use public transportation until your allowance resets. Purchase denied. Your social credit score is below the 600 threshold. Concert tickets are a privilege only available to citizens with a score above 600. And I think some people would see this and think, hey, that's kind of crazy. Aren't you being a little alarmist? That kind of thing could never happen in a Western democratic nation. I'd hope not, but I have to say, over the past 3 years, I've seen a lot of things happen in Western democratic nations that I never would have thought were possible. Finally, on the subject of CBDCs, this is a video of the new UK Prime Minister, Rishi Sunak, and he's making some pretty positive comments about CBDCs. And then it's Russell Brand responding to those comments, and I just thought it was a pretty great video. So,
Central bank digital currencies, CBDCs. Central bank digital currencies could be a digital version of money, a bit like a digital banknote.
I like it, because we've got a broad concept. What if this person's an idiot? Which we think that they are. It's like a digital penny for your digital money box, for your digital shithole that you live in. You will own nothing. You will be happy.
That could be used alongside physical notes and coins.
For now, till we phase them out, if you start any little trucker protests, oh, where's my money gone? The digital piggy bank is broken, I'm afraid. Start being a bit more cooperative.
Unlike most of the digital money people use daily today, It would be issued directly by a central bank, like the Bank of England in the UK.
That's good, a central bank. Nothing wrong with centralized authority, centralized power, globalist decrees coming down from on high, avoiding democracy. That's exactly what we want. Keep talking.
And governments and central banks across the world are working together.
Oh, really? They're working together? Well, that's just such great news. The IMF, the World Bank. Why don't we involve the WEF and the WHO? What we need are unelected global bodies that have been able to co-opt political power, respond to financial power, and ignore and oppress ordinary people. Whether it's the recent medical emergency or the cost of living crisis, we're seeing the benefits all around us. I can't wait for your next policy. You're going to take our money now. This is great.
Looking into what having a digital currency might mean in practice.
I think I know what it means in practice. More power for you, no power for us.
This includes issues that people care about, such as ensuring users' money would be safe and secure, that it could work with other ways to pay, would be energy efficient.
Oh, it's got to be energy efficient. I was about to say, is it energy efficient? Is it energy efficient? I've got to make sure. Oh, a few other questions. You wouldn't use this ever, would you, to implement control or to advance social credit type systems or to shut down the bank accounts of people you disagree with or to surveil people and have a surveillance network that you've developed in conjunction with big tech and now a financial arm that you're developing so that you can lockstep together and gridlock us in a digital prison of surveillance tyranny? That's just off the top of my head.
So that's one possible vision of the future. I got to tell you, not a fan. So let's talk about the other path. It's a little bit more positive. The one in which peer-to-peer electronic cash becomes dominant. But first of all, what is peer-to-peer electronic cash? Why are we using that term? Well, that comes to us, of course, from the title of the Satoshi white paper. And in that white paper, Satoshi is pretty explicit about why he chose that label, right? He starts out by identifying the limitations of conventional electronic payment systems. Number one, a trusted third party is required to process payments. Number two, because of that trusted third party in the middle, non-reversible payments aren't really possible because that trusted third party can always claw back the money. And number three, again, because of that trusted third party in the middle, you've got added transaction costs that cut off the possibility for small casual transactions. Satoshi then notes that these limitations don't apply to physical currency, actual cash. And so that's what he's trying to emulate with his electronic cash invention. He writes, what is needed is an electronic payment system based on cryptographic proof instead of trust, allowing any two willing parties to transact directly with each other without the need for a trusted third party. So what are the features of electronic cash? Well, most important, payments are peer-to-peer, meaning that parties transact directly with one another. Payments are irreversible. There's no, again, third party in the middle that can claw a payment back once it changes hands. And finally, payments have low transaction costs, such that small casual transactions are possible. So what is electronic cash not? What can it be distinguished from? Well, one alternative vision of Bitcoin that we've heard a lot about over the past few years is the idea that Bitcoin shouldn't be electronic cash. That's not really what Satoshi invented. What it is, or what it should be, is a pure store of value or digital gold. And the problem I have with that conception of money is that store of value isn't really a separate function, right? The entire purpose of storing value is to eventually access that value, which you do via a subsequent exchange. Right? And if there's a lot of friction associated with that future exchange, that will at least partially defeat the purpose. It's like I compare it to a bucket that doesn't leak. So it stores water really well, but when you actually try to pour from it, it's so hard to pour, you spill it. When you actually want to access, that water. On the other hand, a medium of exchange couldn't function for that purpose. It didn't do at least a reasonable job of storing value between exchanges, right? So that would be like a pitcher that's easy to pour without spilling, but that has a large hole in the bottom, allowing its contents to leak out over time. Now, some of you might be thinking to yourselves, wouldn't it be great if there were a way to combine the leak-proof bucket with the spill-proof pitcher? Yeah. Well, there is. right? That's why Bitcoin was revolutionary. It was the first form of money that promised to combine the hardness, reliable scarcity of a physical commodity like gold with the transactability of a purely digital medium. And in fact, it promised to offer improvements on both, right? Bitcoin was promised to be harder than gold. It promised absolute scarcity, a perfectly predictable and fixed supply. But it also promised to be more transactable than conventional electronic payments. Here's a quote from Satoshi in 2010. Bitcoin is practical for smaller transactions than are practical with existing payment methods, small enough to include what you might call the top of the micropayment range. And Satoshi predicted that things would get even better in the future. Whatever size micropayments you need will eventually be practical. I think in 5 or 10 years, the bandwidth and storage will seem trivial. So what is another alternative to electronic cash that we've unfortunately heard a lot about in recent years? And it's this idea that Bitcoin should be a settlement network for second layer solutions. So some people will say, well, no, Bitcoin's supposed to be a medium of exchange. It's supposed to enable ultimately low friction payments, but we just think the vast majority of payments should take place not on the blockchain itself, but on so-called second layers. The problem with this approach is that when you move transactions off the actual blockchain and onto a, quote, second layer, you're adding a layer of risk. And that risk increases the more constrained the blockchain base is relative to the payment layers it's supporting, right? It's like an inverted pyramid. The smaller your base relative to the structures on top, the more unstable and precarious the whole thing becomes. And in fact, this is exactly what we see in the fiat system, where you've got a tiny monetary base supporting a much larger total money supply. And of course, what is the simplest second layer solution? Well, it's fully custodial banking, right? You deposit your funds with a trusted custodian like, I don't know, FTX, and you just trade IOUs for those funds. What could go wrong? Now, oh, sorry. But of course, that's not what most people have in mind when they talk about second layers. And the primary second layer that people who embrace this narrative point to is the Lightning Network on BTC. Right? That is, according to many, the scaling solution. There are a lot of issues with the Lightning Network, suffice it to say, but today I just want to focus quickly on one of them. And it's what I call the Lightning Network's fundamental liquidity problem. And it stems from the fact that funds in a Lightning Network channel are like beads on a string. The beads can move back and forth on the string, but they can't leave the string. So this graphic shows a simplified hypothetical Lightning Network topology. Is it animated? Yeah, so it's showing a one coin payment from Alice to Frank. So to make that happen, one coin slides from Alice's side of her channel with Carol to Carol's side. One coin slides from Carol's side of her channel with Ella to Ella's side. And finally, one coin slides from Ella's side of her channel with Frank to Frank's side. Now, the first thing to note here is that this is not a cash-like peer-to-peer payment. Alice and Frank are not transacting directly with one another. That payment requires the cooperation of third parties, Carol and Ella. The second thing to note is the liquidity problems that are inherent in this design, right? Consider that Alice has 7 coins. You know, she's got 3 coins in her channel with Carol, 4 coins in her channel with Alice. But she couldn't make a 7-coin payment to Frank. In fact, it turns out that with this topology, the most she could pay Frank is a total of 2 coins, which would require using 2 separate payment routes, 1 coin through Carol and Ella, and the other through Bob and David. And the red circles just show the liquidity limiting balances, right? Because the problem is that in the Lightning Network, right, because of the beads on a string nature of Lightning Network channels, a channel is a flow limiter, right? You might say it blocks the stream of liquidity. And because of that, if you're a user of the system, your incentive is you want to be able to reach as many people as possible and be reached by as many people as possible by passing through as few flow limiting channels as possible, which means that the incentive over time is towards a topology that looks a little something like this, right? So much for decentralization. And again, the incentives towards centralization become progressively stronger as on-chain fees rise. Now, the point here is not to suggest that, second layer solutions like the Lightning Network are necessarily useless, but they're not this magical get out of scale free card. They don't eliminate the need for meaningful on-chain scaling. So, some final thoughts. It's been said that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. It's also been said that money is power. Well, if those things are true, then I would suggest that the monopoly power over the issuance, and in the case of a CBDC, the use of money, comes very close to absolute power. And I believe that that would be absolutely corrupting. On the other hand, I see Satoshi's invention of Bitcoin as peer-to-peer electronic cash as an attempt to destroy that, monetary one ring of power. And I'll be honest, I don't know if that attempt will be successful. I mean, we've certainly seen some setbacks over the years. But I do believe that the goal of a decentralized peer-to-peer electronic cash that restores financial freedom and financial sovereignty to individuals is one that's very much worth pursuing. Thank you.
All right. Hey, everybody. I'm Chris Troutner. Just wait for my slides to queue up here. This is going to be probably the most technical presentation. So this presentation is really for the devs in the room, as well as CTOs and anybody who has to straddle the fence between the technical side of the business and the cost of that technical side of the business.
Seems there are some issues with the presentations. What I'd ask is if John Nieri could come on, and Chris, we're going to get you sorted. We're going to get you back on stage, man.
Cheers.
Is the suggestion that my slides are going to pop up? Is that the assumption I should? You don't need your slides. Right. I'm all good. Actually, let me go ahead and just get started. So, don't need too many slides. My name is John. All right, we're gonna bring it down for the short guy. Look, there we go. All right, can you hear me now? All right, thank you, Roger. So, my name is John Nieri, sometimes known as Emergent Reasons. I'm a long time in crypto. I'm associated with a number of projects, companies. General Protocols is the one that I work with most. It's a very, I think, visionary company that's very much aligned with what John was talking about here, which is it's a new thing that we have to do to build businesses that work with something like peer-to-peer electronic cash. It works differently than a centralized system. So we're exploring that space. I work with General Protocols. It's a refreshingly practical open source project that's made a big impact in Bitcoin Cash space. Flipstarter. I think it's the, if you look it up, flipstarter.cash, it's the best permissionless crowdfunding tool in the world. I hope you'll have a chance to use it. I hope you don't need to use it, because when you need to get funding and you need to do something and someone doesn't like what you want to do, go check it out. Also, with One.Surgery, this is another organization that's using Bitcoin Cash in a larger concept called global surgery that's trying to help people all around the world, hundreds of millions of people who really need help. So I work with them to help them to use Bitcoin Cash and work with peer-to-peer cash all around the world with doctors in low and middle income countries. Yeah, so the last and greatest, of course, Bitcoin Cash, the thing that we're all working on here. The greatest peer-to-peer electronic cash and cryptocurrency in the world. So we'll just keep going. So the high-level view I want to give is what, kind of like John did first, what is cryptocurrency not? What is Bitcoin Cash not? It's not a solution. You know, this terrible future that he showed us, it's very possible. It's a very real thing that's out there. Your every move, every spend, everything you do being watched, surveilled, decisions being made for you, it's real, it's out there. What Bitcoin Cash does, what it does not do, it doesn't solve everything. It doesn't solve the human. It doesn't make us better people. It doesn't replace your government. It doesn't replace institutions. It's not a silver bullet. But on the positive side, exactly like John said, it's not a money that's going to try to control you. It's not going to tell you what to do. It's not going to check your social credit score before you're able to complete your transaction. And for an engineering perspective, which is the main topic here, right? It's very important to know what you are not as much as it is to know what you are. And what are we? What is Bitcoin Cash? John did a very good job of explaining it, but from an engineering perspective, what is it? It is permissionless. That's a very important word that for the last maybe 10 years hasn't really received much attention, but it's a critical word. I recommend any of you who haven't really thought about what does permissionless mean, just have a think about it. That's what Bitcoin Cash is. Nobody's going to tell you what to do with it. It's permissionless. But it's an engineering problem also. You can't just say, oh, it's permissionless. Let's just have a thing that works. You have to actually solve the problem, make it work. And Satoshi did an incredible job 13 years ago. It's kind of hard to believe that it was 13 years ago, but he made this thing called Bitcoin, now that we call Bitcoin Cash. And he did an amazing job of setting us up for success. And we're trying to make that work. So there's two very key parts that he set up. One of them is scalability. I'm sure you've probably heard the word, and I don't want to get into the details of what that means, but it's a hard problem. You can't just say, oh, it's scalable. Yeah, 1 billion people, come use it. It doesn't work like that. It's very hard. Scalability is a key element that Satoshi built into it in an amazing way that was not obvious at all. I'm alive. So yeah, we'll just keep going without the slide. Yeah, it's scalability. So what it does today already, what Bitcoin Cash does today already, right? It scales to a peer-to-peer electronic cash economy for everyone. That's you and me, your company, your organization, your team, billions of people. It's a very hard problem. It's an engineering problem. Bitcoin Cash already scales to this kind of level. Of course, it's not at billions of people. No crypto has come anywhere close to that. No money system has come close to that. PayPal can't support that. But Bitcoin Cash is going to do that. We're focused. Thank you. And it's very important to be focused in engineering. You have to know what you're not, you have to know what you are. Scaling is one of the things that we are, that we do. We're going to reach everyone. Another one is just everything that comes from that. You have to be fast. You have to be secure. You have to be instant. You have to be low fees, no surprises, no fuss. You don't have to think about making your transactions. These are engineering problems also. Satoshi set us up quite well for all of this as well, but we have to keep working on it. And that's why the name of this panel is Decentralized Engineering. That's a very impressive thing that it sounds silly because decentralized as a word has become completely overused. It doesn't mean much anymore, but in Bitcoin Cash, it's a very real world. I'm going to explain more about why the word decentralized is actually very important to Bitcoin Cash and why it's going to be good for you and good for the money of the future. So one more thing that he did is smart contracts. So when Satoshi created Bitcoin, many people today, maybe in this room, I don't know, don't realize that from the very first day, 13 years ago, Bitcoin had smart contracts. They were pretty simple, but we've come a long way. And that's another engineering problem that we're solving so that Bitcoin will be not only, let's see, for merchants, it works for everyone, for payments around the world. Anyone who's here in St. Kitts will absolutely know that this is real. You come to St. Kitts, you can live your life here. You're gonna be all right with Bitcoin Cash. And there's just more and more all the time. You go to Townsville in Australia, no problem. You're gonna make it. If you look at this Cointelegraph article that came out recently, Jonathan Silverblood, who's in the room here, spent 2 months there, more than 2 months, basically used crypto all the time. Very few things that had to be done outside of Bitcoin Cash. In Slovenia also, GoCrypto and Eligmapay have done amazing work there so that you can go there, make things happen with Bitcoin Cash. It's just growing. It's not going to stop growing. But yeah, smart contracts are a big part of what's going to make that work. I'll explain more about it later. So that last part, the smart contracts, scalability, the engineering problems that we face, all of that kind of wraps up to where, from my perspective, I don't speak for everyone, but I think Bitcoin Cash is a platform. It's money. There's some people who make a distinction between what's cash and what's money. Bitcoin Cash does everything. It's money, it's payments, it lets you make all these things on the list here. You want to do savings? You can do that, either just with Bitcoin Cash, if you believe, right, that it's going to be adopted everywhere. You can use smart contracts so that you can do savings on your own terms in US dollars or grams of gold or Big Macs, whatever it is you want to save in. You can do that with Bitcoin Cash because of the smart contracts. Investments, borderless, frictionless, super easy. The deal is between you and me. I want to invest in you. We make a deal. There's nobody else that has to be involved in that. And it can be very secure. I don't have to go there and check you out. I don't have to see what you're doing necessarily. I don't have to have a person on the ground who's watching you. When we have Bitcoin Cash smart contracts to make the contracts, it's secure, it's trustless, it's permissionless. Lending, raising capital, but yeah, again, investments, you can do that. Identity and contracts. We want to make contracts related to some kind of money. Let's do it. We don't need anybody else to sit between us and tell us what to do. We just make the contract between us. Identity is a hard one. I'm going to explain a little bit more about that later. Yeah, so it's a whole economy that we're going to build with Bitcoin Cash. Let me get a little bit into the actual engineering history of Bitcoin Cash. So where did we come from? Let's see. I gotta press the right button. All right. So it's a very long history. I've said 13 years here a couple of times. I don't know how shocking that is for people, but for me, even after being in this a long time, it's still shocking to think that this has been around for 13 years. And I honestly don't think it's gone far enough, fast enough. But Bitcoin Cash is here to change that. We're going fast, as you can see around you. And if you're involved in the engineering of Bitcoin Cash, you will also know that it's accelerated wildly. So the amount of things going on in Bitcoin Cash is a little bit crazy. I used to be able to know everything that was going on. I knew all the developers, things that are going on, what projects are there. There's no hope of doing that anymore. You can't, a single person can't really keep up with it. Maybe if it was their full-time job, that would be kind of a fun job. Yeah, so let me go through the history a little bit. From 13 years ago until 2017, if you look at the Bitcoin Cash blockchain, it goes back to the Genesis block. So we've got the history of the most used cryptocurrency, the most powerful cryptocurrency in the world, the original. We go back to that. From 2017, in the years leading up to 2017, there was some pain and blood and awful things happened, but we end up with Bitcoin Cash And as I said before, we're very, very serious about scaling. That was one of the reasons that now Bitcoin Cash exists, and we are going on our own to make sure that the original vision of money and cash for the world is successful. So we work very hard on scaling. This is research. There's ongoing multiple research projects to understand, not only how to scale the payments, but how you as a company who works on Bitcoin Cash or as a merchant who receives Bitcoin Cash, making sure that it's going to work for everybody. It's a hard job. From 2018 and on, like I said, smart contracts were there from the beginning, but they got neglected heavily in the years up to 2017. From 2017, we restarted it. We rebooted the understanding that Satoshi intended for us to, have this thing do more than payments. It can do payments, it can do contracts. And so we've rebooted that and made sure that Bitcoin Cash is able to do all of the things that you need to do in an economy, to be a platform for global peer-to-peer economy. So smart contracts is a huge area of engineering in Bitcoin Cash. And I'm going to repeat that multiple times. You'll probably get tired of it, but I think it's very important for people to understand Bitcoin Cash does everything. The last part on here is related to all that blood and pain that we went through and the word decentralized. A lot of people use decentralized. It means nothing when they say it, for the most part. Bitcoin Cash has actually learned through many years leading up to 2017, even after 2017, that it's very hard to make decisions without a king, without a parliament, without someone who's going to enforce on you what has to be done. Bitcoin Cash is the only ecosystem out there that has learned how to do this. We've been through the pain. We understand what's needed to make sure that we can continue to grow, to change, to improve, and at the same time be stable. Because if you're a business, if you're a government, if you're an organization, you're an individual, you can't have your money changing how it works all the time. You can't have it breaking all the time. These are engineering problems, and this is one of the places where Bitcoin Cash shines. Because as an ecosystem, we understand you have to be able to work, to be stable, and you have to keep improving. We can do both of those. It's a very rare thing. All right. So the things that we haven't done so well, we still need to work on. We have this amazing system. It works incredibly well. It's very powerful. It's getting more powerful every year, every month. People are using it more, but it's still a little bit hard to use. And we have to teach people. So now is a time for not necessarily developers, right? This is the place for us to bridge from development and building into people who can communicate well. Engineers, not always the best communicators. So, doing marketing, telling people what's available, what's out there, what's possible, making sure they know about it. This conference, to let people know that Bitcoin Cash is there and it does everything, and it's a platform for your economy where you don't need to ask for permission to do anything in your economy. It's improving libraries, making sure that for developers, they have an easy access thing. When an entrepreneur comes in and says, oh man, I have this really good idea. I want to build this business. I want to do loans in this way, and it's going to combine real estate and this other thing. They have an idea, and they can go from idea to application to product quickly. We have to work on that and make it easier for people to do. Just UTXO. So I'm not sure how many people know what UTXO means, but this is part of the fundamental design that makes Bitcoin Cash very scalable. I suspect in the coming years, you're going to hear UTXO a lot. It will become more of a common word in finance and anybody who's working with cryptocurrency. So, but it's not that popular because, like I said, it was neglected for many years. The development and growth and expansion of ability of Bitcoin was neglected for a very long time. Bitcoin Cash is bringing it back. We have to raise awareness about how to work with UTXOs. And of course, attracting entrepreneurs. So as we show what can be done with it, the savings that can be made, the efficiencies, the borderless nature of it, the lack of need for permission for deciding what to do with your business and how to operate it, the ability to work across borders with no friction. In our company, we have people in 7 different countries. We pay them all in Bitcoin Cash. It's a non-issue. There's nothing to really think about. It just happens. There's nothing to it. So making it attractive to entrepreneurs. So all of you guys who think you're pretty good at communication, please step up, because this is a decentralized ecosystem. As we learned with the chip process that I mentioned, we have to work decentralized. When we work as decentralized engineering, that's our part of the brain. That's the network's, engineering, problem-solving brain over here. But there's the marketing brain. A lot of you guys, very good at it. There's the marketing brain. There's no CEO. You don't get to have that with a decentralized ecosystem. There's all parts of our brain, and we're going to make it work in a decentralized way. And there are a few of us. I actually made I had 3 of these slides of just the people that I personally know. So this isn't everybody. Like I said, I have no idea all the projects that are going on in Bitcoin Cash, but I made this slide just of the people I know. There's 2 more slides of this, but I was told to take them off, so I'm just gonna show you one of them. But I know all of these people, they're all building, they're doing something amazing with Bitcoin Cash. Some of them are just doing it as volunteers, right? They think this is a very important thing that we're doing, and they work on it because of that. Some of them do part-time contracting as developers or builders, or somebody, Max here, he's building a farm, right? So he does that with Bitcoin Cash and shows his local community how to do it, make sure there's water security there. Everybody's doing all kinds of different things. Some people, volunteers, some people are doing it part-time, and then some people are doing it full-time. Because as we go into economy, we find that, the companies that come in first, who know how to use permissionless cash, who know how to use UTXO, who have developers who understand smart contracts, they're gonna make money with this. And that's what I'm doing. So with General Protocols, we're a company that's taking all of this, being a leader, being out there in front, and showing how to actually build a profitable company with Bitcoin Cash on top of it. So all of this is very important to us. We want the stability, we want the growth, and we want to see that better future that John described. And actually, I'm just gonna read it because I enjoy this, and there's a triteness to vision and mission statements, and I really look forward to this being a trite thing in the future. But right now, I think this is actually out there. It's not been done. It's not really been executed. I look forward to this being commonplace and just obvious in the future. But let me read it for you, just because I enjoy it. To develop a peer-to-peer global digital economy, accessible, affordable, and useful to everyone in the world. We really mean everyone. Our mission, what we do, we are UTXO experts. We build peer-to-peer open source financial tools and services on the Bitcoin Cash blockchain. And that's not because we somehow are religious about the Bitcoin Cash. We have, we don't have a good reason to do it, but we're just deeply invested in it, and our bags are very heavy. It's not like that. We actually analyzed, looked at, selected among all the cryptocurrencies that are available, there's nothing like Bitcoin Cash. So we very specifically build on Bitcoin Cash. And the last part, this is an important thing that's a little bit abstract, and I don't know how many people here will really believe it, but I think there's a growing number of people who really understand this. Our values, we believe in trustless, permissionless, and non-custodial solutions that allow economic freedom for all. This is not something that's easy to do. We're having to work on this, right? To make sure that these things actually happen. It's very, very convenient to go to FTX. There's just such a punching bag today, right? So, but it is very convenient to use custodial things, but we're trying to make it so that those things are just as easy to do in a non-custodial, permissionless, and trustless way. And not only that, this isn't only about some kind of ideology. Permissionless and trustless, these are the ways that Bitcoin Cash is going to 10x. Because when you're going to disrupt something like a global fiat standard, which we all live under right now, when you're going to disrupt that, you have to 10x, you have to 100x what it can do. The trustless and permissionless parts are the ones that are going to do that. They let you and other businesses and individuals build, work together, make things without any kind of legal system backing it up. These are the ways that we're going to work together in the future efficiently and effectively and much cheaper and make money over the way that the legacy system works. So this isn't just about ideology. This is about making money. Let's move on. The one thing, I just want to show you the practical part. This is my advertising part. I get a little free section here. So one practical problem that General Protocols is solving is that in cryptocurrency, in the crypto market, what everybody calls crypto, there's a lot of price volatility. It attracts speculators. They love volatility. That's their whole job, right? Is to look for volatility. What it doesn't do is it's not attractive to merchants, to just regular person who wants to save money and they don't want to think about it. They just want to have money that works the way that they think of money as a stable thing. So that's what any hedge does. This is a smart contract on Bitcoin Cash that when it's built into your app, you have a banking app or your phone, your wallet. Yeah, for me, when I say banking, I mean a wallet. I don't mean a custodial bank because we're the whole economy, right, on Bitcoin Cash. So your bank wallet, it's just your non-custodial wallet. And you're a merchant or you want to have a savings account. You put, your merchant receives $100 for some purchase. They put it into the smart contract. At the end of the month, they get $100 out. They don't have to worry about it. Or if they're in India and they love INR, they put INR in, they get INR out. Or more likely, they love gold. At the beginning, they receive the money from their customer. They store it in terms of gold. 1 month later, at the end of the month, when they're doing their accounting, they get, a troy ounce of gold in when they bought something and a troy ounce of gold out at the end of the month when they do their accounting. So that's what any hedge does. And this is all on main chain, Bitcoin Cash. Today, you can use it. It's not magic. Go to bchbull.com. You can use it. Try it out. If you want to use the Paytaka wallet, you can go there. Just install the wallet. Put some money on it. You can enter these contracts today. It's very, very easy. And of course, many more integrations to come. Hopefully, Bitcoin.com will join us and we'll be able to see it there sometime in the future. Would absolutely love to see that. So please go try it. This is a real thing. This is Bitcoin Cash. This is solving real problems. This is the solution to the stability problem. If you ever hear the stability problem, this is it. And you may have also heard of some stability things like stable coins that have stable-ish or completely collapsing. But yeah, so this is a different way of doing things than stable coins because those are fundamentally dependent on custodians at the end of the day. They really have very little to do with crypto, with permissionless and trustless systems. Yeah, so it's an alternative. Please go give it a try. Yes, sir.
This is actually a very big thing. Maybe bigger than people realize.
Yes.
This actually changes the game.
He's saying this changes the game. I like where this is going.
What? Yep.
Okay. I've been spending many years with Roger trying to basically acquire a bank so we could create this because I don't believe this will ever be fully successful until merchants can have a stable coin. And so it's been my years we've spent ridiculous amounts of money and time. This solves that problem without the bank.
That's right.
Now, My only question, okay, is I know I'm a merchant. I just took in $1,000 today, and I want to convert it to my native currency. How do I know there's somebody on the other side to buy that contract that's going to make that happen? Is there, I mean, the reason I was doing the bank was because I wanted to backstop this.
Yep.
So, and essentially you're replacing my bank, which is wonderful. Okay.
I wish we had met 3 years ago. So, because we have a very similar problem that we should talk about, yes.
Okay.
But who's going to backstop it, right? Like,
Yes.
where does that other side come from?
Yes.
Yes, so watching this video for the future, you're not gonna believe that that wasn't a planted question, but it wasn't. And that was a genuine question from the audience. So I'm going to get to that in just a moment, actually.
Great.
Yes,
Great.
thank you.
Because when you solve this, it changes everything. Okay.
Wow, that was great. Because the next part I'm going to talk about is more or less that. So yeah, we have this amazing thing, this engineering product that we've done. It can do all kinds of things. But what's coming next? And the first item on my list here answers your question. So there's a thing out there called cash tokens, and it's just about decided through this chip process that I mentioned before, through this open decentralized process, it's just about decided that this is going to go into consensus. This is going to blow people's minds when they understand what it does. It sounds like tokens. You can have JPEG, NFT, whatever. You can do something like that with it, yes. But this is going to blow your mind because there's a misconception for anyone who understands crypto today. They think, oh, okay, there's payments, yeah, and it's cool that Bitcoin Cash can do that. And then there's smart contracts, and that's done by others. No. With cash tokens, Bitcoin Cash will be the most powerful UTXO chain in the world. And it will arguably be the most powerful crypto chain in the world because it combines the smart contracts, the full power of smart contracts with scalability. This is something that doesn't exist yet. So this is going to be an amazing thing. And the way it answers that question is that when you have smart contracts that, they're peer-to-peer, right? There's a peer and there's a peer. And sometimes there's 3 or 4 of them in complex contract setups. But in most setups, there's 2 sides to something. And when you do that, you need an efficient market. You can't just say, hey, I have a contract for $1 million here. Does anybody want it? And wave it around. You can do that, but it's very inefficient. And if someone's going to take that contract, they're probably going to charge you quite a bit for it. You need efficient markets. Cash tokens is going to give us efficient, on-chain, global, permissionless, trustless markets. I think I should just get down now like that. So the answer to your question is efficient markets. And that's what Bitcoin Cash with cash tokens is going to give us. Efficient markets for whatever it is that you can imagine that you can do with money. I hope that answered it. If not, I'll catch you afterwards. All right, that's just one of the things. That's the first one on my list. There's a few others. Cash tokens and efficient markets, prediction markets, all kinds of things. On-chain identity in organizations. So there's a lot of people out there who would like to give you an identity system, and you should not trust them. They will control your identity. They will own your identity. You need a permissionless and trustless identity system. Bitcoin Cash is going to provide that. It actually has several already, so you can jump on there. Cash tokens is going to provide even another layer of that. There's some talk of the guy who made cash tokens. He's been working on this for a long time. He wants to replace DNS. If that doesn't sound ambitious, yeah. He wants to replace DNS. He also wants to replace PGP. For the engineers out there, you'll greatly appreciate that. If you could have anything that works better than PGP, it'll be great for encrypted communications. And then just bringing all of this together in apps and commerce is the job of entrepreneurs and the next generation to come in and actually make use of all this, earn money with it, doing services for people. And the last part, which, as I keep repeating, is a very hard problem, but we're very serious about it, is scaling to billions of people who are going to be on the same money network and have an alternative to the fiat standard. That's it. I think we're going to have a lot of work to do with Bitcoin Cash engineering, and it's going to benefit all of us. And I hope you're going to jump in and do your part with it. Thank you, everyone.
Man, that was amazing. I hope I can do half good. All right, there we go. Let me just make sure. Yep. Okay, there we go. All right, I am Chris Troutner. Thank you, everybody. This talk is going to be targeted mostly software developers and business people who need to focus on infrastructure costs. So CTOs, people who need to straddle the fence between the technical side of their business and the cost of that technical side of the business. So I'm Chris Troutner, and you can find me on Twitter at Chris Troutner. So for those watching on the live stream, I suggest you take a screenshot of that QR code. That's gonna take you to notes where you can dig a little deeper into this presentation. This is gonna be high level, but if you like the nitty-gritty details, thanks. That's the place to find it. So the title of this presentation is Reducing BCH Infrastructure Costs with IPFS, or how the PSF reduced their BCH app infrastructure costs by over 90%, and you can too. Yep, that's what I was just about to do. So yeah, let me unpack that title a little bit. So what's the PSF? We're the permissionless software foundation. We aspire to be the first decentralized autonomous organization, DAO, on the Bitcoin Cash chain. We're a consortium of JavaScript developers and entrepreneurs who are interested in tokens and crypto and just exploring the possibilities there. Our mission is to make it easy for individuals to protect their privacy, circumvent censorship, and engage in economic activity. So what's IPFS? It's the Interplanetary File System. For this talk, it's important to point out that it is not a blockchain or a cryptocurrency. What it is it's a replacement for the HTTP protocol, but for the sake of this presentation, the important thing is that these IPFS nodes can form on-the-fly mesh networks and communicate with one another over a technology called PubSub. I'll get into that. So another little background I need to give before I get into the meat of the presentation is the concept of software stacks. Software stacks help engineers focus discussions and contain issues within a complex system, and most software systems are complex systems. For the sake of this presentation, software stacks describe how a smartphone ultimately makes transactions on the blockchain. So let's explore some just common software stacks so you know what I mean. This is a very popular software stack called the OSI model. It describes how the internet works. So anytime you have an internet issue, something went wrong in one of these layers. This is another popular software stack called the mean stack. It describes how to build a JavaScript app. So these stacks, they have layers, and that's the basic idea. So at the top, you have an Angular app that is something that would run on your phone or computer. At the bottom is a database. And in between is a server-side part of the application. And the picture just describes how these pieces all talk to one another. So the software stack that I want to focus on today is called the Cash stack. And it describes how to build a Bitcoin Cash app within the context of Web 2. So there's 5 layers to it. At the top is a smartphone, and the first layer is the application layer. That's the thing with the buttons that you actually press. Under that, under the hood, is the integration libraries. And that's what takes those button presses and turns them into something useful. So that's the front end, and then there's a back end, and that's the cloud. And there's a layer called the REST API, and that's what the front end communicates with. And then under the REST API are indexers. So that might be like the Fulcrum indexer, which tracks address balances, transaction histories, things like that. It might also be, say, the SLP token indexer, which tracks tokens on the network. And ultimately, all these things get to the bottom layer, which is the full node. So that's making transactions on the blockchain. And indexers are kind of like search engines that crawl the blockchain, pull out the raw data, and put it together as metadata. So this is a busy graph. What I want to draw your attention to is the $50 number at the lower right-hand corner. This is a cost breakdown of what the cash stack costs. And this is based on a service provider called Hetzner. So there's other cloud service providers like DigitalOcean, Vultr, Linode, AWS. Hetzner tends to be the cheapest. And so if you use any of those other cloud providers, this number will be a little more expensive. What this buys you is one instance of this should scale to a medium-sized business. It'll handle about 4 million requests a day or about 45 requests per second. And then if you need more capacity, you can scale these horizontally as big as you want. So let's talk about infrastructure and who uses infrastructure like this. Of all the conversations I've had over the years, I can pretty much put everyone into one of these 4 buckets. Casual users, motivated users, exchanges and established companies, and hobby developers. So let me talk about those for a minute. So I put the users on a spectrum. On one end of the spectrum is the casual user, and they're familiar with installing a phone app or visiting a web page, but they don't have any significant technical knowledge. They're very sensitive to latency and bugs. If your app's not fast or it doesn't work right, they'll move on. They have very low attention span. They're also not willing to pay money for a service. They might be willing to sign up and create a user account, but in general, they don't want to pay for these apps. They just want them to work and work great. That's one end of the spectrum. At the opposite end of the spectrum, I would say there's motivated users. And in this case, there's usually like a state or a corporate actor that's preventing them from accessing blockchain services. They're less sensitive to latency and bugs because they're highly motivated. They really have a hair on fire problem that they're trying to solve. And like the casual user, they prefer not to pay money for a service. So both users have that in common. So now let me talk about the developer spectrum. On one end of the spectrum, I would say is an exchange or an established company. They have money to spend on infrastructure. They either have runway or they have cash flow, but they have funding of some kind. They are also very sensitive to latency and bugs because they're chiefly trying to target the casual users. They need isolated, i.e. not shared infrastructure. They can't be sharing infrastructure with another business that could impact their business operations. So that's one end of the spectrum of the developers. At the other end of the spectrum is what I would call hobby developers. They do not have much funding or money to spend on infrastructure. They're very cost sensitive. And maybe they have the skills to run their own backend, their own full node and indexer. It's really important to support hobby developers because historically, this is where a lot of the innovation in the Bitcoin space has come from. So this is the same idea, just a little more visual. So on this spectrum, on one end, we have exchanges or established companies targeting casual users. On the other end of the spectrum is hobby developers and a lot of motivated users. So as you move towards the exchange and established companies, you have more funding. As you move away from it, there's a greater demand for lower infrastructure costs. And then on the user side, as you move away from the casual user towards the motivated user, the motivation increases. And what I want to point out here is the goal is not to be on one end of the spectrum or the other. The goal is for us to push the edges of the spectrum out in both directions. We need to increase our network effects. We need to onboard more exchanges and more established companies. We need to onboard more casual users. At the same time, we need to onboard more hobby developers, and we need to onboard more motivated users. That's how we grow our network effect. So at the PSF, we have some goals. We want to reduce the cost of cloud infrastructure and thereby reduce our dependency on big tech, because what we believe at the PSF is that governments will weaponize big tech against the crypto space. We're already seeing that with GitHub and AWS, and it's going to become more prevalent. And so we want to create solutions to move away from big tech. We want to increase back-end redundancies. This is another way of saying increasing decentralization, but I don't like using that word because it's overbroad and it's overused. Specifically, what we're trying to do is increase redundant backends. So if one goes down, it's a very easy, simple experience. The user can just tap a button and select a different backend and do what they need to do. Or even better, it's completely automated and they don't even know that they're switching to another backend. And in particular for the PSF, we want to really focus on hobby developers. It's very important to us to increase available resources to hobby developers. And then there's some empirical evidence I want to point out here too that's important here. The big thing is that home cloud hosting is becoming more feasible every day. Hardware costs are continuing to decrease. Bandwidth is continuing to increase in speed. And those two things combined make home cloud hosting or contributing resources to the network much more feasible. And also just in working with the developers in our community, we found that our members are much more willing to spend $400 on a desktop computer than they are willing to spend $50 per month on cloud hosting. And this $50 number, I want to talk about that for a second. Some might look at that and say, man, that's incredibly cheap. And especially if you're comparing it with EVM or Ethereum type architectures, that is incredibly cheap. But if you're a 16-year-old developer in Bangladesh, that's prohibitively expensive. So again, this is where the spectrum and cost sensitivity comes in. So this is the Web3 cash stack. It's the same thing as the Web2 cash stack with one extra layer in the middle, and this is where IPFS comes in. So we have this one extra layer, and when you break that out, there's three subcomponents to it. There's a front-end component, there's a back-end component, and in the middle is the circuit relay. And that's the secret sauce that allows us to reduce our infrastructure costs by 90%. So what's a circuit relay? A circuit relay allows two nodes that otherwise, or two computers on the internet that otherwise wouldn't be allowed to talk to one another, It does this by circumventing firewalls. So in the conventional way of doing things, you'd have to have a network engineer who knows a lot about internet protocol and how to configure routers to get two computers to talk to one another. This is the whole reason why the cloud industry exists, because this is a hard problem to solve. The circuit relay makes this a software problem. It just eliminates the need for a network engineer. It just turns it into software, and it makes it just work. So this is essentially what it looks like. Is at the top, you've got your phone app, and you're trying to do some sort of crypto app. And what we've done is we've taken that $50 infrastructure, and we've moved it out of the cloud and onto a desktop in somebody's home, and hopefully we've replicated that, and there's many of them. And right now, I think we have about 8 different backends on our network. They're all redundant. You can use any of the 8 to get your problem solved. And we've reduced the actual infrastructure in the cloud to just one tiny, cheap element that is doing that circuit relay functionality for us. So when you compare the Web 2 to the Web 3, Web 2, there's no upfront cost, but you're paying $50 a month. If you don't pay that monthly cost, it evaporates. If the cloud company doesn't like you or your business, they can shut you off like that, and it vaporizes it. On the Web 3 side, there's if you're following this model and putting the infrastructure on a desktop computer, there's like an upfront cost of about $400. And then there's that tiny little cloud service that costs about $4 a month. And so you do the math, and that comes to about a 92% decrease in the monthly cost of your infrastructure. And then the payback on that desktop is about 8 months. So again, trying to get the cost down to service the hobby developers and the motivated users, the people in the global south. This is the kind of cost reduction that needs to take place. And so that's pretty much the presentation. That was high level, and if you're a developer and you want more nitty-gritty details, follow that QR code. I've got links to all the info. Most of this is captured at the website cashstack.info. If you want to check out the Permissionless Software Foundation, I highly recommend everybody do that. That's at psfoundation.info. You can read more about us. Fullstack.cash is my business. We provide cloud services for businesses. We also do project management, help them find developers, build custom applications. And if you're in the audience, you don't have a convenient way to scan that QR code, you can find me on Twitter and Telegram at Chris Troutner, and I'll post a YouTube version of this presentation there on Twitter.
So I think we're, are these things on? Is this on? So I think now we're going to have a free form discussion about some of the presentations. And I think feel free, you know, if you guys have questions, jump in. Oh, all right, we've got a question. Roger.
I think there's lots of new people that showed up today that are somewhat new to crypto. Maybe they came in the last year or two, but maybe each of you could talk about your journey into. Maybe each of you could talk a little bit about your journey into crypto and how long you've been in the cryptocurrency ecosystem. And that would help give some of the people that are newer to cryptocurrency a little bit of an idea as to what sort of people are real excited about Bitcoin Cash and who you are and your backgrounds with that. I think that would be helpful, please.
Sure. So I remember first reading an article about Bitcoin back in 2012, and it was Eric Voorhees' Libertarian Introduction to Bitcoin. And I've always been pretty libertarian leaning. And it, you know, as a lot of people say in this space, it sort of sent me down the rabbit hole of, oh my gosh, I've never really thought about what money is and how it works. And then when you go down that journey, you realize pretty quickly just how broken the existing monetary system really is. And it was just an incredibly compelling, exciting vision of, you know, like I said, restoring financial sovereignty and freedom to individuals and just allowing people to transact with one another freely without, you know, in a form of money that can't just be, you know, printed and having their purchasing power stolen away. So, yeah, I mean, I thought it was incredibly compelling, and I still think that's an incredibly compelling vision. So.
Hello. Hey, it sounds like mine's working. This is a repeating pattern for us. Like,
You're in today, solve it.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll go. So, yeah, I actually got into Bitcoin in 2009. I was so early that I don't even think that there was a binary at the time. I had to compile it from source. And I actually managed to mine a block with my home computer. And at the time, I didn't know how special that was going to be. So let me disappoint you real quickly. So that the reward back then was 50 Bitcoin, which, of course, if I had held it today, I'd be a multimillionaire. But I ended up spending, at the time, this was before Mt. Gox, so I couldn't even, it was priceless. I couldn't even spend them at the time. And I remember the first price on Mt. Gox that at least I was aware of was 5 cents per Bitcoin. And that was too low. I decided to hold on to them. And I eventually sold all 50 for $300. And I thought that was a pretty good deal for something that like just ran on my computer while I was at work.
thank you, sir.
Yeah. A little contribution to everybody. So I was in the space from kind of 2009 and 2011. And again, yeah, Eric Voorhees was kind of, and Charlie Shrem were the first two guys I really saw like on TV talking about Bitcoin. And so I was in the space from 2009 and 2011, and I like talking to OGs because my memory of that time is a little different than I think most people's. And I got back into the space in 2017. I was doing some work on some of my own ideas, and I was working with the Open Bazaar guys. And their lead developer, Chris Pacia, was actively involved with Bitcoin Cash at the time of the fork. So he's the one that really got me back into Bitcoin. And then Roger hired Gabriel Cardona in 2018, and Gabriel hired me, and that is, I was working at Bitcoin.com for 2 years, and that was an amazing, magical time for me. I was getting paid in Bitcoin Cash. That was absolutely magical. And so ever since then, when I left Bitcoin.com, I went on to start Fullstack.cash, and I'm still just active in the space, and I love it. Like I don't think I'm ever going to leave this space.
Yeah, I think mine's working all right. So mine is much more simple than you guys. So I came at it. Someone told me about it maybe in 2012 or 13, and I was like, "That's a scam." I didn't believe it. Yeah, I didn't think it was real at all. I'm an engineer, and I looked at it, I was like, "That's not real, man. That's like Blade Runner stuff. That doesn't exist. It's like cred stick, whatever." So I didn't believe it at all. And then I saw the price go to some moon or another, and I was like, well, maybe I should look into it. And so I had to look into it, and I read the white paper. I saw, oh, okay, I understand how this works. It's not fake. It actually works, and this is a real thing. And I just missed it. So bye. So as it flew off to the moon, and then it crashed with Gox, right? And I just caught every knife I could on the way down from Cox. So yeah, so I came into it just as an investment. I thought, hey, I understood this before some people, not these guys, but I understood it before some people, and I understand the impact that it can have. And yeah, let's do this thing and make some money. But after getting into it, then I actually realized, well, yeah, the reason it's going to be so valuable is that it's a historic thing. It's actually going to be in the history books. It's actually going to make a difference. And I made the decision, well, I could just continue doing what I'm doing with my engineering work or whatever. And I was like, well, why not just put them together and make this new economy work and be part of the story, be part of the history books. So that was how I got into it. Thanks for the question, Roger.
Great question, Roger.
I was gonna say something actually for John. I was joking before, but it's not really a joke. He covered CBDCs, central bank digital currencies, and if you don't take anything away, if you need to go, whatever it is, that's the one thing that's coming at you hard and fast. You should really know a little bit more about it if you aren't already an expert on it. It's worth knowing about and knowing why you really want to have an alternative. So if you just heard one message, be ready for CBDCs, be prepared ahead of time, be working on the new economy, have an option. Don't get walked into a corner.
That is a perfect segue into my question.
We're a team.
To me, when we look at this, reserve currencies out there, I would basically give the US dollar, an enormous amount of power. I know there's a lot of countries out there trying desperately to move the world away from the US dollar as a reserve currency. But right now, I view the United States as the greatest enemy to what you guys are trying to accomplish because they have the most to lose. And with, I think, 65, 70% of the world's reserve currencies, they have a staggering power which has allowed them to print trillions and trillions of dollars, which most of us believe is a real problem. And now Americans are beginning to feel it a little bit with a tad of inflation. But the truth is that if that reserve currency is lost, the United States is going to be a very scary place because you will have a depression like no one's ever seen before.
Yes.
So I look at the United States as literally, and I've been saying this to Roger for years, as the true enemy, okay, of what you're trying to do, and they have the great power. So my question is, knowing the United States, the more and more successful that you become in moving people toward Bitcoin Cash or any other successful cryptocurrency, the United States is going to use its power to crush you. It's a scary thing for anybody that's visible like Roger in the space. And they have so many ways, to do it. So my question at the end of this is, have you guys thought about, a way to deal with that when that monster comes?
Yeah,
So-
sure. I'd like to jump in first, actually.
Yeah.
So if you remember one of my slides, there was a thing that I didn't explain very well called the chip process. So this is the result of years of struggle, pain, splits, trying to figure out how to make things work without a king, without a decision maker that enforces decisions on everyone. We've been through a lot of pain to come up with this, and it works very well. So this is part of the answer, is that we understand and we keep at the center, we don't let it go, that we actually have to be decentralized. We can't have a center. We can't have someone that's captured or influenced or becomes an asset and suddenly the game is over, right? So it has to be this amalgamation of people, we have our marketing brain, engineering, all kinds of parts of it. It has to be everyone working together. And maybe you and I are a good example of that. The incentives set it up such that you have an idea, I have an idea, we're probably both working in the same direction. Without that incentive of making the network, making the money work, sorry about that. Without the incentive, we wouldn't be aligned like that. But when we are, we're able to do things without having to have a foundation in the center that holds the center. We're able to work without that. And that's a very rare thing. It's not a complete answer, because when you bring the power of governments to bear, it's something very difficult to resist. But Satoshi knew from the beginning, if you read some of the things he wrote, that there's no guarantees. There's no guarantee that anything will work. But as I said, General Protocols, our company, has looked at everything that's out there. There's nothing that has a better chance of making it happen than Bitcoin Cash. So we're just working to make it happen.
So I believe the question is, what am I doing to prevent the government from crushing me? And I'm not going to tell you where my bunker is, okay? But no, I think we are, genuinely, jokes aside, facing, the possibility of some very scary times. I think the hope was that, and the hope is that through education, through enough people kind of waking up to how broken the existing system is and how, the potential and how just better, the promise of peer-to-peer electronic cash is, that there'll be enough people invested with an interest in saying, no, we're not going to let you, shut this down, because this is important to us and this is, something we're willing to fight for. So, but I don't know that there's, I wish there were a good answer that guaranteed success, but I do think that's a real concern, is that when, I think we saw in 2008, it looked like sort of the house of cards of the monetary system was really starting to get shaky. And a lot of us thought, man, how are they going to be able to prop this up and kick that can? And they did for years. And I think in the last few years, it's starting to look shaky again. And I think all they did was delay the problem and make it ultimately bigger. So we'll see.
Check. Yeah. I'm pretty much going to say what John said, but in a different way. I'm really fond of looking from a historical standpoint. I'm really fond of looking back at the cypherpunk movement because I personally view Bitcoin as the next step in the open source movement, and the cypherpunks are sort of that fill in the gap there. And just like John said, we can't have a center, and so at the PSF, everything we do is open source and licensed under either the MIT license or the GPL v2 license. And it's for exactly that reason that we don't want to have there's actually a number in the tech industry called the bus factor, and it's how many people in your organization have to get hit by a bus in order to destroy your organization. And in the PSF, we have a 0 bus factor because we're all interchangeable. We try to all understand the code, and that's how we fight it. This is what makes the U.S. government and all governments, all state actors for that matter, they're designed to regulate centralized entities. And if you look at any industry, the telecom industry, the financial industry, like pick any industry that's been around for a while, and you're going to find it has 2 or 3 major actors. And because that's what's optimal for the state. They are not set up to go after individual people. When they do, it's a terrible thing, but they're not very efficient at it. And so the way to keep our culture alive and not threatened is to decentralize and to eat our own dog food.
I want to add something to that. The decentralized aspect, like we're overusing it here, but we're actually serious about it, so it's okay. So, but all of us being decentralized, when I talk with Elliot, sometimes we talk about the decentralized brain, the C-suite. There's the executive suite, right? And we have that with Bitcoin Cash. We have people who are very good at marketing, people who are very good at onboarding and working with merchants, people who are very good at engineering. We have all these different parts of the C-suite, but we're not allowed to have the CEO. You're not allowed to have that center point who makes the final decision. We have to make it together. And what that means is everyone who's out there who thinks this is important, who thinks you're going to make money with it, who thinks you're going to build a company or do an investment, you're not going to be able to just watch it. You have to be paying attention. You have to understand that the 100x, the 1000x opportunity that's there for you is something that's going to require some action and paying attention and listening and participating. You're going to be a real stakeholder in what happens. And it's going to be historical, but yeah, it's going to take everybody. You can't just sit by and watch.
Thank you. Thank you so much, John. Just let you know there's just a few more minutes now of time for the panel. So if there are any other questions, then please do so now.
My name is Riancho de Cuba. I'm a software engineer, and I'm quite lucky to come from the 90s. So I grew up with the internet. So when they was talking about the open source, so basically back in the days, we're talking about Oracle being the strong, and then we start focus much in MySQL, and we made open source powerful to the point now that nobody can touch open source. Yeah. So with the question about the decentralized, because I was involved with eGold, and I lost money with eGold, and a friend of mine walked into my office saying, let's invest into Bitcoin, talk about 2010. And I generated Bitcoins, 250 Bitcoins, 5 transactions. Nice. You know what I did? I threw the computer away because I got a new laptop. But, so yes, I'm also part of the story.
Thank you, sir.
And Robin and I, as a business partner, we tried to buy Bitcoin in 2012. Where to buy it? Nobody, there was nobody to sell it to us. But the idea of the decentralization is for them to stop, like his question, to stop us right now, they have to stop the internet. Because every time someone goes on the internet, puts a network working, that's another one. So there's no way I think no one can ever stop us at this point. Yeah. So you should not be worried right now for the United States. We're behind that point.
Hello, thank you very much for the speaking. It was amazing, and especially the technical part. For me, it is precious to hear how much development is inside the Bitcoin Cash community, and how strong is the focus in creating a technology that can supersede banks and other financial and centralized institutions. So my questions are for John and Chris. Especially for John, who talked the most about the chip process And I wanted to ask him whether the chip process allows for regular people or users to propose changes, and whether those changes are only limited to consensus changes or protocol changes, or something more like at the user level, for example. And that this part of the question goes to Chris, because I was listening to the cash tag, and I think it is amazing to see how focused is the community trying to. Sorry, my English is a little bit messy right now, but.
Let me go ahead and answer the first two, and then if you can come back and
Okay,
and finish
let's
up
do
with
that.
the rest of it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
So the first one is about the chip process. This is how we make hard decisions in Bitcoin Cash. And what I mean by hard decisions is decisions you can't take back. You can't make the decision and then say, wow, maybe that wasn't the best way to do it. No, these are hard decisions. These are what we call consensus decisions. These are decisions that affect everyone on the network. They affect how the money works. That's the focus of the chip process. So the second question you had is, what's it focused on? It's really about the hard decisions, like consensus. You can use it for other things. It's a process. You can use it for anything, but it's really about those irreversible decisions that we have to make. And these are traditionally very difficult decisions to make without a central authority to make them, because they're hard and they're going to affect everyone. And so instead of just saying, well, it's easier to have a king, we came up with the process. And the answer to your first question is that it involves everyone. And that's what I said before. You can't just sit back and watch this thing happen. You're going to participate in this history. So the chip process is started and operated by stakeholders. So we didn't talk in detail, but a chip is a document. You make a document and you propose it to the ecosystem. There's no authority to submit it to. There's no one that you send it to and you say, hey, I'd like to submit my request. No, you just have to figure it out. You put it out in the world and you say, I have a proposal. I think this is a very important thing to be done. These are the benefits. These are the drawbacks. These are the 100 companies and individuals and organizations that I have talked to about it, and they understand why it's valuable. It's a social process. So the chip process, anyone can participate in it. As a matter of fact, very differently from the history, there's something called the BIP process, the BIP process. It's a very narrow, technical, engineering-oriented process. The chip process is a social process that involves engineering, politics, economics. It involves every aspect of the network. So it necessarily involves stakeholders who do everything, not only engineers.
Okay, thank you.
It was a great answer. I'm aware of the time, so if it's okay, to keep going. And what I'd like to say is thank you so much for all of your work. Developers are incredibly important for the ecosystem. And I also would like to say, there's nothing more enjoyable than technical issues in front of a lot of good people. And I think you did amazingly, so thank you. Woo! What's important is you don't need to be a developer to help the Bitcoin Cash community. I think that John said this very clearly. We can all be involved in this. That's why everyone that's here today is helping this. And we have many people streaming right now live, and this is great. And what I think is that everyone in the Bitcoin Cash community can do much more to make noise out there, make it really so loud and clear. There is this thing. It's amazing. When you look at the Twitter analytics, we're not doing that great. Everyone here can help. And on that note, I'd like just a request for everyone here with a smartphone, which I guess is everyone. Please send a tweet out. Tweet out the live stream. It's being broadcast on Roger's YouTube channel. Please do this. Make the world know we're here. We're active, we're alive, and we're progressing really, really quickly. So please do that. Let's create some noise. And on that note, what I've heard is I'm aware that BCH Africa is watching live with Nieri on the BCH Hub. I just want to thank you. Yeah. This is a shout out to you. We'd love to have had you here. Hopefully we'll see you next time, but thanks so much for joining us. It's great to have you. Another little point to sort of show that we're all in this together, some solidarity, is in the goodie bags that has been presented for every single person here, there's a BCH pin. And if you would all be interested in putting this onto your jacket or your t-shirt or whatever you're wearing, or really help with our lovely pictures, really to see that we're all here to celebrate Bitcoin Cash. So thank you. Thank you again to the two Johns and Chris. You did a great job. Thank you. For our second panel, we are very grateful to be joined by Mike Martin, a St. Kitts-based payment processing professional involved in the Caribbean card and fiat-based processing of payments for 20 years. Mike's affiliated companies provide processing solutions for retail and e-commerce merchants. Mike and his team are partnering with GoCrypto to facilitate the integrated card and crypto payment solution, which leads on to welcoming our second speaker onto the stage, Dejan Roljic, the founder and CEO of crypto payment solutions, GoCrypto. And they're joining us today to talk about payment processing. So please give them a warm welcome onto the stage.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me? All right. I'll tell you today a story that I didn't say, I never said it before, at least not publicly. I know Roger knows it. When we started our company 5 years ago, one of our biggest missions was how to bring crypto to the mainstream in a way that merchant can accept crypto, that they don't have a volatility risk, and that they can get settled in whatever they want. I'm not a maxi, so I'm looking at the majority of the mainstream people, and when they're exposed to the volatility, the thing become a problem. So we're in crypto for quite a long time, and we look at crypto after all these years a bit differently than maybe some other people do. And I'm not ashamed of that. But the story goes like this. We went to thousands and thousands and thousands of merchants all around the world, encouraging them to accept cryptocurrencies. And one of the biggest problems for us was back then, like 5 years ago, you could not, it actually didn't work, except if you were a custodial wallet. But a custodial wallet was a problem. So we were looking into, digging deeper, trying to find something that would actually work. And we saw that there's a Roger who is promoting Bitcoin.com wallet, and we said, well, this could actually be the thing. And we tried the transaction, and it was instant. And I was in Malta, it was 2 years of our existence. We created the Bitcoin City in Ljubljana. There was almost 500 stores accepting Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, Ethereum from custodial wallet and from non-custodial wallets. And I said to Roger, you know what? My name is Dejan, I'm coming from Slovenia, and you should come to see us, and you'll be able to pay at 500 plus locations with BCH. And he said, and I still remember that face, he was giving to everybody $1, $5, $10. That's for me the most amazing thing. And he was walking around the whole, in this totally casual outfit, totally down-to-earth guy, and giving everybody $5 to $10 and promoting in this kind of way the adoption. I was amazed. I told you that because I knew that Roger is a guy who has enough, and he wouldn't have to do it in that kind of a way. And that's the way I really liked it. So when Roger came to Slovenia, I think he could not believe that it's actually existing. And we were happy that we actually did it. And of course, there's no doubt, if Roger wouldn't exist, we would not exist as well. Because these things that we do now, it's easy. But what we had to achieve these goals of existence, and that's not so simple. So now I'm going to explain you, before I go to the presentation of our company and what we do and how we do it. That's the boring part. But I'm going to tell you what you really need to know. You know, when we bring these kind of ideological things into the mainstream, there's always somebody in the back who needs to eat the shit. In majority of cases, this is who we are. Because I have to sit almost every week at the regulatory office in different kind of European countries, explaining them, how can somebody pay from a Bitcoin.com wallet and we don't know who is behind this money because we don't have the KYC from that user, and we do the settlements toward the merchant. Yeah, we can live in an ideal world, but in the end, I'm actually sitting there and answering the questions. And I'm getting good at that. The thing how we do it today, we try to serve both sides. The regulation side, and like working with Mike, where we need to find a sweet spot for the both of the worlds. And we try to please also our ideas that we all have, to decentralize payments, to make an open economy, to do it differently. But there are simply no shortcuts when it comes to these things. And when you want to change the economy, that's something that it's pretty hard. We could do it in a revolutionary way, be the rebels, the good ones, but that's probably not the right way to go. That's my opinion, and I'm going to explain you an evolution of what we're doing. Today we're going to discuss together with Mike what we try to do in the Caribbean and how we want to do it. But before that, we at GoCrypto, we're probably one of the fastest growing crypto payment systems. You know, what does that actually mean? In some countries, we are fully regulated. In some countries, we don't need to be regulated. In some countries, we even have a banking license, and we even own a co-bank in Germany. We try to be somewhere in between. And our goal in the end is to decentralize payments, but in the right way, how we think it's right. And one of the benefits for the merchants, so that you know, when merchants started to accept Bitcoin Cash, there were three main problems in all of the countries. One of the problems was when they changed the staff who should actually work in the store, the staff forgot how that they have also the crypto acceptance, because there was not many people coming at the store and paying with crypto. And then when you came over there, the first thing was we don't accept Bitcoin Cash or Bitcoin whatever. That's the number one problem. They don't even know how it's being used. The second problem was the volatility. It's not only because they lose or gain money, it's also connected to the accounting segments. Because in the accounting, if you mess things up, you have a huge problem. And that's for a merchant that it's in, you know, in the mainstream, it's a huge pain in the, you know. And the third problem is when the FTX or you know, these kind of things occur, you would not believe. Yesterday, I had to reply almost 50 emails from the merchants around the world writing me directly, did they lose money? Like, we are not connected to FTX. Your money is always safe, you know? And these are small things that we try to nail now through the years, that these problems don't occur anymore. Like one of the things, and I would give a huge applause to Sunny over here. Sunny did a great job at Send Kids. Sunny, great job. Because what Sunny did, Sunny really brought the BCH acceptance to the island. So the merchants are getting BCH. And they are exposed to the volatility, but Sunny explained how this whole crypto thing works. We, on the other side, we're more the bad guys. So what we do, we don't have the volatility risk for the merchants. They can get the settlements in whatever they want. But we believe it's a necessary step towards this point if we want to do it in Germany, if we want to do it in Spain, London, UK, whatever you want to do it. That's a normal evolution that we need to go through. We all have the same vision. All right, so there are a few benefits. So instant crypto payments, zero volatility, merchants can get settled in multiple different fiat currencies or cryptocurrencies. Our solutions, you can see only the POS. The POS is just the tip of the iceberg. The main products are in the back. The merchant dashboards, the accounting systems, the e-com things, the APIs, then you have the exchange on the POS. Then you have the integrations in the cashier systems. That's very sexy. And all these things needed to be developed. We needed years actually to be on this level. Today we have integrations in 100,000 plus locations and probably a few million more if I would count the global payments into this number as well. We got the regulation approvals from more than 70 countries. We operate in approximately 30 of them. We have 300 million users that we put onto the system that can actually pay, and we accept 50 plus currencies. Over here, you can see a bit in numbers. So 33 countries where we are present. We have 2,800 plus locations active, working. The good thing, this is probably for me, the main number is 95% retention rate. So now that we give the POSs out, now that we work in a bit different way, the retention rate is pretty high. We don't lose merchants. Because before, we had a huge loss in merchants if there was no transactions. Now they have a POS that is hooked to the existing payments, and they don't care. The flow is the same as the card processing. I'll show you later how it looks like. So today, over here, you have a POS. You see it over there? You have a card payment that merchants want to have. You can have Alipay and WeChat Pay, and you have GoCrypto card. If they press crypto, it's the same way as you would pay with a card. You just scan the QR code, but it's on the POS. It's one device for all the things. If we do it any way differently, to put it separated on the phone or separated on the web or the computer, for a lady that is 60 years old or for somebody who just started to work in a store, it's too complicated. And we needed to make it simple. Okay. This is pretty interesting number. I never showed it actually public. We processed in the last year 59 million euros in the crypto payments. And there were in total 1,900,000 transactions, and that was only on 1,500 post terminals. Look, it's no doubt the BCH works. It's instant. It's sexy. I love it. There are other communities and currencies in the world that I'm trying to bring on board. I'm a different guy. I'm trying to connect people in a way. Look, let me show you how this works. Show me what you have. And in this kind of a sense, like Lugano, we're covering the Lugano payments infrastructure on the Lightning Network because Lugano City said we would like to have Lightning. We said, why not? Sure, you can have it. Eventually, they will start to understand what we have over here. But that's the way, that's the evolution that needs to be done. And the great thing in Lugano was the numbers. This is in 1 week. This 1 week, And keep one thing in mind that we could do the integrations in millions of locations instantly. But what would happen that out of these 1 million or millions of locations that would happen, there wouldn't be the usability in a real case. I will explain that later on. So another case over here that you don't know, GLS Pay. Does anyone know who GLS is? GLS is one of the biggest logistic companies in Europe, owned by Royal Mail. Royal Mail is one of the oldest companies in the UK. They are huge. And they came to us and they said, we want to have a holistic POS where we deliver the package, the user wants to pay for the package in card, and we want to have crypto as well. Today, when you get the delivered package from Amazon or whatever, when they brought it to you, you can pay with Bitcoin Cash. You can pay with Bitcoin.com wallet. Now, the next level of this partnership, because this worked in Slovenia, they took it in Slovakia, in Romania, in Hungary. They said, well, you know to build things. So we said, yeah. Can we build a holistic e-com system in which we as a logistic partner deliver, storage the package from the e-com stores, and process the payments? Because in this kind of way, you can have an e-com store, we keep the storage, and we deliver the packages so the merchants don't have any work with that, and we process the payments. And this kind of a model, this is something we launched in September in Slovenia. It's going to probably attract a huge amount of e-com merchants onto our platform. And you can, again, don't forget, pay through BCH network. Another great success. I have a phone in my, this is an Android phone, really simple, $60. This phone, without any extra hardware, can process card payments, crypto payments, or cash. No extra hardware. You can take a card, just put it in the back, and your payment with the card will be done on the phone. It's a software POS solution. We built it with the second largest payment processor in the world. It's called Global Payments. We integrated GoCrypto into their system. And inside of that system, you have Bitcoin.com wallet that it's being actually shown on the Global Payments, like beginning page for the payments. You can do it, but you probably didn't know that. We're really bad in marketing. We try to stay we try to stay under the radar in Meta to achieve our goal. Because if we're too high, they're gonna smash my ass as soon as I'm on the next meeting. Already this live stream could be a problematic. This is the manager in the back. The manager is pretty simple tool, you would say. You can see all the transactions, where the money is coming from, whatever. But this manager is actually becoming a bank, a different kind of bank, not a bank that you know. In a way, you could actually hook this to decentralized loans or to other addresses, or I'm going to talk about this maybe later. And all the analytica in the back and all the accounting in the back is hooked to these products. Now to the sexy part. This is where we are on the same page. One thing you should know, and I'm 100% in it, you won't be able to cover, or we won't be able to cover all the merchants and countries by ourselves with a community we have. The community, it's too small. If we combine all the communities from all the networks, all the currencies, we're too small to move this onto the mainstream in the upcoming 10 years. We won't be able to do it, period. But what we found out that we could do, there are processors, acquirers who are giving out these POS devices, and they give it everywhere, or they create the QR codes on Alipay or WeChat Pay. And these guys are pretty much independent. They are certified to cover Visa and MasterCard, Union Pay, American Express, whatever, that when you come with that card, that they read the card, and they have their own processor and certification. It's a pretty complex thing. What we try to do, and this is our vision and our final goal, as soon as we finish that, we're going to release it as an open source, and we will move away from the ownership of this product. We want to build a decentralized payment, our own scheme, like scheme of MasterCard and Visa, where this scheme would actually be integrated in all the acquirers who own the POS and the whole merchant network. What does that actually mean? It means if we change the protocols, how payments are being done, and we move it from traditional payments where you have acquirer, issuer, processor, everybody in between, and just put it on-chain and do it peer-to-peer instant, and this card or whatever we're going to have, a gadget, a phone, or whatever, is readable on the POS device that we integrate ourselves into this POS device, then this becomes a reality. Because all the payments can become decentralized, the POS could read this payment, the existing merchant network could read this system. And that's the way to go. It will cost us $3 per merchant per integration. That's a few billions. Let's say I'm going to collect the money. What I need from you is I want that you build this community even stronger. You know, we need more developers. We need more creative people who want to involve. Like, we started with the Ethereum. We see how they build these networks. We should maybe sit down more often, have more of these conferences, hang out a bit more. Last 2 days, we were so busy that I was coming back into my room at 10 p.m. I didn't even have time to, you know, sit down with you and hang out with you. So I'm gonna do that today and tomorrow. But I think we can do more things. And you know, you're gonna see later on how this will work. And together with Mike, we're trying to cover, let's say, and showcase this scheme that it can be done over here at St. Kitts and other islands around the Caribbean. It's a small playground where we can showcase that this is possible. Because in total, there are like, I don't know, 30,000 POS devices. And we're gonna launch in the mid of next year, the decentralized payment network, the GoCrypto 2.0, where the issuers can be anyone who wants to be an issuer of that system, and it's hooked to the decentralized payments. So this is the way to go that we believe. We could be wrong. Maybe just the last thing, you know, my wife, she created a really interesting project. It's a charity project, and she's in charity for 12 years. She did it on SOP, and because we really believe that it could actually work. So it didn't work, so we built the indexer for the SOP. Thank you, Roger, for financing that as well. And then it still didn't work, but eventually we get it to work. Now it's actually operating. And the Truhoma platform, you should actually check it out, allows you to track your money from the moment you donate something till the end when the family confirms that they received the funds. 100% donation, no middlemen, no cutting edges. It's amazing. And another great thing is, that's why I'm saying our project sucks in comparison to that. But a great thing is, you know, Ukrainians received the packages of food that we were tracking to who it actually goes. You could actually transparently see, and the trucks were coming to Kiev in the middle of the biggest war. You can see the whole video and the tracking numbers. It was so crazy. Check truhoma.com, and it says True and Honest Mankind, actually. So she should hang more with you, Roger. Yeah, this is who we are. This is what we're doing. And I really hope so that next year when we have a conference somewhere over here, you'll be able to spend your money also on the other islands and over here on even more locations. And one more time, Sunny did a great job. Till now, our goal is to keep it here. So we don't want that merchants go away, but we need to make it stable. And yeah, I'm really thankful for all of you who are building and trying to improve this network, because I think it's great. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I have a long presentation. Good morning. As the introduction said, my name is Michael Martin. I don't have a presentation because the business that I'm in, I don't think many people in here are actually interested in. I've worked in, and our business are based in e-commerce and card payments for over 20 years, conventional banking solutions. And unfortunately, I think, for now, that's where the bulk of payments, will continue. I say unfortunately, I'm not sure why I say that, because that's the business I'm in. But, having personally, I have, and by the way, you can see who the crypto person is and who the banking person is based on the outfit. Although I do think Roger he's skirting both lines there, I'm not sure. So, but again, we've been providing card payment services throughout St. Kitts and the Caribbean for many years. We work with approximately 400 merchants today. We have very large international-based e-commerce merchants as well. And we're looking forward to working with GoCrypto in introducing a solution that is ubiquitous from a payment perspective. What we know our merchants want, and merchants generally, is they want to be paid, and they want to be paid with any option. If somebody says I have cash, they want to take cash. If they have card, they want to take card. And obviously now with crypto, they want to take crypto. We've been in discussions with Dejan and his team since the beginning of this year. As individuals, I think generally we're very interested in crypto. We've been looking at it for some time, but we think the GoCrypto solution is the best one, and is the reason that we've decided to partner with them. So what will be happening is GoCrypto is bringing the main technology, the POS devices, and they'll be using our payment application on the card side to allow people to make card payments if that's what they want to do. The other solution that, or the other part of the solution that we'll be providing is the fiat. I know we don't like that word here, but the fiat part of the solution for those merchants who, again, see crypto really as, they don't mind accepting it, but they don't necessarily want to have the issues or things surrounding, the volatility, of that. I mean, we've seen that lately, and we've seen that, frankly, even in St. Kitts with some of the merchants who are already accepting BCH payments, which again, I also congratulate Sonny and Roger for what they've done there. Some of them, have said to us, hey, I don't know what to do with a BCH. And now, by the way, we had dinner Thursday night, and the restaurant owner actually said, well, I have this BCH, which was worth, a few $100s a few weeks ago, and now it's worth X. So we'll also be providing with our partners, our network of banking partners, we'll be providing the fiat solutions for those who do want to get paid with fiat. And I think from a realistic standpoint, that's the best way to an uneducated, I mean, everybody here are, keen advocates of crypto. But that's not, if you go outside, that's not, frankly, the real world today. So in our view, the best way and how we're happy to be involved is to introduce a solution that, yes, card payments we know are going to be the majority of payments initially, but the crypto option is there. And then, over time, as crypto becomes more and more, used widely, they will see more of that, because obviously to the merchant, it's going to cost them less. And I think some of the other things we'll be talking about doing is providing them some services and some advice on, whether it be, staking and different things to encourage them, to keep the money in the crypto versus the fiat. So again, I am very happy, to be working with GoCrypto. We're in the process of applying for the actual virtual assets license. There we go with regulation again, but in the interim and in the meantime, we think that as being as mainstream as possible will actually ultimately lead to more crypto adoption in St. Kitts and in the region. So with that, I'll sit back down. Thank you.
Bitcoin Cash is easier than microphones.
Thank you.
All right. You could actually move onto crypto side, as I heard now.
Yeah, well, again, I personally, and some of the business partners we have are personally, keen crypto advocates. I even, I guess it was about 8 years ago, my partner was, getting complaints in the office about the computers running slow because I'd installed some mining software on all the computers in the office. I can't remember how much it got, and I don't think I threw it away, but I think I actually, unlike a lot of people, I actually spent it. So I certainly am a user of crypto. But Dejan, from your perspective, obviously we've seen BCH acceptance in Antigua, here in St. Kitts. Why do you think the merchants are interested in accepting crypto?
I really believe that crypto is solving a problem in high inflation markets and unbanked markets. High inflation markets, I would never believe to say that. It's becoming actually a Slovenia, London, England, France, Spain. We have 11% inflation rate, and the UK has 16, and Turkey has 50 plus. It's not a joke anymore. And if we go to Argentina, years of battling with high inflation. So these people, they live in an unsecure environment. So if they can move the currency that they have, the local currency, and whatever is giving them a higher stability, and liquidity, that's something that crypto is solving a problem. The second thing where I see the crypto in general is solving a problem is when you want to send money from, let's say, countries where in many cases men are working and supplying their families, or women are working and supplying their families. Let's say direction Germany, Turkey, or Mexico, USA, Mexico, whatever. So diaspora. So sending this money is extremely cheap if you do it through crypto. And so peer-to-peer transactions that work 24/7, it's something really, really sexy. The DeFi solutions, I don't know. I will not talk about that today. But over here, I believe people, the banking is very complicated. I think the transaction costs when I pay with a card at a merchant store is pretty high, probably. And I think we can really lower that number and the speed of transactions. And many times it happens, I come with a card from abroad, I put it on a terminal and it doesn't work. What can I do? I go to ATM, and the ATM doesn't give me money. So if we have alternative solutions, even if they're in beginnings like this, I believe it can help people, even in the mainstream. But in order to achieve that thing, the simplicity needs to be there, and trust needs to be there. So I think we're gaining trust, and simplicity is there on the Bitcoin.com wallet and transferring BCH. The volatility part and the settlement part is something we will solve, at least for this period of time. The trust becomes even higher. So yeah, I believe that's the way. What do you think?
I think that, first of all, I think Sonny and Roger and his team did a very good job of selling it. But we have seen, as I mentioned up there, we have seen some concerns with, okay, what do I do with it? What do I do with volatility? Because again, people say, oh, it goes up in value, but people have seen it go down. Which is why I think the solution that we're looking at regarding fiat settlement as an option is key. The other concerns we have had as well, though, is security. And people are concerned about security, and they hear about these hacking events and all of that. I'm not sure what you think. One could, how do we make the merchants feel more secure in that regard, from a security perspective?
But what do you think in general when you are, walking around, all the merchants, a lot of people over here, and when they accept cryptocurrencies or BCH or whatever, what do you hear from them in matter of problem side? We know what's the benefit, but let's talk about where do you think
again,
the opportunities are?
As I mentioned, the biggest problem is how do they then what do they do with that money? I know that they can say they can perhaps spend it at other BCH merchants, but it may not be that they want to spend the funds there. And again, secondly, is this issue of volatility. How do I, why is my money that again, in their minds, they accepted $100 worth of value, and now they have something that's worth $90 in value. So again, I do think that unfortunately, the solution, the joint or the GoCrypto solution that we'll be providing with the fiat payment option will lead to a greater level of crypto payment adoption. It may not initially lead to more crypto within the country, more crypto usage initially, but ultimately I think it will.
Okay, there are 4 ATMs on the island that are actually solving the pay number one. So merchants can go and exchange the BCH into cash, and it's actually right over there. It's one. It works perfectly. The second thing on the volatility risk, I don't know. I think everybody needs to answer this question by yourself. I don't think crypto will ever be stable. That's my opinion. But let's see what's going to happen.
What about you and I have discussed some other, I wouldn't say solutions, but things like different investment options for merchants to use. This is some of what we plan to be offering as well under the GoCrypto environment, correct? So
Yeah,
they could convert to stable coins, and then whether it be staking or whatever it is.
So the solution that we're gonna cover over here at the Caribbean, it's the holistic POS solution, so covering all the payments. But inside of the merchant dashboard, we're gonna give to merchants benefits if they keep crypto. So if they keep it, we give them interest rates. If they stake it, we give them something. They can get loans eventually after 6 to 12 months, where we see how much revenue they generate. If they have a stable business, we're gonna give them loans. Like, for example, did you know that merchants for December have a huge problem of collecting money to finance the December? So we give them loans in October or November so they can make money in December, and they give it to us back in January, February, and in this kind of way they save, their business is saved. Or for example, we are spending a lot of time in London. You would think that the merchant in London is making a lot of money. They live from day to day, even if they have a huge, amount of people coming and buying their things. But the things became so expensive to import. Working force, people who work over there, is very expensive. Taxes are high. So even sometimes in the past, profitable businesses are now facing with problem of staying above the water. So I think the momentum is right to integrate crypto, even in countries like ours. I think we should use it.
No, I agree. And the solution we'll be providing, the other reason we went with it is that it's not only just because of the GoCrypto solution. The POS devices can provide multiple other functions, and even the card payment process and the card side of it will be more advanced than what we're doing generally in SyncKits today. I mean, obviously it must be good. You had companies like McDonald's are using the platform. I mean, how did you convince them to come on board?
I think it was, let's be honest, in Switzerland it was pretty easy because they saw the movement is going to happen, and Switzerland is pretty open to all these kind of things. We needed, by the way, a year and a half to actually make it happen. But let me give a ball back to you.
I think I'm a bit worried. I think Sonny has a question.
Yeah, please, Sonny's desperate. He's jumping in a bit.
Sonny is eager.
Eager. Yeah, Mike, where you say that the merchants have the option to put the money and then we have solutions for them. Remember, these are just simple merchants where they could have accepted cash and credit card, and we are offering them to accept BCH. And what they just do is they cycle it. So when we onboard a bar or a restaurant, what do? They actually buy more liquor or food and all that. So there is ODB, for example, on most of the Chinese supermarkets that accept BCH. Then the BCH cycles to them. There are ATMs now that will cash it for you if you're worried about the volatile part. But the cycle is good. And what ODB does with it, I do with it. I have liquor companies in Holland that accept crypto now. I pay them with BCH. They send me, and the whole cycle starts back. Also, when it comes to linking it to the bank accounts and all that, you can actually send money like BCH to any part of the world now. We have been more demand here lately because all the employees now, we do payroll in BCH, and now nobody wants cash anymore. We have a problem. How do we get so much BCH to get to them? Because they want to send it. They wake up in the middle of the night and they just send it to India, to their family. $100, $200. They don't even have to send $1,000 at no cost at all. So that volatile part actually we left behind a little bit. We passed that stage. And if you really want $100, 4 ATMs, just go scan the code and it's instant. And there's an ATM there for everybody to try during the lunchtime.
Yeah, agreed. Sonny, I agree with you. But when you look at businesses, even from a simplistic standpoint, most businesses don't even have a way to account for their BCH holdings. Because you have, whether it be you use QuickBooks, for example. QuickBooks, when they have receipts on a day, they put their receipts in QuickBooks, and the US or the EC is worth X. The next day, those receipts, they might be lucky, it might be worth X plus 5% or X plus 10%, but it also could be X minus 5%, and they literally have no way except writing things off or writing.
No. We solved it. We already have Android update coming tonight. It'll give you end of the day reports. Any hedge is working on equal cost or whatever language he just explained. So if we all are going to do that, so there is no more, if the merchant accepts $100,
I told you I was worried that Sonny was going to say something.
No, it's going to be remaining in smart contract. I mean, $100 is $100. The volatile part doesn't belong to you anymore. So we have receipts, we have end of the day sales, everything is accounted for. MP also wants to ask a question. And any hedge solves the problem where all the wallets are going to be integrated. I think PayTag already did it, Bitcoin.com will do it soon, and 100 remains 100. It's your choice if you want to keep it in crypto.
Agreed.
Oh man, I'm here to break up the fight. No, just kidding. Great presentation, and I was like talking to my colleagues and saying, you know, I think what we have is solution, and you have another person that we have to be honest that is telling us, guys, this is the potential message or the problem. It's a messenger from the merchants, and I think we do have to keep that in mind, that there are people that want to get in and have concerns. And what I think our role in this conference is going to be to kind of translate the solutions that have been presented earlier. Just like Sunny, I don't understand the language, but it sounds pretty good what I saw about any hedge and all of this. If this can be broken down to merchants, to politicians, to others, in a way that, wait a minute, guys, we understand the problem. We'll recognize the problem that's being stated here, but we're going to present to you step by step the solutions. And I think that's a transition that we're in right now, which is beautiful, because the transition means that we are changing, we're getting there. So I just wanted to comment on that.
Thanks for your help.
Thank you.
And we love you, Sunny, by the way.
Yeah. But I did have a question for both of you, because especially in the Caribbean, another opportunity that we have to keep in mind is that we are looking a lot at the local population, but the Caribbean brings in an immense number of people coming in all the time. It's estimated that we have over 60 million people coming in and out of the Caribbean throughout this year. Now imagine some of those people, even if it's 1% of them, they probably hold crypto. And that's what we see, especially in Front Street in St. Martin, where someone comes off a cruise and they don't have maybe a $20,000 limit on their card, but they might have a certain amount in crypto. And all of a sudden, that Rolex that they thought they're interested in, that, wait, you accept Bitcoin Cash? Well, now I can pay for it. So how much of the focus is on that aspect, that you can capture tourists? Someone has a great day at the casino, and all of a sudden they win $50,000 at the casino. There's a situation where, okay, they have to fill in this form and so on and put it and transfer it to the account and tax it and all these complicated situations, or they can simply get it on their wallet, Bitcoin Cash. So I'm wondering how much of those solutions are also being thought about as well in terms of tourists being able to transact using cryptocurrency.
The question I asked Dejan earlier, when we spoke briefly, obviously we had too many drinks, he was supposed to talk about tourists and everything, but he forgot. But for sure, all of the merchants that, that we'll be targeting, most of them are, for example, here you mentioned, Front Street in St. Martin. Here we have Port Zante. We will be obviously offering this service to all of them. Most of them are merchants of ours already in the card payment business. And they will be, from a branding perspective, we will be branding the fact that crypto acceptance is there. And it's already a lot of branding going on because of the BCH activities, but we'll be further branding that, as people enter the stores, very much like, you've got Visa, MasterCard, and crypto. Actually, we'll put crypto at the top, crypto, Visa, MasterCard, etc. Yes, yeah. I know your stickers like that. The stickers at the top, yes. But as far as as far as trying to market that more globally before they come, I think what we'll need to do, and we have some people here from the government here is work with the government. Obviously, once the regulation and we've been approved, is work with the government on expanding that generally to say, hey, St. Kitts and Antigua and wherever else, we are crypto friendly. Come use your crypto, pay with crypto. The merchants will like it in any case because it's cheaper, obviously, than the card payments. So that part of it will be easy, will be an easy sell, I think.
Maybe one thing, I'm sorry, how we were thinking to encourage people on the ships to come over and try to transform at least a part of their money or buy crypto on the island was every purchase you make, you can collect collectibles. And these collectibles could be NFTs or whatsoever. And these NFTs or collectibles can then be used for something. Because one of the biggest problems we have is not the infrastructure, is not the acceptance, is not the volatility or whatever. It's why would they want to do it with crypto instead of card, because card is still simpler. So this intensive, this is a problem we should actually deal with, because the majority of the people don't care. It's my money's on the bank. This is the honest, thing that. So Sunny, you start thinking on what could we give to the tourists coming over here, and we're gonna just build it. And we need to encourage people to start spending, because look, another example in Slovenia, really you can buy whatever you want with crypto, whatever you want, apartments, cars, food, drinks, whatever, public transportation, everything. But the problem is the number of transactions, it's the same to 0.1% of all the transactions happening. So the biggest problem is, one more time, not in the acceptance, but why would people want to use it? If anyone has an answer to this question without, holding your money, you control the money, governmental things, whatever, speed, okay. If anyone has any other suggestions to that, I'm willing to pay for that. You have. Sorry.
Hello. So when you're a kid today and you're not an adult, getting a bank account is something that your parents have to do, and you can't do it yourself, but you can download an app yourself. You know how your phone works. When you join somewhere and they put a big terms of service or give you a bunch of things to fill in, that's friction. How many kids do you know that growing up today like friction or want to go through all these processes? I don't. I don't know any kid is actually think it's a good thing to have to accept. All the kids is scroll down, press button, go forward, just to move on. So it's cheaper for people to go into crypto than go into banking. The only reason they go into banking is because that's what's actually accepted everywhere. So that's my answer. It's cheaper, it's easier, it's less friction.
But there is a catch. But there is a catch. If you want to get your salary, you need to have a bank account. In majority, wait 1 second.
Incorrect.
No. Listen. Let's be honest. In majority of developed countries, they say you need to have a bank account if you want to get your salary. That's the way. That's the truth. All right. Let's not, because I know how to do that as well. But I know a lot of youngsters. They have crypto, but they have 6 cards: Revolut, N26, 2 bank cards, 2 credit cards. Explain me that.
So I don't have a bank account. I get my payment in crypto. I know people online who have talent and is willing to work that can't even get a bank account. They are going to go into crypto because it works.
Perfect, 0.1%. We need to increase this number. So the goal is to bring the technology closer to them, the simplicity close to them. All right, I am we are in the same mindset. It's just I'm trying to give you the honest feedback from the market. And trust me, if I'm gonna be the person you're gonna hate the most after this conference, I'm totally fine with that. But
that's me.
We can drink coffee together. No, just kidding. I'm just kidding. Please, Roger.
I think I want to simplify Jonathan Silverblood's point there. If you don't have a bank account and you don't have cryptocurrency, it's far easier to enter the cryptocurrency world than to enter the banking world.
Yes.
And so I think all these young people, as they're growing up, as he mentioned, they're going to enter cryptocurrency. And as each year goes by, there's going to be more people that they're crypto first users. And when they try and use a bank account, that's the hard, confusing thing for them because they grew up using crypto. And I think that's the future.
That's true. Unbanked.
Yeah, and we agree with that. We both agree with that. What we're talking about is where we are today and giving and making a solution that both options are there, and crypto, hopefully, and we're very sure it will grow and grow and grow and become the greater percentage of those payments at some point.
Hi, I have a quick question. I think to answer, I mean, I don't know if I could answer your question of how to get the people that come off to cruises to use Bitcoin Cash, but I am from the United States. And so I would bet, and this is not a fact, but I would bet that a lot of those people getting off the cruise lines are from the United States. And I think what this gentleman was saying, I think the biggest challenge is going to be the United States. Like, how do we educate? When Ryan and I were trying to onboard merchants in South Florida market, our clients are restaurants. We're in the hospitality business. So the biggest question was, you know, what the first gentleman were saying about the volatility of it. And, you know, we didn't know the answer at the time, but now we have some resources to take back. But I think we do not have the tools. We do not have the POS systems. We do not have those things in the United States. And so until America gets on board and we start educating people more to be able to ask our politicians or whoever it is that creates the laws, this is going to be a big problem. So how do we get around that? Or how do we create more education?
I think that's actually a great question. You know what's the best thing you can do? Copy Roger Ver 8 years ago. Walking around with the wallet, giving everybody $5, download the wallet, But we did that as well. We all did. Of course.
At the time, we didn't know the answer to the volatility question. We didn't know that there was something out there, you know, to stop that pizza shop owner who gets paid $20 for, you know, a pie. At the end of the month, it's not worth $15. And we're like, I don't know, but we should still take it. It's really great, you know?
I'm going to give you a really interesting example. Inside of the Bitcoin city, the BTC city in Ljubljana, we're setting up a store that the prices will be digital in BTC and BCH. So it's going to change the price. Because if we change the mindset of the people, we can change it only the way where they pay also with the currency that is, you know, over there. It would be easier if it would be a stable coin, right? But this is the evolution of whatever. And what you're saying, I don't have an answer to that. I don't think we should work with governments to educate people. I think we should just showcase the usability of the technology in the environments that need this technology. The high inflation markets, the unbanked markets, you know. But let me give you another question. Are you willing to go to Nigeria that has like 60% of unbanked people and, you know, over there, and spend 3 years of your time to really nail it? That's one of the questions, because these unbanked countries, in many cases, are also dangerous countries. You know, or we need to increase this community, build on the countries that have 5 guys from Nigeria, throw the money into them, I'm not kidding, and build a stand, build a room, rent a place, showcase the things, connect. Like, I know it sounds crazy, but I don't know any other way. I'm really bad at marketing. I'm really good at execution. But I don't know. Roger, what do you think? What is the way? How should we do it? How should we educate more people to you know, faster to come over?
So just like 8 years ago when we first met, for those of you that have Telegram in this room for the next hour, so that this offer is only valid for the next hour, email or send me a message on Telegram at Roger Ver, ROGERVER, and I'll bounce you back $10 of Bitcoin Cash. But 5 of those dollars are for you. The other 5, I want you to send $1 to 5 different people using the shareable link feature in the app. If you haven't seen that, you just hit the send button, Bitcoin Cash, and the third option is this shareable link. It's amazing that people don't already have to have the app. So if we do that, there's, I don't know, maybe 100 people in the room. We'll onboard at least 500 additional people just like that. And if you like how this works, do it with your friends as well. So message me on Telegram right now in the next hour at Roger Veer, and I'll message you back $10 in Bitcoin Cash, just like that.
Perfect.
So
One of the ways.
we have been working on a similar solution where essentially the idea is, it's called memento.cash. And what we're trying to do is whenever someone makes a payment to, like you tip your barber in Bitcoin Cash, I was tipping at the Flow bar here and whatever, we watch the address and we automatically send like a memento NFT. It's not an art NFT, but it's like a token NFT. There is nothing special about it other than it kind of tells you that, okay, thanks for your tip in November Bitcoin Cash conference, or, you know, on March of 2020, you got a haircut from me and whatever. So what these things do is, one thing we saw is, we're still developing and building, but what we realize is that you fight the detransition problem where nobody can walk into the store which is accepting Bitcoin Cash and say, hey, Bitcoin Cash is trash. You know, why should you take a Lightning Network? Well, the thing is, I can send NFTs on Bitcoin Cash and I cannot do it in Lightning Network. And I can send NFTs in Ethereum, but nobody's accepting it or using it for payments. So these NFTs also become a very good, like once you start getting them, then it becomes a loyalty program kind of thing also. And I really think we're kind of dropping the ball on the NFT. I know we're getting cash tokens next year, but we should not have dropped the ball on the SLP. And with more of this payments with NFT, if MP Brison gets donations for his campaign, he should be issuing NFTs. They're completely token. They don't have any monetary value, but every single donor will feel that they got like a part of, they get to be part of something. And the same thing, Roger Ver is right now send people money and whatever, but he could probably get it done for much cheaper by just sending NFTs. There's a special Roger Ver NFTs, and people are excited about it far more because they feel ownership. Of course, when you get the tip, they also feel ownership.
So just a question. A question is, how many of you play games? Games on the phone, whatever. All right, how many of you played Pokemon Go, collecting the Pokemons? Well, all right, you see this is the problem. Because if you would all live the hand, the NFTs would be a 100% option. I was also thinking about this model. So the second option is collectibles, loyalty programs. All right, cashback programs. Does anyone have any other crazy ideas? I'm willing to pay a BCH, 1 BCH, 5 BCHs, 10 BCHs for a great idea, 100. Because I don't know how to solve that problem. All right, sorry. Hey, Michael, I totally kidnapped it.
Yeah.
No, you're the crypto man.
But I'm just wary of the time. We've only got another couple of minutes, and I know that John Nieri, he's been holding onto the mic now for a little while. John, if you'd love to go in there with your question or point.
Yeah, so just as somewhat of a person on the rebel side that you were talking about before, I actually don't see any kind of conflict with what everybody's doing here, right? And I think part of the answer, right, because if we can move away from some kind of horrible future with like the worst case of CBDCs, right? If we can move away from that, wonderful. And what you guys are doing is obviously moving away from that, moving towards giving people more control over their money and having more options. That's just a good thing for people. And there's other people who are just further down the spectrum. It's all good. And I think part of the answer to your question is that you may not have to answer the question because there's going to be more and more people thinking about that problem. And that's the whole point of entrepreneurs. You attract entrepreneurs. You show that there's money to be made if people can make use of the efficiency, make use of the values and the properties of Bitcoin Cash. Once you show people that that's possible, they're going to solve the problems for us. Maybe you will think of the idea. Maybe some other genius is going to come up with the idea. But I think you're going to find that there's a wave coming behind you and pushing you along, pushing all of us along, that it's just incentives, right? People are going to find a way to make money by using it. and they're going to solve the problems. So attracting entrepreneurs and more people is part of the answer to your question.
Yes, thank you.
Dejan, would you like to quickly respond to that?
I mean, he's right. It's just not that easy. So he knows that. I believe that creating the scheme will change the game. Let me explain you why. When merchant pays 3% for the transaction cost, it's a huge pain in the ass. When we encourage them to take our solution, they're willing to negotiate for 0.5% for 3 weeks. If we create a scheme where a transaction cost will be 0.1% anywhere you go in any country, doesn't even matter. I think the merchant will actually start the adoption saying, we accept that card, give me that card. That's the card I want. Because in the end, it doesn't have to be phone, it will be card, you will see. It won't be phone. I don't know why, it's gonna be the card. And they will say to you, could you please play with that card over there? And they will have a sign, pay with this because you're saving me money. Pay me with this because I'm getting the money instantly on my bank account. I don't wait 5 days to that, you know? But building these kind of technologies with limited resources, with sticking a finger in the people's eye, competitor eye, and that is not a finger and it's not an eye, could be a problem, you know, could be, I really want to live. I don't want to be shot on the street. I'm not kidding. I'm going to do this. I'm going to open it and I'm going to leave. Mike, you know, I'm so grateful. I'm really grateful that you're helping me over here with this. We are on the same page. We both agree that there is a majority of demand coming from card payments and cash payments. And thank you for supporting us, giving us the opportunity to involve crypto into the payments. And that I always wanted to be on the regulatory side because I know that the only way how we can change things is step by step with the evolution that will come. So yeah, I think this is my final thought. Do you have anything?
No, the only thing I would say is I agree with you, and I would say that you know, obviously in the current, things seem to move very quickly in this day and age. But you know, fiat payments have been around for thousands of years. Crypto, I know to some of us it feels like a long time, but it's actually not a long time at all. So I agree with you that just through natural evolution and continuing to work on this, it will continue to accelerate, and we will see more crypto payments, and we will see more people managing their own finances, which is, I think, where this all comes from in the beginning. So I agree, and I think you said it best, actually, so thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Dejan. Thank you, Mike. And I think an important part here, what I heard, was that we're all working towards the same goal. I mean, all of us are on this spectrum. And what is important is we may not agree with everything on all the finer details, but the goal we're all aligned on. And it's fantastic that we're all working on that. If we were all thinking the same, we're going to be all walking off the same cliff. So that's really great. And thank you for your opinions, and it's really great. So thank you. Thank you, man. That's great. So we have the presence of the Minister of Agriculture, Small Business, Ital, Honorary Samuel Diggins, and his wife, Emmeline Sebastian. I'd just like to welcome you both. Great. So we're keeping on time. We're doing pretty good. Our next speaker is not listed on the official conference website, but when we heard the exclusive announcement they wanted to make, we just couldn't resist letting them on at the last minute. I hope you're as excited about the potential as I am when you hear about what's coming up. So please make a warm welcome for Romit Goswami, founder and CEO of Zapit, a Bitcoin Cash payment app focusing on crypto adoption in India. Come on, man. Sorry, very important. Before I start, guys, we just had an offer, right? $10 worth of Bitcoin Cash. Message Roger Ver and go. All you got to do is give out $5 of it to someone someone new, get them involved in BCH.
All right, can you guys hear me? All right, great. So yeah, probably most of you don't know me because we are a really new project. I've been in the space for about 1.5 to 2 years, maybe not too new as well. But Zapit is basically a non-custodial Bitcoin Cash payment app. It's like a wallet, but a lot of features built into it. Our main focus has always been to get payments rolling in the Indian context, right? Like in India, we've had a problem, like not many people actually look into the payments. Most of them just look into exchanges. There hasn't been any effort from most of the platforms to push anything with respect to cryptocurrency payments, especially with Bitcoin Cash. So that's what we started. And when we started our merchant onboarding process, we went through certain issues. Well, some of them were, it's actually a huge country. You know, we have more than 1 billion people in the country and few million merchants. It's really hard to onboard every single merchant. I know GoCrypto has probably done a great job at in the Europe and many other places. Maybe there are lesser merchants there, but in India, it's extremely hard to onboard every single merchant. And even if you do end up like onboarding them, one of the major issues is that nobody really uses Bitcoin Cash to pay or any crypto to make payments at the merchant store. Well, another issue that we did see from the merchant's point of view is that merchants are not really sure of how the regulations work. The Indian government has been quite unsure about how to handle it. The merchants don't really get a clear understanding of whether they can actually accept crypto or not. Actually, that's not even the biggest issue with respect to the merchant onboarding. I would like to talk about something called UPI, is the Unified Payments Interface that's launched in India about 6 years back. It's actually a payment interface that's used everywhere in India right now. It comes with real-time settlements, which means any payment made in UPI, it's settled instantly. Like you don't have to wait for 1 hour, 1 day, 2 day, whether it's in the weekend, whether it's 12 o'clock at midnight, it doesn't matter. It's instantly settled, and there's actually no fees. Maybe this is not so common across the world. This is a very advanced system, I would say, that's being deployed within India, which is great because it's really hard to convince people to accept crypto because most of the arguments with crypto is that, hey, it's fast and it's instant. Well, UPI also does that kind of, and they don't even charge fees. Also, they're kind of interoperable. Like in China, we all know that digital payments is quite huge there. But if you use WeChat Pay, I don't think you can pay to Alipay. Like it has to be WeChat to WeChat, Alipay to Alipay. But unlike that, UPI actually is cross-compatible. Like if you have Google Pay and another person has Amazon Pay, you can still make a payment. It's all unified under this umbrella, basically. And yeah, you do see a huge adoption of this. Like you can go to the larger stores like Zara or Starbucks or whatever it is, they accept UPI. You could also go to a street vendor who's selling fruits or vegetables. Even he accepts UPI. Just to give a context of the transaction volume that's being processed, it's in the last month they have done more than 3.5 billion transactions in the entire month. And to put things into perspective, Visa does around 600 million transactions per day. UPI in the last 6 years, they're close to 1/3 of that. Like they're doing almost 200 million transactions. So this is the target that we wanted to focus on. From Zapit's point of view, this is huge. We wanted to actually get UPI like in line with crypto in a way. So I guess this announcement is all about Zapit integrating UPI in a way. So I'd like to announce that from today onwards, anywhere in India, with Zapit, anyone can make UPI payments with BCH to over 60 million merchants. Yeah. Thank you. But the 60 million is just offline merchants, right? Like stores. But there's about 40 million merchants online, like e-commerce stores and things like that. But unlike most of the other payment processors, it's actually not limited to just merchants. With Zapit, you'll actually be able to pay to any of your friend, a family member with BCH, and they will instantly receive in INR. And there's about 200 million individuals that use UPI payments. It's actually pretty huge if you go to see it. So I think a lot of them asked here that what can you do with BCH? Where can you spend it? Well, how about everywhere? Like in India, everywhere. Yeah. So just, well, another question that we asked is, why would somebody use Zapit compared to Google Pay or Paytm? Yeah, this is where I guess DeFi would matter, because we do have our own token, Zapt, and we give discounts in the app, close to 25% discounts for any kind of payment. But that discount does not come from the merchant. Like, the merchant does not have to give the discount. Neither do we have to take a hit by giving discount. The discount actually comes from the decentralized exchanges, like, because it's kind of linked. The Zap token is linked, and there's an instant swap between BCH and Zap that happens between decentralized exchanges. So the market is giving the discount in our case. So this is incredible. We're actually seeing how decentralized exchanges can be used outside of just trading or speculation. Well, here you go. Like, we are using a decentralized exchange for a real utility here, providing discounts, like onboard more users. And yeah, it's actually not. But the beauty of this is, well, why do we need non-custodialness? It doesn't have to be just Zapit wallet. I mean, we don't really care where the money comes from, right? It could come from any wallet. We would love for Bitcoin.com to also integrate the UPI feature. Yeah. Well, Bitcoin.com has a few million users. Zapit now can give you access to a few million merchants. Well, I guess let's put those two together. Yeah, well, that's all about the announcement. So. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We do have a demo. We do have a demo, actually, of me trying to make a payment. So. What did you say? So yeah, here's my Zapit wallet with my BCH balance. So yeah. So that's the UPI QR code. You can see that that's not a Bitcoin Cash QR code. That says Paytm, which is a completely different payment process. And this is a Zapit wallet. We scan the QR code, make the payment. It's done. Yeah, it's a Shell gas station, so everyone knows Shell. Yeah, so. Okay. And by the way, she doesn't know that I paid with BCH, so yeah. Yeah. So I guess if anyone has any questions, I would like to take it. But
I don't know if this works. Right.
Yes.
So I am technically bankless in India, and I don't have an Indian bank account, so I cannot use UPI payments. When I try to use my credit card and debit card in Amazon and a bunch of other places, it doesn't work. But I have BCH. Can I, without having access to Indian banking system, make these UPI payments in India using
yes,
Zapit?
yes, you can. So I think another point that I might have missed is there's about 200 million people in India that still don't have a bank account. We can give them access to the financial system because Zapit is a non-custodial wallet. We don't need the same kind of details that most of the banks require. So, but they can get, like, it's, there's a farmer, they are producing something, they can actually get paid by somebody else. They pay in whatever currency they want, they get the money in the account, and it works the same way for you as well. You have a Zapit wallet, BCH wallet. You can go anywhere in India and make payments. You don't have to worry about anything else.
That's amazing. I'm going to try it with Amazon India today,
Sure.
and I'm going to let you guys know how it is.
Sure. You can do that. Yeah, you can do that. All right.
Hi. Yeah, a simple question. I'm a Bitcoin Cash supporter for 5 years. I use Bitcoin Cash a lot. And what I love most about the Bitcoin.com wallet is it's really fast. Right, within 1 second it's out. I saw it took 5 seconds there.
Yes, because that's yeah. So if
user experience is very important, I think, for speed.
Sure,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
agree. If you did make a BCH to BCH payment, it would be as fast as a Bitcoin.com wallet. But this involves BCH to INR. The merchant got paid in INR, so the INR is the slow part. The BCH is gone already. The INR is what's taking time. So
How can they speed up? It's ruining the user experience.
well, if you if you use any other app that uses INR, it's about the same time. So
All right, thank you.
yeah. All right, so I guess no more questions.
This is a great example of what I was talking about before, where permissionless and trustless allows you to do something that you couldn't do before. This is where the 10x and the 100x comes from. We can now build things together, build things on top of each other that don't depend on somebody else telling you that you can do it.
Yep. All right.
Wow, that's some news. India has 1.4 billion people in it. 60 million merchants in India can now accept Bitcoin Cash payments. This is massive news. So once again, guys, a massive round of applause to Romit. You can see why we let him squeeze in, right? It was worth it. So thank you so much for everything this morning, for all the speakers. It's been a really, really great start to the day. I hope you found it as enjoyable as I have. We don't want any of you to be going hungry, so we think it'd be a great time to make a little pause, get a bite to eat. And we would like to adjourn again. We'd like to be, if everyone could be really punctual, if you could come back at 12:55 so we can be really on the dot at 1 o'clock, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Bitcoin Cash 2022 conference. And kids, if you guys could stop gambling over there and taking Sonny's hard-earned Bitcoin Cash, it'd be fantastic. He's giving out now 1 BCH to one person. He can't afford that. That's crazy. He wasn't expecting ever to land on one. Hey, that's a good point. You owe me 0.1 BCH, Sonny. Yeah. Hopefully everyone's feeling well refreshed, had something to eat. Hello. I'd love you to join the conference. Guys. you need to see something, huh? Yeah, that's good. Marcelo is there. Our next panel is to discuss why many of us are here, to see the real world adoption and usage of Bitcoin Cash, which required merchants to start accepting BCH in one form or another on merchant onboarding. To discuss the panel, without any further ado, I would love to welcome onto the stage 3 assets of the community to open the global merchant adoption panel. Bitcoin Jason, BCH merchant onboarder from Townsville and surrounding area in Australian. Woo! Ryan Giffin, business owner, YouTuber, and who is well on his way, as far as I understand, of adopting 100 businesses in the West Palm Beach area, Florida. And Marcelo Fleischer, founder of elbitcoin.org and Bitcoin Cash Argentina, host of the podcast No Hey, Almuerzo Gratis, and there's no free lunch. Let's give a warm welcome to all 3. Please come onto the stage and come and join us.
Welcome to St. Kitts. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me all right? No. Let's try that. No? Yes. All right. We're in St. Kitts, the Bitcoin city of the world, eh? The Bitcoin island, eh? Bitcoin Cash Island. What an amazing experience it's been from an Australian, my first time overseas, not having to worry about exchanging my Australian dollar into US dollar, right? As a tourist, St. Kitts is doing a great job making it easier for guys like myself who travel overseas and just don't want to be worried about being ripped off by exchanges. I'm Bitcoin Jason and welcome to the Bitcoin Cash Conference here in St. Kitts. We all know why Bitcoin, this always happens. All right, I'm going to talk to you about the awakening that's happening right now. I'm going to talk to you why you are vital, what tools we got, but I'm going to briefly go over that, the economy and retention, why you need to do your part. So it doesn't matter if you're from the first world country, third world country, Bitcoin Cash is the ultimate noble currency for the world. We know it's limited supply, we know it's secure payments, and we know it's decentralized. This is what turned me to Bitcoin Cash. This right here. So I tell you my story. In about 2016, April, I first got my Bitcoin Cash Bitcoin for the very first time. And that was because sometime before I heard on a podcast about some economic news and then we were talking about Bitcoin. And so by the time it came around to me, Coinbase opened up a facility where I could buy my very first Bitcoin. The problem is when it got really, really popular, it became useless for me to buy my meat pie and a Coke. I cannot use it as currency anymore. I could not use it to buy things. So when the Bitcoin Cash City held their conference, sadly I missed it, but I got the after party type meetup, and there was this stand here for bit beans, and they were candy that was in a vending machine that you can pay with half a milli BCH. And I was like floored because all this time I could not buy my meat pie and a can of Coke anymore because it became too expensive and slow to use. All those Bitcoin accepted here stickers were dropping off, particularly in Brisbane, the Valley where I was working at the time. So when I came to Townsville and I saw people buying beer, buying their meals, and I bought my own bit candy with Bitcoin Cash, I have to confess, I cheated. I know, I'm unfaithful. I'm an unfaithful maxi. Look at that. Look how good she looks, man. Wowee. All right, so I'm going to just talk about a vital thing, and that's you. You are vital, and the major thing that I see in today's family, I would say, our people, is that you lack self-confidence to ask, do you accept Bitcoin Cash? I can assure you that if you want to enjoy the dominance of Bitcoin Cash, it takes you to ask, do you accept Bitcoin Cash? Because we are all Satoshi, and we need to do our part. It's up to you to ask. The more you ask, the more chances of success. And the reason why I get to ask you to ask so much is because it's all, when you're practicing, you get to learn what the objections are. You get to learn what goes inside the heads of the merchants. And I can tell you now, if you can solve their problem and offer them a solution, the task is much more easier. One of the problems that merchants have, particularly during COVID and after COVID, is that they were struggling to have new businesses, new customers coming in. So if you can get more customers through their door, that is often a carrot that they can grab onto and go, all right, I will go with this. Because the stats say for themselves, we've got 28.8% of Australians owning cryptocurrencies. All right? We've got like 25, 26 million people in the world. The CoinSpot, which is an exchange in Australia, they've got over 1 million users on one exchange. It's not Coinbase, it's CoinSpot, which is what Australians use. You know, they use for the super and stuff like that. In 2020 and between 2020 and 2021, cryptocurrency adoption rose 56%. Now, being a tradie, being in the building game, you get it all the time. When you're having smoke over with the boys, they tell them about, you know, their crypto portfolio, what they're going for. I'll be there, of course, shilling Bitcoin Cash. And Bitcoin is the most popular cryptocurrency in Australia by 26%. In Queensland, where I come from. Now, that's good, because when they start seeing the Bitcoin Cash accepted here stickers, they can convert their BTC into BCH, right? Supporting our merchants, supporting the economy. Data shows that 41.5% of Australians believe that cryptocurrencies will be used in day-to-day life. And so when they see Bitcoin Cash accepted here, it's like when you buy a new car. You think that you've got the only Tesla. But then you bought this car and you see, oh, that guy's got a Tesla. That guy's, oh man, there's Teslas everywhere. That's what happens when you start seeing one Bitcoin car and you see that, it starts growing and you start noticing it around town. And merchant adoption is parallel with also retail adoption. They both work hand in hand. So as retail adoption grows, or merchant adoption grows, I find that retail adoption grows because there's more of a hype going around. It becomes like the McDonald's sign. You see it, it becomes a brand name. So these are the tools that I use, you know, a simple tablet, a stand, which prefabbed, sticker, and the most important tool is the seed phrase card. It's very important that when you get your merchant on board that you make sure that they write their seed phrase down and they keep it somewhere safe. It's more than just adopting a merchant to Bitcoin Cash. You're actually developing a relationship, because the relationship that you want is a hand-in-hand reciprocal relationship. You shop there, they accept Bitcoin Cash, you create a community, they get blessed by it, they're more likely to accept it, more likely to use it, and even if they don't get the why Bitcoin Cash at the time of adoption, soon enough, with enough contact and education, they'll get the why. New customers are more likely, like myself, if I come to St. Kitts, I'm more likely to shop at a Bitcoin Cash accepted here merchant than someone who doesn't. That's just fact. Where I come from is we've got military, the US military come in, we've got tourism. They're more likely to go and spend at a Bitcoin Cash merchant, particularly if they swap over to Bitcoin Cash, than anywhere else because it saves them exchange fees. We found that this helps us get more leads with our businesses that get adopted. Because once you start generating more customers and more traffic through their doors, they like you now. And they're going to say, Bitcoin Jason, I have a supplier. Can you get him onto Bitcoin Cash? Or I have my friend, he has this business. You know, why don't you talk to him? So this is basically what we do, you know, in the Bitcoin Cash City as part of the marketing there. We put them on and we produce these videos that you're going to see here. That gym wear, Vivid Clothing, that's a Bitcoin Cash merchant online store. And as you can see, we try and cover a wide range of industry, not just tourism, but industrial, construction, not just coffee shops, restaurants, but hotels, helicopter rides. And that's the work that we've done this year. I'm thankful for that because someone like me that wants to live fully of Bitcoin Cash, it's possible for me. You can get your house built in Bitcoin Cash. If there's a problem with your air conditioner, you can get it done in Bitcoin Cash. If we've got sparkies or electricians, you know, we've got a load of the Australians coming out. All right. So the bad thing is because I come from a first world country, the why Bitcoin Cash is not completely there. So that's why we had these little carrots about, you know, we'll do your video, I'll promote you, put you on the map, you know, you get to know them. And we work with them to first land them as a merchant and then get them to the why stage, right? As you can see, that's the tourism, you know, that's often a carrot and easy opportunities. Like if they got an online store, they don't have to worry about chargebacks, credit card fraud, and me as a customer, I don't have to worry about my details being online. Like I've already been hacked by some guy over in United States in Kmart trying to make shopping purchases when I used to have a bank account there. Not there, but I had a bank account. Becoming more and more feasible for someone to accept Bitcoin Cash and us consumers to use it. Yes, there's amazing technology. We've heard from General Protocol with the AnyHedge system. I've seen the work that Code Valley's doing at Tizio and stuff, and Zapit. I mean, crikey, there's lots of stuff going on. So, what our job as curators is come on board and we keep them informed of what's happening. We hold meetups there, information nights. That way, they stay plugged in. We keep their point of sale devices updated, make sure that it's running smoothly. I do a secret customer to make sure that their tablets are charged, that, you know, their staff knows how to use Bitcoin Cash. And yeah, so that's basically, I just said that. And here's another one. This is a major mega meetup that we have. And so what we do is we invite our merchants to come to our meetups and display their wares, you know, their advertising, stuff like that. You can see DAC Tech there. We use merchants that we onboard. We use them to actually, as part of doing meetups. Overseas, say Japan, United States, Switzerland, you can come here to Australia, buy your fish and chips, get your pizza and an ice cream, and pay in Bitcoin Cash. Now, see that sign there? That sign there allows any customer to make a purchase to buy some ice cream locked at the Australian value. Doesn't matter what Bitcoin Cash is doing, it's always $5. That's my friend John.
You guys appreciate all these guys working on and what they're doing. So congratulations to you guys. It's amazing what you've done.
And we lost a taxi cab service, but I got a limo. And so these meetups are great for not only for crypto enthusiasts to join and learn about Bitcoin Cash, to use it, but also the general public to come across the hype of what we've been doing to get that more retail adoption. All right, so if you've got a merchant in your area, or maybe you want to onboard one, or you're successful, check in on them, ask them to see how they're going. Keep them educated and plugged in on what's happening in the Bitcoin Cash space. You are vital. I mean, merchant adoption is great, and we need to do that. But people like us that take on the role of curators, I mean, everyone should be a curator because we are all Satoshi, yeah? Developments of what's going on, promote them, intentionally work with them to boost their social media profile and hashtag Bitcoin Cash. Hashtag the business at them so they know that you generally love and care for them. I'm Bitcoin Jason, and with that, I just want to say, you are, I am, we are all Satoshi. Let's do our part. Stay classy, guys. Good night.
You're not on, now we're on, good. All right, everyone, my name is Ryan Giffin. I do merchant adoption down in South Florida. And my speech is gonna be more about how to inspire more people to do what I did and what I'm doing, because everyone has different talents. We've heard from the development team, everyone adds something else to the ecosystem. So I wanted to share my story, how I got here, and how maybe that could affect someone else in their community and lead to more adoption in different parts of the globe. So with that said, gentlemen, do we have my slide coming up? Oh, I got the clicker? All right, so again, I said I wanted to start my story, and I'm 33 years old, and I came to adulthood during the time of the financial crisis in South Florida. And it had a large impact on me. A lot of my family members, people I love, lost their homes and everything they owned. And I started to ask a lot of questions like, how did this happen? How did this occur? And search for people that may have known the answers. And what I found was something called the Austrian School of Economics. So that's kind of where my background comes in. At the time, a gentleman, Ron Paul, was running for president, took me down a wormhole of a bunch of different books, which we won't go too into deep detail, but initially, it's what allowed me to find Bitcoin. I don't know where my slide went. Am I showing? Okay. So, with the Austrian School of Economics, they essentially study what is money? Where does money come from? Does it come from governments, or before governments, did it come from the market? And when we looked at Bitcoin, or ask this question, did it hold up under certain traits? So is Bitcoin, or what is Bitcoin Cash or cryptocurrencies, do they fall into these traits as what humans will find is desirable currency? So is the currency divisible? Does it have scarcity? Is it durable, portable? desirable, distinguishable, all these traits. And looking at the ecosystem today in cryptocurrency, that's what brought me to Bitcoin Cash. And I started there, I was there during the fork days, during those high contention days, and decided to move in a different path. But I didn't know else how to affect the community besides investing my money. So what I did was I started a little YouTube channel a few years ago. A lot of people walked up to me and said, oh, I know you from YouTube, And so I appreciate all you guys supporting the channel and the community. And the reason I wanted to start a YouTube channel, because I went to college to be a teacher. And what I learned in education is that your students will actually learn better if you give them a project to present to the class. So they actually retain about 85% of content when they teach it back, versus like typical lecture like what we're doing now. The statistics say you'll retain about 15% of that. So that was really encouraged me to learn more, to have a soapbox to speak from and get involved. And it led me down a wormhole I didn't know I'd find. I found this whole community of different people that were very passionate, and wouldn't have met these people and these friends and this network of associates if I had not put my head out there into the YouTube world. But with that new education, with that new education, it encouraged me to get more involved in my community too. So I'm a local business owner in South Florida. I operate a B2B business. I sell commercial appliances to restaurants. And what it wanted me to do is, I have all these other business owners that have businesses and accept money for payments, and why shouldn't they add more currencies and options for users to spend? So, and I also do want to announce here, this is an amazing event. Last year, we held an event at PJ National in South Florida. We brought together about 100 people, different merchants, and this is so important. Meeting people in person and having these relationships is critical. And I want to announce that we're going to have the same event going on June 3rd in South Florida. You'll hear promotions coming after this event for it. And hopefully, if anyone watching online couldn't make it here, and South Florida is an easier trip for you, please come down. And love to spread more adoption to the ecosystem I built in South Florida, and we'll get to that here shortly. And yeah, and special shout out to Roger. Thank you for speaking to all my business merchants in the community. We also had Mark Falzon, freshly in from El Salvador, to share what's going on there and just educate more people on what this currency is. And then I got invited to come to this beautiful island of St. Kitts. St. Kitts is, everyone sees what's going on here. It's truly remarkable. A 50,000 people population can really allow cryptocurrency to move in that circular motion. So I came out here, I made a video of it, was absolutely blown away and fired up when I got back home to do what they're doing here. I learned, I didn't know how to do merchant adoption. So I went here and learned all the tools that Sonny has done such an incredible job. I know he had a round of applause earlier, but what he's done here is truly remarkable and world-changing, really. And if you look at the the history that's been made, my MP Brison being the first elected official to take his full salary in cryptocurrency, and maybe we get more history made today. We'll see. But yeah, I came back home super fired up and began onboarding merchants in my area. So I began the process. So far, we've cultivated around 60 merchants that use cryptocurrency via the Bitcoin Cash Register app. And again, use the tools I learned here. I've collaborated with Jason over the time, get different feedback on how to, those different questions on, how to get them set up, tools to make sure they don't lose their keys. All those things are critical to onboarding. So far, we have businesses like restaurants, gas stations, supermarkets throughout the South Florida area. And again, all these are documented on map.bitcoin.com. You can go here, use as a resource. For any of that, we document all of our onboards on there. And then lastly, I wanted to touch on the why. The gentleman over here said earlier that, what about the United States, and they're going to jump on you and they're going to try to, stop the innovations of disrupting their currencies and their governments. And, I kind of wanted to answer that from the perspective that I think it's a hill worth dying on. It's do you want to lick the chains that are holding you down, or do you want to try to go down that separate path that the first speaker today showed? There's two directions to go with here. It's enslavement for through CBDCs and government control, or we have this beautiful path through cryptocurrency as an alternative option. And the sooner we can all do this, work together, create more adoption, the sooner we can create more economic freedom for the world. If you guys want to follow me anywhere on social, here's my links here. Thank you so much, guys, for everything. It's really glad to be a part of it. Thank you so much.
Hi. Yes. Well, my name is Marcelo from Argentina, also known as majamalu or majamalu in this space. It's a nickname I've been using for many years. And Argentina is an interesting case. You know, we are in love with cash. It's different from your country. People love cash. People need cash. It's not that they prefer cash. They need cash to survive. That's why I think that explains why Argentina was such an early adopter of Bitcoin back then, when it was just one branch. And I was there, and I've seen it how it all began. And I always ask myself what Bitcoin Jesus would do in my place. And so I try to emulate Bitcoin Jesus, especially in Argentina. And let me tell you, it was not a fun thing all the time. If you try to do that, you will be called insane. You will be called a genius then, and then insane again. And then perhaps some people will call you evil. And that's, I think, a thing that good, nice people have to learn. If someone who is evil is calling you evil, you should embrace that. You should see it as a sign that you are probably on the right track. We are not used to that, and we try to, because what's the alternative? The alternative to that is to try to appease the bullies. And that is a bad idea, because the bullies are never satisfied. They want total submission. And that's not an option. You will not achieve anything that way. So this is something to keep in mind. If you keep your integrity, you will have to pay that price. And we should pay that price, I think, with joy. Because, again, what's the alternative? Someday, I think you said something like that, our kids will ask you, what were you doing when everything was falling apart? Or what did you do to avoid that? Or what did you do to make the world a better place? And I think if you don't want to have remorse at that point, you should be doing what we are doing. I think we are, I like to call us founding fathers. I don't know why, but many people think that founding fathers, it's a thing of the past. It can't happen again for some reason. It's like miracles in the Bible, and then no more miracles. No, it's not that way. Founding fathers are people that are willing to put up with a lot, even if you don't agree, if you hate them, it doesn't matter. I mean, founding fathers of a big social change or big social project, they are willing to fight for what they believe, and they think their goals are worth it. And I think that if we are not willing to put up even with some minor, discomfort, annoyances, maybe we do not deserve all these freedoms that we claim to cherish so much. But I think that we are founding fathers, and we're going to make it. We were about to make it in Argentina. This is why I said it's an interesting case, because I've seen how it all began. And it all began with a very small group of, let's call them unbreakable people. And maybe you would like to call them fanatics or very stubborn people, we celebrated adoption. We celebrated every new man. This was the original spirit. This was not just in Argentina, but Argentina was in a need of this more than many other places. So without this small core, you will not have this spark that lights the fire. Even if you have lots of money, lots of investors, that's good. That's of course fine. Venture capitalists, all that. But if you don't have this kind of people, that's not enough. I mean, you need this core, and then a bigger circle of people will join, and then another one. And this is what was happening there. I've seen it. That's why it broke my heart to see what happened then. It all stopped. The adoption ensued. I don't want to go too deep into this, but some people managed to infiltrate and to change, to turn Bitcoin, at least BTC, into some, I don't know what, but it's a useless thing. And it broke my heart. I'm not a guy that is prone to depression, but I was kind of depressed for a short period of time. And that was because I knew that Bitcoin would survive, because I understood the economics, the incentives, the system of incentives that the code is implementing. But I also knew that many people will suffer, and suffer a lot, and for a long time, before realizing what happened. And what happened was that the establishment, the old establishment, managed to insert itself into this space with the same old tricks and turned this into some kind of mindless casino. And I hated it so much. And then those guys, I saw at the beginning of the pandemic, Leo and Jan, they were giving a presentation about Bitcoin Cash. Those guys, I don't know if they, maybe not even 20 years old. And I thought to myself, who are these guys? And what was very interesting to me is that they came to the conclusion that yes, Bitcoin was a solution, but BCH was Bitcoin. They were researching every project, and they discarded every project. They were looking for fundamentals, and also for the community. Can I ask someone a question? Can I solve this problem that I have? And they found all that in BCH. They came to the conclusion by themselves. And I thought, well, if they can do it, this can be done. It's not, they are not regular people, but they are people. They are not superheroes. So I say, Smithers, I want these guys. And I kept in touch with them, and then other guys joined, the Pelliccioni brothers, each one in his own domain. Fernando is a long-time developer, and Seba is a monster of public relationship. And we got down to work. We started with BCH Argentina. This time with no constraints, no artificial constraint, no limit on the number of transactions. That means no limit on adoption, and with more professionalism, I would say. We started again as a small group of very committed people. And then surprisingly quickly, lots of people joined, because lots of people were paying attention. We didn't know until we started talking about this publicly. We didn't know how many people were pissed off at what happened. And the community grew a lot. We have many, I don't want to, maybe you want to ask questions. I don't want to go through every case, but we have some success stories. I do want to tell you what are the key factors, I think, that made this possible, this quick growth of the BCH community. One is regular meetups. This is very important. I know that Mark Zuckerberg would not agree with me, but I think that face-to-face, and we, of course, we all agree that face-to-face is different than online, and it doesn't have to be once a week, but people should expect that. Then education, of course, written material like that one you showed us, but very well done, very well crafted. You need people to understand it easily. Interviews with this, Jan is our guy. I don't know how he managed to know so many hosts of perhaps every show on the internet. This is all in Spanish, so maybe you will not find them, but interviews, debates. Not easy to find a BTC guy to debate us, but we managed to do a couple of debates, and that's important because not many people will pay close attention to debates, to arguments, but the people who do are the people that matter, are the people that will join and then will become preachers of Satoshi's word, let's say. Then, well, we have our podcast, and we are always focusing. I know that middleman is not necessarily a bad word, but we are always focusing of the use, direct use, without middlemen, especially without custodians. Another point is previous relationship with merchants, and this is Seba is helping us a lot with that. If you know the guy, if you know the owner, we have an example. There's a mini market. It's like 70 or 80 mini markets in Buenos Aires. 90. They all accept BCH. Why? Because the owner knows this guy. It's impossible otherwise. He is not there because he's making now a lot of money, but he understands the potential benefits, and he trusts this guy. So he's on board. And you can buy almost anything in Buenos Aires thanks to that previous relationship. We have, well, I said I wouldn't do it, but let's go to the next one. Reliable assistance to people. We always have at least one guy responding to any question in our WhatsApp and Telegram. This is very important because if you have a merchant that is not used to all these, perhaps it's easier for us, but not for him. And the first problem that arises, perhaps he's out if he doesn't have someone to ask questions to. Then the next experiment that we will do, and here's Luca is our guy in this. He's now working. He lives in a small town. I think there's promise there because small towns are first because trust is more important. So if you have a very respected merchant in this place, well, people will look it up. People will be interested in this. So if you live in this small place, maybe it's this is our theory. It's easier to saturate with BCH stickers and BCH accepting merchants, and easier than to have this kind of circular economy. And I don't know if it will work, but I think that we have to try everything. Everything that I hear today is fine for me. I don't know which one will be the path, or maybe it will be most of them or every. But I do know that we have to move fast because the other guys are moving fast also. And well, we know what's at stake. It's we had this in Argentina, this little experiment on economic freedom in Argentina, and unfortunately, it came to an end because of this Bitcoin BTC takeover. But now I think it will. It's happening again, and not only there, but everywhere. I'm very happy for that. Thank you.
So you guys are free to talk among yourself, and if anyone also has a question for our merchants, who, by the way, I just want to say, thank you, right? It's really, really important for all of your work. Without these guys, where are we going to be spending our BCH? And if you can't spend it, what's the point?
I'd love to know what tools you're using to drive this grassroots adoption, and what tools do you already have and you like, and what tools do you feel are needed that would make things even easier for you to do even more of what you're doing already. And thank all of you. Thank you.
What do you want to start?
Check. Yeah, we primarily use the Bitcoin Cash register app, so everything's completely peer-to-peer. But I was talking with GoCrypto at lunch. I am in favor of that as an option as well. It would help with a lot of other people that aren't the most passionate people. I look forward to seeing Status using Bitcoin Cash soon too. So I want to give all the tools out there to get as much adoption as going. But primarily, we're using that, and we've created little business cards that have where you can document your seed phrase in the back. I actually brought some extra with me, and we make sure to hand that out. It's very important, and just try to better explain the importance of having self-control of your funds, and definitely during the bear market with all these exchanges going under, how important that is. I know we mentioned in the beginning, but make sure you control your keys to your coins and why that's so powerful. And when you give up your keys, you've lost so much power of what makes cryptocurrency great.
Yeah, in Argentina we have a problem with employees. Usually they don't stay in the same place because many reasons, but I think that the laws make it difficult for you to keep an employee for a long time. So it's maybe you find one guy one day and the next day is another guy, or next week. So that's a problem. And we try to solve it in this mini market with an idea that I don't know who came up with that, but that was great. Just put in the clothes a QR code. So you don't have to know anything. Just I am seeing that you accept. Even if you don't know, I do know. And I'm scanning this, and it's in your clothes, so you cannot say, I do not accept. I can pay you. And we are doing that in that way.
That's a great idea. That's a good song. So this year, I've been using the Bitcoin.com register app, the wallet, because I find it's fast and easy. It's less problems. If you've got merchants around the city and they've all got different POSs, then it's hard to keep a track on who's updated with what. So I had young Silverblood develop me a application where I can see what merchants are doing. I'd be secret shopper. I go around, see how they go with their merchant terminals. There's a few areas that I'd like to improve on. But with the merchant adoption in the Bitcoin Cash City, Townsville, we've got a lot of just regular people interest now. And so the problem that I face in our first world country worldview is we've got this hodl mentality that's been deep-seated now in the crypto community. So I'm interested with the Zapit thing where they have this rebate token of 20% or 25%. I'm going to test that out where I come from to see if I can use that to leverage their application to have more Bitcoin Cash spending in my city. So I also use Instagram and YouTube. So I think Instagram and social media is a great way to promote your businesses that accept Bitcoin Cash. It is free advertisement for the merchant. And if you tag them in, and you tag Bitcoin Cash, you're bringing the two together, and your social reach, not just for Bitcoin Cash, but for the merchant, is extended. We want to try and get Bitcoin Cash viral. And if we can make Bitcoin Cash viral and bring that merchant with the virality, then I think it's a 360 win.
I had a question. Is this on? Yeah, I had a question for all of you guys. I see, as I mentioned before, the decentralized C-suite, right? The executive suite, the brain of any network of people, of an organization, and for us, a decentralized organization. And I see you guys as, like, clearly as some kind of officers, leaders. You're making things happen. You didn't have to have anybody tell you to make it happen. You did it, right? So how are you guys going to be collaborating, cooperating, showing other people how to do it? Because I'm sure you went through a lot of pain to find your own way.
I've got that, John. Yeah, I'm already doing it. So, I know you lead by example. See, once the merchant gets the why Bitcoin Cash, they become a proponent of education for you. So once they learn what you know, they become their own. So pretty much you've got people teaching and doing their own little meetups and stuff like that without even you having to. Sometimes I just sit back and I just let them talk, and I'm just there just to oversee it. So we have a merchant called Inner Light Meditation Center. They allow us to have merchants come there, and they would sometimes teach, or if they don't know something, I'll answer the question. Those types of settings is where you can get into the deeper things, because learning about Bitcoin Cash, and I've been in it for a while, but there's lots of stuff I don't know. I don't know everything. I mean, there's NFTs and there's all this stuff going on. So it's about teaching each other, and then it creates a ripple effect. And then that's why I'm saying, like, curating in the early stages of merchant adoption is vital until the network effect is there, and then it sort of takes over.
Yeah, and adding to that, I think what gave me the opportunity to have a voice, and watching what Sonny did, just affecting community leaders, getting them on board to really have the same passion that everyone else in this room here has. It kind of gives you a bigger soapbox to speak from if that person respects you, respects your business, or respects another business that you've onboarded, and they're more likely to want to mimic that behavior because they don't want to. They follow their leaders in their community.
Yeah, I think that we should be impatient. What we're doing will be fruitful in the future, because we know there's the system as it is not sustainable. So at some point, it will not matter what we do. It will matter what we did, because we are building like a refuge.
A lifeboat, right?
Yeah, a lifeboat. So eventually, I think we will have, like it or not, bull markets are what gets the eyes of people. But perhaps the next big bull market will not be as happy as before, because people will be running from fiat. I think so. And at that point, it will matter a lot what we are building today. Even if we don't have excellent results everywhere, we are doing what almost nobody else is doing.
Yeah, when you go out there and onboard, you'll find that it's a very uncompetitive market when you're competing against other chains. You don't have BTC knocking on their doors, Monero or Doge. They're not asking these merchants. So there's a huge market advantage from that standpoint, that there's not, if I sell other products to a business, sometimes I have 3-4 competitors on my back. Right now with crypto options, it's a lot easier because it's uncompetitive.
Yeah, we are the Jehovah's Witnesses of crypto.
Yeah, it's unique to BCH, very unique.
I appreciate what you guys do. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you, John.
I've got a question about Argentina. So I've hired developers in Venezuela, and part of my relationship with them is learning about Venezuelan culture that is very foreign to Americans. So a couple examples. In Venezuela, merchants love US dollars, but they won't accept them if they're dirty or torn. So dollars down there are not fungible like they are up here. And that's just a very hard thing for Americans to wrap their head around. And another example is like if you pay in dollars, you don't get change back. And that's also a very like hard concept for Americans to wrap their head around. But once you understand it, you understand that that's like a big value for crypto because that problem goes away. So as an American who wants to support Bitcoin Cash in Argentina, are there other cultural strange things like that that we should be aware of?
You want to hear about a strange thing? In Argentina, not many people will accept dollars directly, but you have what we call cuevas. It's a place where you can informally exchange dollar for pesos almost every block. You just ask anywhere and people will point to the next cueva. And it's always in the same block. So it's, yeah, the currency is the dollar. But I don't want to explain the complexities of it, but people use these black market cuevas because the exchange rate is favorable to you if you have the dollars. So if you have dollars, Argentina is cheap, but not if you exchange at the official rate. So yeah, that's a thing that I don't know if anywhere else it's that way. And perhaps in Venezuela, it's similar. But now I think Venezuela is getting better. Argentina, I don't know what will happen. But people, the good thing about Argentina is that people are very used to ignore government mandates, whatever. They don't care. I don't mean with this that all Argentinians are libertarians, but they behave like they are.
Another question about Argentina is, do you find that stable coins play a big role down there? Like as Americans, we're sensitive to the volatility of Bitcoin, but with the inflation in Argentina, it's a different perspective.
Yeah. Many people, I would say, I was going to say fell for that, but I understand the utility of stablecoins. I'm always explaining to people, look at the dangers. But people, yes, people use them. But people, each time we have a big collapse or a big, como se dice, the newspaper says, watch out with this exchange or whatever, people start to fear. And so they know this is not a definitive solution. But many people use them, yes. They use them to get money from outside to Argentina, not necessarily to pay in stores. It's to exchange in cuevas. The cuevas almost all accept crypto, and they don't care which crypto.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And I think the event, just to commend the organizers of the event, I think it's very timely because obviously we hear so much about Bitcoin Cash here in St. Kitts. And I think more people need to understand how it works because as persons have said before, there's a lot of suspicion about anything to do with crypto because you hear about the scams, etc. So, I mean, that's the reason I'm here. And so I had a couple of questions which I got answered during the lunch break. But the question I want to ask from your perspective as persons marketing to merchants to try to adopt using Bitcoin Cash, what happens in relation to their taxation, for example? Because, when I set a wallet up to buy Bitcoin Cash, it's anonymous. Nobody knows who I am. You just set this wallet up. You could be anybody. How does it work when these businesses have to account to their tax authorities? Because that's something you do have to take into consideration. And one of the questions or one of the comments made earlier about, big governments or the establishment going against Bitcoin and Bitcoin Cash, etc. Apart from the threat of the US Reserve, you also have the AML threats and anti-terrorism and things like that. You also have the threat of tax evasion. So how are you dealing with that? Because if you don't address that in a way that governments are able to accept, because you can have a business that sets up one Bitcoin wallet to accept money, and they say they're going to disclose this to tax authorities as their income. However, they can anonymously set up 3 or 4 others and not disclose income into those wallets. So how is that dealt with?
How do you do it with cash?
No, you do it with the bank.
Yeah,
Right.
but if you want to pay in cash, how do you do
Right.
it?
Of course.
If you receive a payment in cash.
Yes, and you can circumvent if you receive the payment.
No,
in
no,
cash.
I'm not saying that. You have
Yeah.
to report whatever. This
Right.
is exactly the same.
Right, but it's depending on basically the honesty of the business, because when persons...
Exactly as with regular fiat cash.
Right, right.
That's the answer.
So cash is fungible in its own right, just as Bitcoin Cash is fungible attributes as well.
Mhm.
So however the business owner treats their cash, we encourage them to treat their Bitcoin Cash the same, because it's just electronic cash
Right.
on your phone.
Well, the
Right.
Bitcoin has the added advantage because it's on the blockchain, so it's traceable. So that has a little extra added advantage to cash, which is good. But I'm just wondering, do you get pushback from tax authorities in relation to Bitcoin, businesses using Bitcoin Cash, for example, as their main method of exchange?
It depends on the place.
Yeah, like in the United States, they're primarily treated as securities. So that allows some different kind of accounting to see where you receive it at and where it left at, and if there's a gain or loss there, you have to account for. So in the United States, it's unique to us, but it would depend on different tax jurisdictions. Whatever's applicable in the St. Kitts area. Or
And in Argentina?
In Argentina, I'm not an accountant, not a lawyer, but we have a huge cash economy. So people are used to this, and it can't be. Argentina can't work without cash, and so that's why I said Argentine people are used to this, and they really they understand it instantly. You don't have to push for this. You don't have to explain a lot. They see the benefits because they need it every day. So I don't know exactly how it is, but I don't think it's that way. You are supposed to report everything like the bank does. But some people, let's say you are, I don't know, you are como se dice, taking care of a baby, and you pay in cash. I don't think that's a reportable event. I don't know, but in that case, you can use PCH the same.
Right, so that's why I'm asking the question, because there's such a pushback against using cash around the world. I'm going to come to Australia next, but there's such a pushback, transactions over $10,000 is prohibited. You have to disclose large transactions. So Bitcoin Cash will become the de facto sort of cash transaction. So the question I'm asking is, and this is something that will need to be considered, because governments will look at this as a threat to their push to centralize control of things like that.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm asking that question. And I'd like to know what Australia's experience has been with this.
Okay, so in Australia, it's not in the best interest of companies to be dodgy. There's software that you can have that enables your accountant to get the maximum tax rebate for we've got GST, we can make claims, we can make tax deductions. Now, if you're doing something dodgy, you won't be able to get those tax deductions. Like you said, it's on the blockchain, it's easily tracked like that. So our merchants, they go to their accountants, they put in what the reporting from the software that they use to keep track of all their income coming in, out, gains, losses, all that sort of stuff. They hand it to the tax agent, and they take care of it. But it's not viable. You wouldn't risk your business trying to be dodgy, trying to take in a few Bitcoin Cash here and there just to keep it under the rug. So
sorry,
those are all very, very great questions.
Sorry, just quick thing.
And that's a great question.
No.
Like her question's a really good one. and we need to be mindful of that. So us curators, that when we go out, we can help and educate that for the businesses, so they can be compliant. And
yeah. So I'll talk to some business owners that they don't feel like they're techie enough for Bitcoin Cash or peer-to-peer cash. And I'll explain to them it's a return to an older time when business in the United States was more cash, and they're actually like more comfortable with that, because they like to hold. They may have a little less trust in the banks or letting other people hold their funds. They like a lot of the properties of that the current custodian or banking world doesn't offer them today.
Thank you for that. And I'm not, I'm not trying to be the sort of wet rag in the room,
No.
but, I mean, for the Caribbean, for example, and the reason why I think it is important to have these options, I mean, we're going to have the citizenship panel coming up. Countries like the US, OECD countries that don't like the citizenship program, for example, we have lost a lot of correspondent banking relationships, and that's how they control, what you do. And maybe many people aren't aware of that. So Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash transactions is a way to sort of get around that. But I think Chris, is it Chris? You a developer person, I mean, it's a matter of sort of staying ahead, not using too many big tech cloud, platforms, etc. Because it's always a game of catch up. It's like a chess game. And I always say this with financial services, with the citizenship program, it's your move, their move, your move, their move. Yeah. And it's a matter of who stays ahead of the curve. But I think that's part of the concern I think that persons will have in adopting this. And I suspect the only way around it is if you have more buy-in. So the more people that are actually using Bitcoin Cash and can exchange with each other, the better. Because once you try to convert to fiat currency, you're going to have to give your KYC. It no longer is anonymous. So, some of the benefits that have been, touted will no longer be applicable, because you would have lost that. And then you have the control aspect. So I think these are things that persons do have concerns about, which is why you have that reluctance to go full scale into Bitcoin Cash, because they think at some point there's going to be a clawback and they may lose value if they leave things on the Bitcoin Cash platform. So I think these are some of the things that I think we should educate as many people as possible. I don't think a lot of people would maybe have an opportunity to come to a conference like this. So I think, was it Australia where you did those sessions where you got all the merchants to have like
Yes,
a
ma'am.
fair, right? So I think
Yes,
things like that are actually very helpful, because then people in the community get to see the merchants in one place who are using Bitcoin Cash rather than, happening by chance to come into contact with them. So all in all, I think it's very helpful, this conference. It's very educational. I just think there are a couple things, a couple loopholes and a couple pitfalls that you need to be mindful of in educating people to adopt it.
And one other thing I wanted to mention was, working with some of the St. Kittian businesses. I own a commercial equipment dealership in South Florida, and we export. And the business owners here love using Bitcoin Cash so much better than sitting down and doing a bank wire that takes them 10, 15 minutes logging in. So the remittances aspect, I think, is a huge opportunity, not only with the South Florida export, but the whole global economy, which I think is going to have a huge impact, given your guys' being in the Caribbean.
Thank you.
Yeah, and also I think you may be right about the future, but you are imagining a future where the United States may have the same power as today. And if the United States goes the same way as Argentina, perhaps the government they don't like people using dollars, but people are using dollars because there's no other better alternative that they know. So it's not what they want, it's also what they can do to you.
And the world's going to continue to change. Essentially, every 100 years, the world seems to change its reserve currency. So in the 1940s with Bretton Woods, it became the dollar. Before that was the British pound. Before that, it was the Dutch. And I think cryptocurrency and free market ones have a great opportunity to be on that scale and interplay in the international community that way. And this whole adoption here in Bitcoin Cash is showing it has a great opportunity to win that battle because of its utility, and seeing it take off in St. Kitts and turn circular is very promising.
Think
Okay, there we go. Sorry to cut in here. I'm just aware of the time. I think the question is very valid, and I would love to discuss this with you also personally afterwards, if it's possible, because I can also give some insight into this. I mean, just to go into summing this up in a short summary, because everything's on the blockchain, essentially, if a government decided to implement this as legal tender, then they actually have the choice between how much control they have. And if they wanted to, you could say that all businesses have the XPub. I don't know if that means anything to you. So a business, when they accept Bitcoin Cash into a wallet, there's lots of addresses assigned to that wallet. They could give that to the government, so the government has absolute access to see all transactions coming in and out, if they wanted. I'm not suggesting this is a good idea, personally, just to be clear, but they could. So we could go absolutely in the direction of authoritative control for the government with Bitcoin Cash. It's possible locally. You could also go in the complete other direction and trust the citizens and go in and anywhere sort of along this line. And it all depends on the laws of the country. And of course, people can always try and break the laws, of course. But because it's on the blockchain, it'd be easier than actually cash. If you really wanted to invest the resources in finding someone, would it be economically viable for all people? Probably not. But people that are doing big tax evasion, yeah, it would make sense. And so therefore, I think it actually makes a lot more sense than cash. And it's up to the government. How do we want to implement this? And on that note, I would like to say big thanks to you guys. It was fantastic hearing from you. And again, to the merchant adopters. Hey, you did great, man. You did really good. Hey, I really liked it. So, thank you, Jason, Ryan, Marcelo. The next panel, Citizenship with Crypto, I would like to welcome John Zuliani, the co-founder of Passports for Crypto and owner of this gorgeous hotel. And I'm really, thank you. Thank you so much for letting us hosting it. It's fantastic. Roger Ver, founder of Bitcoin.com, and also Les Khan, head of Citizenship by Investment Unit. Please give them a warm welcome onto the stage.
My microphone can work, please. Testing 1, 2, 3.
Test.
I think we're good now. Okay. I want to start off also by thanking John for just really being an awesome friend, an awesome business partner, an awesome guy all the way around. And I want to thank Les Khan for maintaining St. Kitts as one of the golden standards in regards to citizenship by investment. There's a lot of scammers in that industry, and you really have to be careful. And St. Kitts has managed to be one of the very best, cleanest, best places in the entire world in regards to that. And in large part, thanks to Les Khan under his watch over the last few years. So thank you for that, Les. And so I think I'll start off by telling a little bit about my story and how I wound up on stage in a country that I had never even heard of until I was, I don't know, in my late 20s or something like that. And so I'm a former American. There's more and more people around the world that can say that, but it's still a pretty unusual thing. And at a certain point in my life, I knew that I wasn't living in the US. It didn't make sense for me to continue being a US citizen. And just like if your cell phone carrier gives you bad service in the US, for example, if AT&T is giving you bad service, you can switch to Verizon or you can switch to T-Mobile. And just like you can switch your cell phone service in the world, you can now switch which government you are a citizen of and which laws you live under. And St. Kitts is actually leading the world in regards to that sort of thing. And when I found out about St. Kitts and that by investing in this country, I could then become a Kittitian. And actually, I'm sorry, I forgot. I thank the people on stage, but I want to thank every single Kittitian and Nevisian in the room for allowing me to become a citizen of your country. I am eternally grateful until the day I die. It was one of the turning points in my entire life. I'd say the day I heard about Bitcoin and the day I became a proud Kittitian and stopped being an American. Those two of that very happiest days in my entire life. So thank you to all the Kittitians and Nevisians here. And so now I'm going to talk up my new beloved home country here. When people ask me, where are you from? I say it's a little bit complicated, but I'm a proud Kittian today. And I go over to Nevis often as well. So, but for those of you that don't know, can I see a show of hands? Who is it their very first time ever to come to St. Kitts? Can I see, put your hand? So like 85% of the room, 90% of the room. So I'm guessing you're liking it here. Thank you for coming all the way to this not so easy to get to place. But this place is incredible. You already know that the weather's amazing, right? And it's pretty similar to this pretty much the whole year round. It's a little bit cooler in the winter and just a little bit warmer in the summer, but it's always awesome. But the part that I really liked as an entrepreneur and international businessman, here in St. Kitts, the roads are paved, the police are paid, it's a safe place, it's a wonderful place, the people are friendly, and somehow they managed to do all of that without an income tax. They managed to do all of that without a capital gains tax. They managed to do all of that without you even having to file a tax return at the end of the year. And for myself as a business owner and an entrepreneur to hear that, wait a minute, I don't even have to file a tax return at the end of the year. It's like I've died and gone to heaven, but heaven is called St. Kitts. And you'll notice when you come down from the airport on the road here, you'll see a sign there. It says, follow your heart to St. Kitts. And that's really how I feel. And when I'm not here on the islands, I start missing St. Kitts. I don't miss California where I was born. I don't miss other places in the world. I miss St. Kitts with the wonderful, friendly people, the warm weather. And probably one of the things that I miss the most, other than the people here, are those wonderful frogs chirping at night. I'm sure you've all heard those and wondered, what the heck are those things? But it's just such a wonderful, wonderful noise. And you combine that with the fact that as a Kittitian, you don't have to file an income tax form even. And that's just unbelievable. And so that just makes me so incredibly happy to be here. And St. Kitts is leading the world in terms of like economic freedom and the ability to do these things. It's really, really incredible. And another thing that a complaint I hear from a lot of people too, because a lot of the people I grew up with and in my circle of friends are Americans. And some of them will say, well, don't you feel unpatriotic for renouncing your US citizenship? And I point out to them, did you not pay attention in history class? The way all of America was formed were a bunch of ungrateful not patriots that told the British Empire, screw you, we're not going to be Brits anymore. We're now Americans. And there was some violence and gunfire and people died during that. Well, luckily we're in a more civilized time where now you can stop being an American and become a Kittitian without having to fire a single shot. It takes a little bit of economic muscle to be able to do so. But you can pay for the entire thing in cryptocurrency at this point. And St. Kitts, like I invite you, come join me in St. Kitts. St. Kitts is absolutely wonderful. John can help you with the entire process. Les is a very, very nice guy, but he's going to look very carefully at all of your documents and make sure that you're not pulling anything fishy around here. And I'll even address that point. A lot of people know that I'm a convicted felon in the US because I sold firecrackers on eBay. And I want to say that around the 4th of July and New Year's, they sell fireworks right on the side of the road here in St. Kitts with no license for Bitcoin Cash. And so America loves to claim that they're the land of the free. Maybe it used to be, but today it's places like St. Kitts. And so for anybody that's interested in moving to the land of the free, or at least becoming a citizen of the land of the free, you found it right here in St. Kitts. This is one of the last bastions of freedom left on earth. And I invite anyone that's interested in this sort of thing, come and join me, become a fellow Kittitian with me, and let's make St. Kitts one of the sterling jewels of the entire planet and show the world just how great economic freedom leads to for more people around the world. And we can do it right here, and I want your help. So thank you all so much. And again, this will be John Zuliani, the owner of this wonderful hotel, who was even more prepared than I am. He even has a PowerPoint presentation to go here. And he helped organize all of this you see here. So thank you so much for everything, John.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining us here in St. Kitts. It's a pleasure to host you all. So to follow up, my name is John Zuliani. I'm the president of the Royal St. Kitts Hotel and the CEO of Passports for Crypto. To give you a little history, my father was trying to retire back in 1982 when he moved to St. Kitts because of his dentist. Said, you have to come visit my island. After about 3 months of playing golf every day, he said he was so bored he was ready to buy the San Francisco Bridge. So he bought this hotel and we got into the hotel business. The rest is kind of history. I moved back after school in 2006 and have been living and working here ever since. Took over an all-inclusive hotel and then shut it down, renovated it, and converted it to a condominium declaration that we focused on citizenship by investment. So to take you through some of the benefits of St. Kitts and Nevis, why would someone want to get citizenship here over the 5 other countries that are offering it in the Caribbean? Some are cheaper, some have more flights and more access to them. But at the end of the day, what you need to look at is who's been doing it the longest, who has the track record and the most prestigious track record. Nothing that's the cheapest is ever the best, usually. So St. Kitts has positioned itself as a platinum brand in the Caribbean. It gives some of the most benefits compared to the other islands, in my opinion. You know, unfortunately, we have to be prepared and have a backup plan nowadays. You know, the US is getting scary with the differences between politics, you know, Russia, what's happening now. You can never be too prepared. Most of you in this room, congratulations, you're already taking care of your finance by looking and being invested in Bitcoin Cash. What else are you doing to hedge yourself in this crazy world we live in, right? As a St. Kitts citizen, you're able to travel here, even when the former government shut the country down and closed the airports. I'm a pilot. My wife was pregnant in Canada. I had a hotel here I had to come back for. They had to let me in as a citizen to the country. And then Canada had to let me back when I went back to see my wife as a citizen. So there's a lot of benefits to holding citizenship and having the exact same rights as anyone else, especially when conducting business here. We have visa-free travel to over 150 countries. I know a lot of you are from North America and you don't realize how lucky and fortunate that is. Some people, like a Chinese citizen, for example, has visa-free access to 7 countries. So they need an approval letter just to get on a plane to go to the UK. We have visa-free access to the UK, Schengen countries. So St. Kitts is revered as a very desired passport. We have 0% income tax. We have 0% capital gains, 0% inheritance tax. St. Kitts makes its money off consumption, right? So when you build a house here, you're going to pay duties on your construction material. If you want a Ferrari, you're going to be paying 80% or whatever the duties are on getting a Ferrari. So that's, you know, in my mind, a very fair and safe transaction. If I want to spend, I got to pay taxes. But if I want to earn and save, that's my money, not the government's. Now, one of the best benefits of St. Kitts citizenship that a lot of you aren't aware of is the ability to KYC on any exchange, the ability to partake in any ICO. I wasn't able to partake in Verse token unless I was a Petition citizen. So that added ability to be able to navigate and provide yourself some extra layer of security. I mean, one of the challenges that faces the blockchain is everything is viewable to everyone. Well, at least being able to have a separate passport through a citizenship through owning condo unit in St. Kitts, you're able to even use a separate address. So if you were a whale buying a large amount of crypto, you're not giving a specific company or specific address. So it's giving you some privacy. They have your name and details, but when you become a St. Kitts citizen, that information isn't shared. It's not denied, but it's not publicly shared either. The government does keep it private. And last but not least, we have one of the most friendly governments when it comes to crypto so far for the Caribbean. Roger Ver and Bitcoin.com have been here for 12 years, registered as the headquarters, 10 years?
Not that long yet.
7? Sorry. I guess, yeah, I'm relatively new, but he's been here forever and it works very easily. So we want to let everyone know in the industry that you should examine St. Kitts, consider putting your headquarters here. You know, we have great people, great workers, great environment, great island, and everything else. Oh, sorry. All right, so what are your options for attaining citizenship? So number one, you can make a donation to the Sustainable Growth Fund, which is a total of $159,000. You get your citizenship after due diligence is completed, but you get nothing in return. That's a donation contributed to the government. Or your second option is to buy a condo unit or timeshare starting at $200,000. For a single applicant, you'd have roughly 49,000 in government fees. So you're really looking at a difference between a donation of 159,000 or purchasing real estate, owning that real estate, and after 7 years, you qualify to resell that real estate to another buyer. So essentially, the difference between purchasing real estate and the donation is you theoretically could obtain your citizenship for free, except for the cost of money, which is an easier sell than to the crypto market, for 7 years. The third option is to make an investment in a $400,000 or higher condo unit. Then your hold period is only 5 years, after which you can then qualify to resell to somebody else, and you maintain your citizenship during this process. Some of the benefits of real estate over the donation, very simply, you're owning an asset that's earning a return. For example, here with us, we have luxury villas that you can purchase a timeshare, 1/30th ownership for 12 days, and the villas rent out between $1,500 and $2,000 a night, minus our 10% management fee. You can see it's a decent return depending on your occupancy levels. Purchasing real estate also gives you all the supporting documents you need to pass any KYC. So you have the ability to, when they ask for your cable bill, when they ask for your driver's license, you actually own property, a certificate of title that shows that. If you go the donation route, you're going to get your citizenship, then you're going to have to go and find a property and go through that whole process again. So you might as well amalgamate it so that the property that you purchase qualifies you to obtain your citizenship. Last but not least, one of the best benefits is just having somewhere to get out of the craziness elsewhere in the world. I've had the privilege of being able to choose between being in St. Kitts, Florida, or Toronto during the pandemic. And both my wife, myself, and my 2-year-old, I think, preferred St. Kitts, hands down, you know, when you compare it to everywhere else. So to give you an idea of what the government fees are when you're purchasing real estate, the 49,000 is broken up as you see above. If you want to add a family dependent like your wife or children, the government fees then slightly increase. So it's an extra 20,000 to add your spouse, an extra 10,000 for children under the age of 18, etc. So to take you through the application process when purchasing real estate, once you've hired a service provider, which is your legal representative to communicate between yourself and the Citizenship by Investment unit that's run by Mr. Khan, and you've selected your real estate that you're going to purchase, you're going to sign a purchase and sale agreement. You only have to put 10% down, which is fully refundable if you're denied citizenship. So you're not forced into purchasing anything. Not that you would be denied, but the government is very thorough and only wants people with good records that are going to represent St. Kitts in the proper manner. So you do have an option to pay for an expedited processing fee, which guarantees an answer within 90 days, which will speed things up. But we like to give clients a realistic expectation of saying 6 months from start to finish, because once you're approved by the unit, you now have to make payment. And with the traditional system, wire transfers can take 3 or 4 days to get cleared into your account. I mean, it's a nightmare. What got me into crypto was doing a very simple transaction, seeing how quick it was. It was a 5-minute meeting. It was done. I was like, oh, wow, I really need to focus on this. So when you're in North America, you kind of take it for granted, the ease of access of sending money and sending these things. Down here, it's a little more tedious. You have to provide supporting documentation for almost any amount of money that you're sending through wire transfers. So once you've paid your remaining balance after your approval, the CIU will create your COR, your certificate of registration, which is your citizenship certificate. That's sent up to the Prime Minister's office for signature. Once that's signed, you're an official citizen. That's sent to the passport office for your passport to be printed. You don't have to be here to receive it. It can be mailed to you, so you never have to come here. But we do recommend to all clients, especially after you get your citizenship, to come down and look at getting additional supporting documents, like getting your driver's license and seeing what else you might be interested in doing here in St. Kitts. Lastly, what are our options here at the hotel? Just to give you an idea of the investment options, you can purchase a 1/30th share in a luxury $7.5 million villa, or you could purchase the entire villa in BCH.
Worth, you can use that as the initial payment.
We also have commercial units that qualify for citizenship by investment. So if, for example, you weren't looking to spend time here, but you want something that has a secure 5-year return, you can purchase one of our commercial units that has a paying tenant that's got a long-term lease signed. So we do have options. And last but not least, we have full ownership regular condo units. This is in the 400 to 450 price range for people looking to have a full-time place here if they ever need it. I will pass things on to Mr. Khan now, who...
Thank you. Good afternoon, and I must thank John and Sunny for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to represent Citizenship by Investment. John outlined basically all the fundamentals of the CBI program and the requirements. I have a couple of corrections. John, we have 161 countries visa-free. When we talk about citizenship by investment and the application process, it's a very tedious process, and St. Kitts and Nevis is known for its due diligence. The rigor that we follow in ensuring that the best candidates and the best applications are approved. Now, it's a long process, usually 3 to 4 months within the unit, but I must confess that lately it's been a little longer than that because we are popular and the number of applications are just coming in at a very, very high rate. What happens in due diligence? There are a couple of things, and you need to be aware of this because I will talk about why an individual gets denied from citizenship. First of all, once the application is submitted through the local service provider, the unit sends it off in 2 directions. One, to an international due diligence company that will do a search on the ground. They will do open source searches, but they will also send boots on the ground to do discrete inquiries and background checks on the applicant. So if there's anything that pops up, it could be a reason for a denial. The other direction that we go is we send the names to international law enforcement. Some of you may know of the term JRCC. This is a group of the security arm of CARICOM. And what they do, they have access to various databases with the US, with the EU, with Canada, and the UK. And they will scrub this information against those databases and they will give us a report. So when the unit gets its information, we're getting it from a due diligence company that gives us all of this detail. They will verify marriage certificates, educational records, addresses, employment, and so forth. So we will go through that process. And when GRCC gives us their result, it's usually a yes or no, a red or a yellow. Red meaning that you are a security threat, or you're involved in criminal activity, and those are automatic denials. There are other reasons that you might get denied. For example, if an individual has been denied a visa from a country that we have visa-free access to, then we have to advise you that you will be denied until you get an updated visa. So the predominant country that we get all these flags from would be the UK. We have a lot of people who would have applied in the UK, to the UK for a visa and have been denied for different reasons. We don't get the reasons, and that will be an automatic denial. The third reason that we might get a denial for is if the individual represents a reputational risk to the country. Remember, most of our applications are coming from the Middle East, so we'll be concerned about terrorist financing, terrorist activity. They'll be coming from China. Not much up there. We're concerned more about fraudulent documents. And those would be the main sources of our applications at this point in time. But what I must admit, over the last 6 months to a year, we're seeing an increase of applications from the US. And you guys can explain that one to me. So those would be the main reasons for denials. When we talk about citizenship, and John and all of the developers, and they all have agents in different parts of the world, and the agents need to go through a process with the applications coming from those regions. They must go through a process of a KYC and AML. They must do a background check on those individuals before they're submitted to the local service provider, who has to do the same thing. So the unit requests and asks for the due diligence report from the local service provider. And this is to ensure that applications are not just being put in a mailbox and funneled through to the unit. We ask that the local service providers also take responsibility for the application that is coming through them. That's their responsibility. Why SyncKits? John mentioned a lot of things about tax exempt and so forth, but the platinum brand. Over the last 7 years, we have become known as a platinum brand. Last 2 years, including this year, we were ranked #1 of all the CBI programs around the world. And the previous years before that, we were ranked #2. So more and more interest in SyncKits and Nevis, and the unit continues to strengthen its position in terms of due diligence, in terms of processing, and we are well known for the rigor that we have around the whole process. John mentioned about due diligence about the banks. And I have to say, one of the biggest problems that we have in CBI program in St. Kitts and Nevis and in most of the Caribbean islands is correspondent banking. But all of the applications and all of the fees that are paid to the unit goes through the national bank. And the national bank's due diligence process is independent of the due diligence process of the unit. So we need to be aware of that. So every transaction that comes through the national bank goes through another level of due diligence, and one that can be very time-consuming and cumbersome. Even the unit, when we get checks, we send it to the national bank to be deposited in our account. And I have to say, at this point in time, they're like about 4 weeks behind in the processing of the checks that we deposit, which is checks drawn on themselves. So they are doing due diligence on funds that have already cleared through their facility. And this is something that I guess needs to be addressed, and maybe cryptocurrency in some form or fashion could play a part in this in the future. Now, we talk about cryptocurrency and how does the CBI treat cryptocurrency? Well, first of all, the unit, St. Kitts and Nevis Citizenship by Investment Unit, does not accept cryptocurrency. We accept US dollars. What we do recognize is the wallets. The wallets that an individual have in cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, or what else, as far as we're concerned, represents a portfolio similar to a portfolio at PaineWebber or stock portfolio with various assets. So we accept the wallets as a form of proof of funds, at which point in time we also look for source of funds. Those are the two fundamental things that we do when we vet a file. We're looking for funds. We're looking to see where the funds came from. Is it supported by the income that was defined in the application process? And the balance of the wallet, does it represent the investment that is going to be taken for the various options that we have in the unit. So I believe we are the first unit to have considered taking wallets as a proof of funds and source of funds. So that's how the unit ties in with the whole cryptocurrency world. I must caution everyone involved that cryptocurrency can, it can be used for a number of different sources. And I have been flagged by international police at times for applicants who we have put in and they have been involved in crypto. And for whatever reason, I get a flag. So I have to be very careful, and it comes back to the due diligence that we go through and the due diligence that is done by our agents. So that will be the caution that I would leave to all of you. I mentioned where the applications are coming from for citizenship by investment in St. Kitts and Nevis. I would say about 60% to almost 70% of our applications are coming from the Middle East at this point in time. Another 20% would probably be coming from China, 2025. There used to be a reverse on that. But I guess what has happened in China over the last 2 years with COVID, a lot of Chinese individuals cannot get a passport, or they cannot update their passports. So that is limiting the applications from China at this point in time. As I mentioned, there are also applications coming from the US and other parts of the world. Unfortunately, the Russian-Ukraine war has put a freeze on the applications from Russia. We thought it was a good market at some point, but based on our mandate to adhere to international sanctions, we're not taking any applications from Russia, Belarus, and from the Ukraine. And one would say, well, why Ukraine? And I say, because I cannot do due diligence. We cannot have people go into the country and do a valid due diligence on the applicants. So those are the 3 countries that right now we will not, because of the war, we're not doing any applications. What other countries don't do applications for? We don't do Afghanistan, we don't do Iran, Northern Korea. Those would be the main ones that we have restrictions on. Generally, we take applications from everywhere else, but we are concerned about our due diligence. We see applications coming from Nigeria. I'm very concerned about those because the quality of due diligence that has to come out of there, it has to be deep. We have due diligence to be done. We have certain companies that cannot do due diligence in certain countries. So it's a challenge for us when we are dispersing our applications to the international due diligence companies. And this could delay application processes. So with that, I just want to wish you all the best for this conference. And thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk a little about CBI. Thank you.
So don't let Les's very calm demeanor make you less excited about St. Kitts. This is one of the best places on earth. This place is awesome. You can live your entire life. And I think Les agrees with me. He's here by choice as well, right? He's living in St. Kitts because he likes it, not because he has to. And same with John and same with me. And like this place is fantastic. And it's becoming more and more fantastic every month. There's more and more cryptocurrency adoption happening across the island. This place is fantastic. So this is your first trip here for just about everybody in the room. Don't make it be your last. Come here again, see if you like it. And if you have the funds available, contact John. You can become a Citizen just like me and just like John. And I think Les is a Citizen here as well, and all of us. So this place is fantastic. And if John might want to add to that, but don't let his calm, organized demeanor calm you down. I see a question over there too. We should start taking questions.
Any questions?
Yes.
A limit to what? How many citizens can?
Right at this point in time, we have no restrictions on the number of applications that we take in.
But you better hurry up and apply now before there is a limit.
That's my point. Is there a limit? And if there's going to be one later, are you going to pull the plug at, say, 200,000 people?
You don't have to live here to be a petition either. So there's plenty of petitions living outside of St. Kitts as well.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not aware of any intention to put a limit on the number of applications.
But that would be the government making that decision at the end of the day.
Roger, can you speak to the benefits of getting the condition citizenship without renouncing your citizenship? And then you also mentioned the oomph to renounce your citizenship. What do you mean by oomph exactly?
If you're an American living in the U.S., you can't renounce your U.S. citizenship if you're living in the U.S. But if you're an American living outside of the U.S. with no intent of ever living in America ever again, my advice would be to renounce your U.S. citizenship as fast as you can. But the benefits of being an American living in the U.S. and having St. Kitts citizenship and a St. Kitts passport is if the U.S. becomes extra crazy or, who knows what could happen, you have an additional travel document that's like an extra, escape hatch or safety valve for, you never know what's going to happen in the world. Today seems fine, but tomorrow might not be. And so it's just an extra tool in your arsenal of things that can protect you and your family and the future of your life. And it's a really, really good backup plan to have. Even if you're just going to stay in the place where you're living currently, having an extra citizenship is a really, really smart move.
Is renouncing like a percentage of wealth, or is it like a flat number?
So I am not a tax attorney. Okay. I am not your accountant. But my most recent understanding is that it's basically capital gains tax rates on your net worth at the day that you renounce.
Roger, I'd just like to add about the passport. I do have a U.S. passport myself.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And for a number of years, I thought I did not need another passport. And as you travel around the world, you realize you get into certain situations that a US passport is not necessarily this passport that's going to allow you to get into that country or give you the type of treatment that you might expect. So I do have 2 other passports, and as a result, I can pull one out and use it. I was going to Russia a couple of years ago, and the US passport didn't allow me to get into Russia without a visa, but my St. Kitts passport allowed me to go in free. So places like that. In India, the St. Kitts passport allowed me to get into India very easily. So I do a lot of traveling for the CBI program. So having the different passports allows me that flexibility.
And I can add to that a little bit. So St. Kitts, just a few years ago, got visa-free access to Russia. Yes. But before that, you still needed a visa, even with a St. Kitts passport, to go to Russia, or with an American passport. And I went to the Russian embassy in Tokyo to apply for a visa with my St. Kitts passport to go to Russia. And the people at the Russian embassy specifically told me, they said, "We know you used to be an American. And if you were applying with your American passport, we would not give you a visa. But because you're applying with a St. Kitts passport, no problem, here's your visa." And they really did tell me just like that. There was some other, I forget exactly what it was, but there was some tension between the Russia and I think Ukraine or something at the moment. And America, of course, was involved in that. So they literally told me, if you were applying with your US passport, we would not give you a visa. But because you're applying with a St. Kitts passport, here's your visa, have a nice trip. True story. Any other questions? We're here to answer it. And Bitcoin Cash is everywhere here, as you've already seen. Bitcoin Jason. There's a microphone on its way to you right now.
Thank you, man. I'm interested, what area of trade or skill set is St. Kitts looking for if they had people come to their country? What do they want?
This is a free country. You can do basically whatever you want that's not already illegal, and not too many things are illegal here.
So St. Kitts' prime product is real estate, is tourism, right? So at the end of the day, the hospitality industry is what St. Kitts is focused on. but the Citizenship by Investment program has also become very popular in the country as well. With that being said, the government, from my understanding, is looking to develop every and any sector that anyone, especially a citizenship by investment person, would be willing to bring to the country to help grow. Farming, green energy, you name it, they would be open and willing to welcome you.
You can also get high-speed internet here and do the digital nomad thing or work online. Like my internet, I have over 100 megs up and down with like a 3 millisecond ping time. Like, I'm happy as can be, right?
I had a question for Les. Maybe a little bit difficult to answer. I'm not sure if there isn't a good answer to it, but all the rules that you said are applied for due diligence, they seem quite reasonable overall. But I'm just curious, are there any of those rules that don't really work in St. Kitts' benefit, but you have to apply them to people coming in? Because this is, there's some relationship to banking, finance, and not all of the rules are made in the country's or individual's interests. They're made in someone else's interest. So I wonder if there's anything like that you can speak about.
Well, I have to say that the regulations that we follow, especially with the transfer of funds, is based on correspondent banking arrangements. All right, so it depends on where do we have our correspondent banking, mainly in the US. So we will have the pressures. For example, under the CBI, if funds are coming through Wells Fargo Bank, Wells Fargo has said to the country and to the national bank that if it's CBI funds, the funds have to be returned, cannot be accepted. All right, whereas Bank of America, Lloyd's Bank, no problem, as long as your due diligence goes. So you wonder why, but Bank of America accepts the CBI funds, except that they put a lot of pressure on the national bank to follow the due diligence on the funds being transferred in, right? And that means source of funds, proof of funds. The same thing that we go through for our application process. The national bank follows a similar path, not as rigorous as we do, just takes longer time.
So let's give you a real life story of what's happened. I've sold a unit to a client. He went through the program, got approved, went to transfer $450,000 to our company. He was banking at Wells Fargo. So even though we gave him the corresponding bank to use a different corresponding bank, if you personal accounts, I guess in the US are at Wells Fargo, not that I would know, you can't not use their corresponding bank. So now it arrives, they're told they can't accept it, and they send it back. So I have an email from my bank and I send that to the client. 3 weeks it took for that client to get the funds back. He almost hired a lawyer to try to sue me. I'm like, I don't have your money. The bank did not accept it. It was sent with the wrong corresponding bank. So it really is like a headache from a business perspective. We've gone through all of this, 6 months due diligence. And I mean, how thorough is the due diligence he just explained, followed by more unnecessary due diligence. Anyways.
So a 3-week delay is almost as long as the delay for lots of BTC transactions at the end of 2017. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that either.
Another question, as a non-resident petition, would you have the ability to participate in elections, maybe by absentee ballot? And are there any libertarian-leaning candidates to vote for?
A citizen of St. Kitts and Nevis is entitled to all the rights, an economic citizen is entitled to all the rights of a normal citizen, and that includes voting. I'm not aware of, I don't think there's absentee ballots at this point in time. And at this point in time, there's no residency requirement for voting at this point in time.
I'm not aware of any libertarian parties either.
But that being said, there's already no income tax, no capital gains tax. You don't even have to file a return. So, maybe it would be nice if government shrank even a little bit more, but it's so small already that it's not in your hair bothering you at all anyhow.
What is the difference between citizenship by investment citizen or passport and say a natural born citizen of St. Kitts? Like where does the difference show up?
There is no difference at this point.
So your kids, grandkids, everybody would.
Yeah. So and St. Kitts and Nevis is unique in this because your grandchild, child, it goes down. So you can they can apply your spouse, your sibling, all up to a certain age, 30 years for siblings. Children up to the age of 30 would qualify under the Citizenship by Investment Program.
Thank you. Great presentation. And coming from a country, as you know, and for those that might not know, St. Kitts is an independent country. And St. Martin, I would say, unfortunately, we have not taken that step as yet. We are still a member or part of the Dutch Kingdom. And when I hear this today, and I was talking to my colleague and president of my party as well, and I said, what we see here is yet another strong case for independence of Caribbean countries. Because St. Martin, we can't offer what you offer to people. We can't get the opportunities to bring such much needed investment to our country. We have to continue to depend on the Dutch government for loans, the Dutch government for investment. So in your experience, how would you say this program has helped the people of St. Kitts, has helped the government do more for the people of the country as well?
I guess I'll take a stab at that. I have been involved in the program for the last 7 years. And during that period in time, and specifically over the last 2 years, the CBI has represented anywhere between 30 and 40 to 45% of the GDP. Okay, so that I think that gives you an answer. St. Kitts, the program is responsible for bringing in the revenue, of course, and the government is responsible for, the rest of the government is responsible for spending it. There have been a lot of programs, social programs that have benefited from the funds in the consolidated fund, which is where the government keeps all of its revenue. So we collected the fees, government fees, or even the donations that goes into the consolidated fund. And then the consolidated fund is used by cabinet or through parliament for the betterment of the country. So you look around and you see the roads. Like I said, there are some social benefits, but there are also the other side of the equation, which is the hotels, which over the last few years, we've had a Park Hyatt, the Four Seasons. We now have the Ramada Hotel. John's Hotel here has been part of the CPI program for a long time. The Marriott Residences has been a big contributor to what we have. And this has all been done through CBI.
So just to add to that, right, as a hotelier, as a pandemic hit, we looked at everything and said, oh, well, if we build another shopping plaza and take advantage of all this downtime, no guests, country shut down, we're building 6 more villas. All of that investment and economic stimulation would not be happening right now, and I would be not putting my money up in that perspective if I didn't have CBI approvals for those as a hedge to renting them out and everything else we can use them as a hotel. So it's just giving investors that comfort to invest and spend. And then the government's also changed the laws when it comes to real estate, which is, in my opinion, good. Investors' funds are held in escrow. Until I build and get that building built, I cannot access that money. So if I'm selling an undeveloped project, your money can't just disappear and not deliver. So that forces me as a developer, though, to put my money where my mouth is, and there we go.
Now, over the years, we've strengthened the program, and one of those regulations that we put in place was an escrow bill, and we're the only country in the Caribbean that has an escrow bill supporting its development under the CBI.
And if I can add a little bit to that in general, having the right local agent and the right responsible government behind that local agent is probably 2 of the most important parts of the entire citizenship by investment process. There's lots of countries around the world that do it and lots of agents, and lots of them are crooks. And I can tell you right now that the ones on these stage, you can trust and they'll treat you right and you can believe in them. And, you know, I like to think myself as a pretty savvy business guy, but I've been cheated as well. And so you really have to watch out and be careful out there in this world and find the right local agent and the right country behind it that'll stand behind everything that's going on. And St. Kitts and John, you have those people right here on stage. And I'm sure both Les and John have heard horror stories of other clients that have been cheated around the world as well.
Yes.
No comment.
I have a folder that big.
I saw that you would pay for your spouse and children as well. What if you're St. Kitty and you buy the citizenship and then you have another child? Does that child automatically get citizenship?
For a fee.
For a fee?
For a much, much smaller fee.
Okay. I got you.
Look, if you're single, just try to start dating in the area that you want to. I mean, it's not my advantage to tell people this, but if you are single, nowadays everything's online. Find someone from a jurisdiction that you would like to possibly be at one day.
And ask if they take Bitcoin Cash for the dinner date.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for coming on and sharing that. I've now got a reason to start saving up. I'm very interested in getting myself a St. Kitts passport and joining that. Zero income tax, zero capital gains, and just, yeah, that's fantastic. So thank you so much. Round of applause, everyone. Roger, Les, and John. Roger, could you do me a favor? I'd love you to stay. Just, if you could sit down. Because the next person I'd like to invite up and join Roger on the stage is kind of the reason why we're all here. So we're in St. Kitts because of one reason, more or less. And that's because of the insane adoption that's happened this year. And it's just amazing. I'm sure, if anyone spent any time here, it's glorious to see, just the amount of shops and merchants that are accepting Bitcoin Cash. And who is responsible for this? This is someone. This is a man, or rather a force of nature. Welcome, Sunny Gehani. This man's why we're here.
Hello.
Maybe if I can start off with the story of how I met Sunny. And so I've been here in and out of St. Kitts for the last, over a decade now. Yeah, time goes quickly. And I knew John Zuliani, who was on stage with me here a moment ago. I didn't know him super well, but I've known him a little bit for maybe 7 or 8 years or something. The last maybe 2 or 3 years, we really got to know each other real well. And at one point, not that long ago, maybe a year ago now, he told me, like, Roger, there's this guy, Sunny, who really wants to meet you. But I haven't been giving him your phone number and I haven't been giving him your contact details because I'm really scared he's just gonna bother you too much. And I told him it's okay. You can give him my contact details. It's fine. And John was really worried that Sunny was just gonna overwhelm me. And he's right. Sunny has overwhelmed me, but in a wonderful, wonderful way. And today I consider Sunny one of my very dear friends, and I'm so glad to have had him in my life. And a lot of people on the internet that haven't, come to St. Kitts and they see all the adoption of Bitcoin Cash that's happening around here, and they assume that it's all me. But no, I've played almost no role in it whatsoever. It's been Sunny and his amazing energy and his amazing business network and just his amazing personality that's perfectly suited for this. And I'll have lots more Sunny stories I can tell people when the cameras aren't rolling and live streaming on the internet. But I'll let Sunny talk about whatever he'd like at this point.
With the mic, but yeah. So when I met Roger exactly nearly a year now, that was December. I mean, I wish I could have met him before. We would have adopted the entire world by now. Yeah. So wherever we traveled together or where I traveled for my work, we did adoption a lot of maybe 10 plus countries, including India. That's where I even met the Zapit guys as well. Raj is not here, but he opened a Bitcoin Cash cafe there. St. Kitts mostly because I live here from 10 years, and St. Martin also I lived there 10 years. That's my oldest friend, Robbie, right there. Met him in '98 in a strip club, Yeah, that's how I met him. So that's how I know him. Yeah, and since then, best friends forever. National TV. So the adoption is there. We're continuing. It's all because of one cause, Bitcoin Cash. We all love the freedom, right? That's where here we are. We all have other businesses, and I think Roger, actually that was not true about the 2-3 years. Roger came to Buddha Bar to adopt me for Buddha Bar to accept Bitcoin Cash, right?
I
That's
don't
how we
remember
met.
that.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know.
But then he adopted my life only for adopting Bitcoin Cash. Yeah. No, it's been wonderful. I really, when the whole conference talks started, and then me and John just started the conversation. John, should we do it? And then John said, of course, you're welcome to do it at my hotel. I'll give you the conference room, do what you want with it. And I'm like, wow, we started the concept. MP Brison joined in. We started a little group. Bali was a part of it. Roger was there. And then we spoke to Elliot. And look where we are. It's happening. We are in St. Kitts, 30 plus countries. Thank you for coming, everybody.
And I think all of us can learn a lesson from Sonny here. He is not afraid to talk to anybody about Bitcoin Cash, anyone and everywhere, but he's also very effective about how he does it. So recently I was in the Seychelles, and Sonny was in India, and he decided he'd fly on over and visit me in the Seychelles. And he was only there 3 days, something like that. And instantly he's walking into the stores and just talking to the clerk. Where's the owner? I want to talk to the owner. And then he goes, Who's the head of the ICC here? Where's the head of the ICC? And like probably all of you in this room are like, what is the ICC? That was my reaction. And that's what the clerk said. What is the ICC? He goes, the Indian Chamber of Commerce. Don't you know, right? And sure enough, he plugged into all the business leaders in the Seychelles, and he was only there for 3 days, and he got quite a few businesses accepting Bitcoin Cash, and it's got them set up with the cash register app. And it was just really, really amazing to see the effectiveness and the energy combined together to do that sort of thing. So it's great to have energy, but you have to focus that energy on the effective targets to really get things done. And so like Robbie in St. Martin is another example of that. He has quite a number of business locations in St. Martin, all accepting Bitcoin Cash. He is rolling out Bitcoin Cash ATM machines there. I've been slowly trying to work with him to get everything configured, but it's happening. And if you connect with the right business people around the world, it starts to happen. And actually, one of my other very, very dear friends here, Paul and Terry Bilzerian, are sitting at the table here. I think they were probably the first ones in St. Kitts to ever take cryptocurrency for anything, way back in 2012 maybe or something. And it's been a long time. And even now, you can rent whatever apartment you want from them and pay in Bitcoin Cash, of course, with them there. And finding the right people and anybody that's in this room is likely to be entrepreneurial minded already. So find the right entrepreneurs in your area and reach out to them and get this moving, because we can all create a better, more free world for everybody that has peer-to-peer electronic cash. And that's why we're here today. So let's get out there, and rather than preaching to the choir, let's invite new people to become members of the choir.
You know who's the next BCH merchant adoption? Right there, she was asking all the questions. She's our newest lot I'm going to adopt tomorrow. Shauna Lake, I'm talking about you. Hopefully you're convinced with all the questions you asked. You have all the answers. So.
And forgive me if I'm intruding a little bit into your business life, Miss Shauna Lake. I believe you're the wife of Justin Dickey, and you two run International Corporate Solutions Limited, I believe, which is the registrant firm that I've been using here in St. Kitts for a long time for all of my corporate registrations. And for a decade plus, every single year when it was time to renew my registration with them, I asked them, can I pay you with cryptocurrency? Can I pay you with Bitcoin? And more recently, can I pay you with Bitcoin Cash? And I'm sad to say that the answer until recently was always no. But the reason that changes is because they didn't know me. I'm just, one more of their customers from them. And what is this weird crypto thing? But I think John and Sonny, they both know here on the island. And when they heard that John was accepting cryptocurrency at his hotel, and Sonny's rebranding every single business he has into Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin.com stuff. They now, I believe, accept Bitcoin Cash at Corporate Solutions Limited. So if you want to set up a St. Kitts corporation, there's your incorporation company that'll do it for you, and you can pay them in Bitcoin Cash. And it's really an interesting example, though, of how if you connect to the right business entrepreneurs, that's what really moves the needle. And so that's a real important aspect to do.
Shauna bought her tickets with Bitcoin Cash.
So there's a great example of conversion. They went from not even accepting it for payments to now using it for payments. So thank you so much for that, Shauna.
And she even specified her husband gave it to her. So both of them know how to use a wallet. I'm making it all public. Well, any questions, anyone, or anything?
Yes, I have a question. This is my question to you, Sonny. So at the beginning of this year, you said to me that you were going to be working really hard with Bitcoin Cash 2022.
It's going to
Are
be
you,
double the hard.
are you joining us for
2023.
2023?
It's going to be two times harder 2023. You know, I only go
We
double
got
the
him
speed.
locked in, guys.
I only go double the speed.
Nice one. That's all I want to hear.
MP. It's okay, I can listen. No, it was first. Actually, when we met in Dubai once, somebody gave me some little Dogecoin, like $100, but that was not even crypto introduction. When Roger came, Roger explained exactly how Bitcoin Cash works. And then we started it in all the stores. And actually now we use it. We literally do payrolls. Staff asks for it in Bitcoin Cash. You can see the ATMs are right there. Most of my staff is also right there. You know, they want to listen. They are all with cameras, and it works well. How fast and efficient it works, I don't have to talk about it. I mean, everybody here knows about Bitcoin Cash. So if you go in India right now, what they have done is I don't know how they're gonna, I wanted to ask them, how is the Indian government gonna react to it? Because 100 million merchants accepting it, but they have no regulation. They will not be able to handle it because there's nothing, it's absolutely gonna be, Bitcoin Cash is gonna be all over. Because now actually you just have to tell the merchant, they don't even have to say they accept it or not. Just put a sticker because they can just take the QR code and it's going to pay them. 100 million stickers we need.
And actually, I want to talk about that. So I learned this from Sunny, and I've been pushing cryptocurrency adoption for a while. But the thing that I've seen Sunny do, he always has Bitcoin Cash stickers with him, and he goes and wherever he goes in the world, he finds a local print shop, and he talks to them and convinces them to take Bitcoin Cash for payment to print Bitcoin Cash stickers or shirts or bags or all these things. And then when he goes to help onboard the merchant, he doesn't give them the stickers and say, here, you do it. He does it for them. He goes, let me put it here. I'll put it on the window. I'll put it on the cash register. He puts as many up until they say, Sonny, please, no more stickers all over my store.
No, I mean, they can really, when Sean asked, or somebody asked, what do we do with it? You can use it everywhere. Now, the best two travel sites, the biggest ones, Traveler and Excel Trip, they accept it. Basically, you can book hotels. Who doesn't travel nowadays? Everybody has to buy some air tickets for themselves or family, friends. Who doesn't book hotels? You can refill any phone, like recharge it with crypto, any crypto, not even Bitcoin Cash. So you can do everything with it. With Purse.io, you get discounts. So what do you do with it? You can just spend it again and spend it, receive it. What's the best way to get it? Start accepting it at your business. That's the best way to get it. You don't have to go to exchange, spend money, give them percentage to buy. Just put a sticker, Bitcoin Cash accepted here. It takes you 1 minute to download the wallet, a next minute to download the cash register. And now, by tomorrow, maybe hopefully in 48 hours, we'll have the print function, the end of the day closing. Everything is going to be there. So Roger did it. Thank you, Roger.
Thank you, Sunny. A lot of people on the internet try and give me credit for what's happening here in St. Kitts. It's 0.5% me and 97% Sunny, and then a little bit here for John and some others here. But Sunny is the real energy driving force here in St. Kitts. So thank you, Sunny.
We had a question, when are we going back to St. Martin? Baliji asked it. We are ready. We're ready. We'll go back, push St. Martin. Robbie and everybody's keeping to ask, when are we starting to push St. Martin again? We are there. Let's do it. For us, it's more adoption.
I was just kind of curious, from the time you guys started onboarding merchants to now, how has the cost changed? In terms of hardware costs, time spent, things like that. How's that changed over time as it scaled?
We have always looked at BCH as a utility. So if it's $500 or $100, technically it doesn't bother me.
I think his question is how much per merchant does it cost us to onboard a new
Yeah,
merchant?
so if you buy them a phone or a tablet or something to accept it, or any hardware costs you might have, or
so the phones, the cheap ones, we bought it for $50. Not all
Paid
the
in
merchants.
BCH.
Yeah, in BCH, yeah, and the tablets is like $75. But not all merchants need it because a few of them already have some kind of POS or Android or iPad. The Bitcoin Cash Register app. See, technically the Bitcoin.com wallet that's what we use. Being the owners, most of the owners are never present in the business. And their business always, nowadays, everybody has a POS. So when even Shauna was asking before, how do you account for it? How do you pay tax for it? The tax officer is not coming to check my wallet. He's coming to audit my point of sale system. So at Buddha for example, I'm selling $1,000. So the breakdown comes 500 cash, 300 credit card, 100 check, and $180 I got in Bitcoin Cash. End of the day, I just created a currency and it's right there. So when you pay with BCH, the closing shows BCH. On that BCH, I'm paying VAT. So that solves the problem of the tax guy. He's not interested. I'm paying my taxes as I'm paying on cash. So exactly, now, when you say merchant, it's an average. Some of them, we don't have to give anything. Let's say $50, including the phone and the stickers. That's average cost, what we give to the, but I think Noel is buying expensive. I mean, he's doing something wrong, but he's paying $150 US per tablet, but Ryan bought it for $50.
And you can buy a bunch of them at a discount on purse.io.
Yeah, you can buy a bunch, and we have contacts. If you buy 100, the last I bought, I got a offer for 14 US right now. It's just trying to get, but I have to buy 1,000. That's where we can team up. And if Australia needs 100, Ryan needs 100, you need 100, we can try to drop ship it and then share the cost. That means it comes down to $15. We are not trying to encourage you to listen to radio or watch TV. We just want that instrument. It's like a machine to accept Bitcoin Cash that will be linked up to the Bitcoin.com wallet. So it can be just the best Android version that will accept Bitcoin Cash. You mean online, right? Yeah, there is many of them.
That's the company at the back here. They have a booth called GoCrypto. So what Sunny's doing is more grassroots, and there's no sign up, there's no connecting to some other, back-end POS system. But GoCrypto is the type of company that will integrate into existing point-of-sale terminals and roll out, 10,000 locations all at once overnight. And so it takes both, I think, to get the adoption around the world. And I actually want to thank you for your comment earlier today. I was also an eGold user in the early days and had my money stolen in eGold. And for those that don't know, in the late 1990s, there was a company called eGold. It was really great idea. They would hold gold, and they would physically hold the gold, and you would just transfer around the ownership of the gold electronically. And it was working great and getting more and more traction, and people all over the world were starting to use it until what happened? A few people were doing something that the US government didn't like with their eGold accounts. The US government literally came in and stole all the gold from all of the users, even the ones that were using it for legitimate reasons. And it really made me appreciate the importance of having bearer instruments where you hold the asset yourself and you're not trusting a custodian to hold it for you, whether it's gold or digital currency. You need to hold that yourself, or you're at risk of having it seized, as we both found out the hard way in the late 90s.
I think Robbie is the first GoCrypto client in St. Martin, right, Robbie? You're the first GoCrypto account. So you already know how to use it. You should meet the guys when you get a chance. You met them already?
And if you catch me when the cameras aren't rolling, I'll tell you some more extra fun, sunny stories that off the record.
I just wanted to add a little bit to that question. There's some experiments available. There's one called Scan to Pay. What is it? Scan to Pay. Yeah, scantopay.cash, where you could onboard someone for free. They can do everything with their staff or just devices that are already in the whatever business it is. So they could just use staff phones to manage everything just by using a single QR code.
Yeah, but see, what happens is in restaurants, there are shifts. So you change and everything. So you have to, as much as you tell them, like we were having lunch the other day with all of you, and then we onboarded the restaurant, Boozies, and they called me back and they said the shift is leaving. So we had to go back, because now what's the use of onboarding? And after you leave, they just put the phone on the side, or nobody knows what to do if you go for asking for it. So you have to go back again, explain to the night manager. At the end, the funds are going somewhere else. Which wallet, shared wallet, it's basics. You have to give time. The initial 20 minutes need to be there. It doesn't have to be the instrument, but they need time. The owners nowadays don't care, really. They're like managers. They are closing the sales. They are accountable. The money is missing. They're like, I'm going to cash their neck. Right. They then train the staff. Nowadays, no, the times are gone when only there was dedicated cashiers. Bartenders are cashing. Chefs are cashing. Cleaners are cashing. It's just they register their name. So everybody needs to know that it's just not a sticker. They really accept it, and that education has to be there. And we go also, like KFC here accepts it, Burger King accepts it. And I don't know what volume they get, but just to keep the charger alive, I make sure all my staff goes at least once a week, or I mean turn by turn, to buy a burger, to buy a bucket of, until that adoption continues, until people know they take it. The fire has to be there. Otherwise, one day you'll go after 3 weeks, they don't know where the tablet is, it's not charged, and then the new staff is not aware. So keep going. I mean, if you onboard a merchant, don't finish it there. Keep going there. Everybody eats, right? So keep going, keep the fire on. And speak to Roger with any hedge. Will help all of us more.
Yeah, I'm really eager to have a good wallet, or any wallet. I was trying. Paytaka doesn't have iOS yet, but we'll. you have to have test flight and like that. That's not mass adoption ready yet. But anyhow, hopefully they'll have that soon, and hopefully we'll get it in the Bitcoin.com wallet soon. And so I'll explain in like engineers can explain in techie stuff, and normal people won't understand. I'll explain exactly what General Protocols is building, and it's really exciting. So basically, you'll be able to receive $100 of Bitcoin Cash. You don't have to deposit it at FTX or some other exchange out there where it's at risk. You'll still have the money in your wallet, and if you receive $100 of Bitcoin Cash today, later on, you'll get $100 of Bitcoin Cash still will be in your wallet. Even if the price doubled or dropped in half, you'll still wind up with the same dollar amount or the same amount worth of gold, or you can tie it to like the price of Big Macs or any sort of external price feed you have for any sort of asset. You'll be able to have the same amount of Bitcoin Cash later that you received at the time, and no counterparty risk there. I think my understanding, the only risk there basically is that somebody made some mistake in the mathematics somewhere, and then some other extra smart hacker nerd will figure out like the mistake in the mathematics and will exploit it that way. But the longer it goes on and the more people are using it, the less likely there's going to be some sort of flaw in the mathematics. Does that sound about accurate, John? And for those that can't hear, he said, yeah, it's been beat up pretty well so far, so it's probably pretty safe. I don't put millions of dollars in there or anything yet, but for the price of your Big Mac, you're definitely safe already, and we'll work on getting that in the Bitcoin.com wallet. But what that will do for the merchants, all these merchants that are accepting Bitcoin Cash, they can make it set up with a little bit of special software in the wallet built in, so it happens automatically, and the merchant doesn't have to do anything. When they receive, a $100 payment, it's locked in at $100 in their wallet. And regardless of the price swings of Bitcoin Cash, they'll still wind up with $100 of Bitcoin Cash when they're ready to go and spend it. And I think that'll be a really powerful tool to drive adoption without needing any third parties or some other custodian to hold the money for you.
In addition to that, there was the questions about taxes and how do you manage accounting on taxes and so forth. Well, if you receive $100 and at the end of a month it's $100, there's not really anything special to do, right? So.
And I also want to just thank the General Protocols guys. I think they're doing some of the most interesting stuff in the Bitcoin Cash ecosystem. It's some of the nerdiest stuff, but that's what makes it some of the most interesting and most useful to people around the world. So special thanks to the General Protocols team. And John, he came here all the way from Japan. That is not a short trip, as I know as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
I had a question for Mike and Dejan. When is the GoCrypto machines taking over St. Kitts? When is the GoCrypto machines taking over St. Kitts? Mike doesn't answer. Mike always says, ask you,
There are 400 locations that we're attacking for the next year. So the 400 are low-hanging fruit at the St. Kitts. In total, there are 800. That's it. So
next year is from Jan to December. It's a long year, no?
We need it by January 3rd, please.
Yeah, we need it by January 3rd.
9. Well, yeah, but see. Next year. So next year it's 400. Okay. That's the goal. And then the year after that to just get everybody we can.
We're looking
because
forward.
it needs to be holistic. And you, Sonny, you're going to do the sales.
Yes. Assume it done. But 400 is too little of a target. Give me like 4,000 targets, something, man. 400, we did it without GoCrypto.
I think we'll definitely have to expand into additional islands to reach 4,000. I don't think there's that many merchants here.
Roger, I have a question regarding the last statement. When is that going to be live? Because that's the game changer.
I think that's a question for John. I think it's live now. Maybe it's a question for when is it live in the Bitcoin.com wallet. We'll have a competition for your 400 merchants and for me having it live in the Bitcoin.com wallet.
Sonny, did you hear that?
What was it?
We're going to have a competition to see who gets more merchants and the other features built into the Bitcoin.com wallet first.
No, Sonny, did you hear what Roger said? I think he just solved one of the big pain points connected to the volatility.
If you have $100 of Bitcoin Cash today, you can have $100 tomorrow. Yeah, he's on board. And actually, so I forget who said it earlier, but I do want to point out, and I witnessed it firsthand, having stable, reliable local meetups in the town, wherever you're from, really helps drive adoption. It's like, I think it's $20 or maybe $25 per year to make a meetup.com paid account where you can host your own meetups, make it, and then start hosting monthly or even weekly Bitcoin Cash meetups in your town. It will be amazing to see how many people come out of the woodwork and how much stuff starts happening. You make your meetup.com account and then you post on your local Craigslist and on your Facebook and Twitter about your local meetup. And even here in little old St. Kitts, we've had some meetups here. Dozens of people showed up, and like that's pretty impressive for a country this small. And so if you're living in a big town, you can get, you know, way more people than that to show up. And like in Tokyo, they have weekly Bitcoin Cash meetups to this very day. 50 people on a big night, or like 100 people will show up to those things oftentimes. It's really impressive to see how many people show up, and it's a lot of times it's new people that are getting exposed to this. So I invite and urge every one of you to go and either join the local meetup where you are, or if there isn't one already, start one.
I guess I'm curious, since you guys are already on a couple islands now, what's next? What's the next island? Where do you guys anticipate it spreading? Where are you guys trying to spread it to? Because like from my perspective, you know, I'm in Florida, and I'm kind of thinking it's like, man, if you guys can get to Puerto Rico, then, you know, it's going to like run up Florida, like, you know.
Yeah, I'm going to call out Puerto Rico right now. So all these crypto bros from the US have moved to Puerto Rico to try and save on some taxes. Where's the cryptocurrency adoption in Puerto Rico, guys? What are you doing there? So come and learn from us here in St. Kitts, and then please emulate us in Puerto Rico. It's not hard to do. You just have to have some oomph to do it. And with all you guys saving your money on your taxes in Puerto Rico, you have some extra money in your pocket to help spread the adoption there, right? So let's go and do it. Like, look at St. Kitts. We have 50,000 people, and probably 50 times or even more the adoption of cryptocurrency in total, and per capita, thousands of times more adoption here than they have in Puerto Rico. So they really need to get with it over there. In Puerto Rico, you're not far away, but hey, let's have some friendly competition here with us in St. Kitts driving a cryptocurrency adoption.
Woo! I'll come for the first weekend. I'll come for the first weekend, onboard the first 10 for you, with you guys, any merchants you say, and then leave it for you to continue.
Great. Thank you so much, Roger and Sunny. Round of applause, everyone. Sunny, this is the man. Sunny. And I have to admit, I'm very happy to hear that Sunny's staying for 1 year, 2 years, maybe 3 years. Up until Bitcoin Cash is what? 10,000 Bitcoin? Yeah. We've lost Sunny. So, next up, we have the Product Head and Innovation Officer at Della Leaders Club. Farhan Mistry is joining us to say a few words. But first, here's a video of DLC.
Good afternoon, it's not on, no worries. So good afternoon, BCH community. I'm Farhan Mistry. I'm the director at Della Leaders Club. And at the onset, I'd just like to say how wonderful it has been being here today, hearing some amazing panelists and really being imbibed into a community we all know and love. I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce you all to a community, to a global community we've been working on over the last 2 years. To tell you a bit more about it, here's a video by our founder, Jimmy Mistry, and yeah. To play the video.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Mistry. I'm the founder of DLC, Della Leaders Club. DLC is a global community of entrepreneurs, professionals, and young leaders that brings to you the world's first business platform. The purpose of setting up DLC is to act as a catalyst to drive people from a life of success to a life of significance. There isn't a single common platform for the business community in the world. As a first-generation serial entrepreneur, I realized that there's a need and a vacuum for a support system and a platform. To challenge the status quo, we created DLC to create transformative leaders. A leader who's going to reinvigorate a company, reinvent an industry, or reboot society. We identified 13 knowledge domains in business and 13 knowledge domains in lifestyle. These two put together constitutes the core foundation and principles of DLC. We invited 4 to 5 men and women of eminence with domain expertise in each of the 26 verticals. This concept has been welcomed by people across the world, and we have already more than 2,000 honorary men and women of eminence across into these committees, who shall be providing the knowledge required within each domain, and which is their domain expertise. DLC forums. It's a game changer in a leader's life. DLC has democratized the world of forums for the finest forum facilitators across the world and made a huge repository of forum trainers. DLC forums have anything from 6 to 10 members who act as your personal board of directors. DLC is going to disrupt the world of forums by not just providing forums to its members, but also mandating the members to run inter-organizational forums within their organizations. DLC is not just an online platform. DLC brings you in-person events in every chapter city.
Great. So that was just a bit of a glimpse onto what DLC does. But today is a very exciting day in that we are excited to launch the DLC St. Kitts and Nevis chapter. And we're also excited to invite Mr. Roger to be the first honorary committee member in the DLC St. Kitts chapter. It's wonderful having him on board. And we would also like to announce that we're going to have a physical office present in Frigate Bay. The date of launch is to be announced soon. And of course, we're excited to partner with Sunny and work on the Citizenship by Investment program, also work on citizenship with crypto to really better the development and carry on the development of the island. Besides this, would also love to have further conversations on DLC with anyone interested here. We're hosting an event in One World Trade Center, New York on the 1st of December. Would, again, love to carry on the conversation about how you could leverage the power of this global community across 26 different domains. So that being said, I think I'll hand over the mic back to our host.
Thank you, Farhan. So we'd like to take a little break now so we can get a drink before coming back for our final panel, BCH as legal tender. I'm excited. So I'll see you all back here at 4:15. Thank you. See you soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'd like you all, please, to take your seats and get prepared for the final panel of the day. BCH legal tender. It's an important one. The sooner we sit down, the sooner we can hear about it. Please don't make me wait. So I would like to acknowledge the Honorable Dr. Terence Drew, Prime Minister of St. Kitts and Nevis, and the Honorable Rolando Brison, Minister of Parliament, St. Martin. Thank you and welcome. And they are joining us for this last, but most certainly not least, panel to discuss BCH as legal tender. I would like to welcome you both onto the stage. Was it important? Give them, please, a really large round of applause. Make some noise.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. First, let me start by welcoming all of you to St. Kitts and Nevis. Can I see those who are here for the first time? That's almost, I would say, over 50% of the welcome to St. Kitts and Nevis. And how has it been thus far? So with that round of applause, I'm sure that you'll come back many, many more times. So I want to welcome all of you to Bitcoin Cash Conference, November 12th, 2022, being held here in St. Kitts and Nevis. It is an inescapable fact that this era is filled with a myriad of digital advances in all aspects of our lives. The cryptocurrency revolution is one such exciting digital advancement that has evolved in the world of finance. It has the potential to bring enormous benefits and business opportunities for citizens and residents of countries worldwide. Many businesses here in St. Kitts and Nevis have already begun accepting payments in cryptocurrency, specifically Bitcoin Cash. This is tangible evidence that awareness and confidence in cryptocurrencies among our local consumers is on the rise. Our nation has always been a forward-thinking nation and a leader in exploring new industries which can advance our people. In furtherance of this national principle, our government is serious about attracting innovative investors, modern industries, and promoting the long-term economic expansion and diversification of our economy. With the use of cryptocurrency in our country, particularly Bitcoin Cash, we are aware of the risk factors to be considered when contemplating national-level financial decisions. St. Kitts and Nevis acknowledges that there are numerous benefits to be leveraging Bitcoin Cash or other cryptocurrencies to promote economic growth. We have even heard the calls by some to make Bitcoin Cash legal tender here. We have observed other cryptocurrencies being made legal tender in other jurisdictions. Therefore, we will explore risks and rewards of making any cryptocurrency legal tender in St. Kitts and Nevis. However, it is imperative that before any major decision of that nature is made, our due diligence and vetting processes take precedence. I can confirm that we are prepared to explore that possibility with the guidance of experts and professionals, and after consultation with our regional system, banking system, the financial and economic protection of our country's industrious people is of utmost importance. And therefore, I welcome the opportunity to dialogue further with a view to exploring future opportunities to engage in Bitcoin Cash mining and making Bitcoin Cash legal tender here in St. Kitts and Nevis by March 2023, once the safeguards to our country and our people are guaranteed. Therefore, and I want to wrap it up there. I would say in this era of Twitter, we have a number of characters that we can type, correct? And therefore, I'm very mindful that I'm among those who are the leaders in the tech industry. And so I always tell my speechwriters, keep it short, to the point, because this is a new era. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention.
Good afternoon. I would like to, of course, having the distinct pleasure and honor to share the stage with the Prime Minister of this beautiful country that we are here visiting these past few days, and we'll be here for a few more days as well. This is my neighbor. This is our country that's only separated by water. And the more I come to this country, I realize that the differences are much subtler than we think. And it seems with the announcement that we just heard today, those differences are getting less and less. So I want to really thank the opportunity for the Prime Minister to have me here and all of the organizers as well to talk a little bit more about legal tender legislation for Bitcoin Cash and cryptocurrency. Today, I want to go a little bit into, well, first a little background, have a short presentation. There's a spy among you. What's that? Yes, the Prime Minister needs to be able to see, so we're going to have, he's going to be mingling in the crowd. Thank you, Prime Minister. There's a spy among you because my father was a banker. And you would think that someone that came from a family where the father was in 30 years of banking, that when I enter politics, my goal would be to further that institution's goals that we see today. And actually, what I actually found is that banking is not why my dad got into banking. He got into banking because he wanted to help people. He wanted to give them the financial ability to be a part of the financial system. And the fact is, that is not what banking is today. In St. Martin, 28% of the local population does not have access to bank accounts. And if we count the immigrant population, it's probably closer to 40%. And in 2018, when I was given the honor by my people to represent them in Parliament, banking reform was one of the key things that I looked at. Since then, it hasn't gotten better, to be honest, because now the craze of ATM fees in St. Martin, when you withdraw $100, it can cost you as much as $18 from an ATM machine. And this is a common issue across the Caribbean, especially when you think about the FATF, corresponding banking issues were mentioned earlier, a lot of these issues. This is a little difficult to see, but what we did is I brought a motion of parliament where 4 key things that we wanted to address in the banking sector: the right to have a basic bank account, rules by which the banking relationship can be terminated, rules for publication, transparency, and Consumer Banking Protection Bureau, was initiatives that we made. But why am I talking about banking? Because what I learned in this legislative process is that if you truly want to reform banking and finances for your people, for our Caribbean people, you cannot do it without considering the innovations of cryptocurrency. That would be like trying to reform energy policies without considering renewable energy. In this year, what we did in 2018, this is a publication from the central bank, because I started to immediately pose questions to the central bank. What are your policies for cryptocurrency, and what are we going to do to promote and safeguard, et cetera, et cetera? And they basically came out with this statement in 2018 saying that we don't have anything to say about cryptocurrency, we have no regulation, and we think that's something that you all need to figure out. And I welcome that opportunity to actually figure it out. I love the fact that in our jurisdiction, the central bank has at least been open enough to say and admit we don't have the capability to monitor and engage and promote and safeguard something like this. And I think that's one of the key things coming now to legal tender, why this is such an important piece of regulation that the community should not be scared of, because when we hear regulation, sometimes we get a little worried, but in actuality, it's the best possible regulation for cryptocurrency. The central bank should not independently regulate cryptocurrency. I believe that we should have, well, first of all, if they can't properly regulate the banking sector, under the years of supervision, look what's happened to my banking sector. So why would I give them now a huge mandate to do something that they have no idea about? In our legal system, we are fortunate that all central bank laws must come to the Parliament of St. Martin. And other jurisdictions might not be as fortunate, but it's important to keep the focus on the legislator should be the one to have a say on what happens in regulation. It should not be just an unelected entity like an SEC or a FATF or all of these bodies that were just put together with no elected representation, and they want to say today what the future of cryptocurrency should and should not be. It should be with the people and your representatives. So just a bit of, I actually put this as a disclaimer because the fact is, in Parliament, we have 2 ways of legislating this. It can be on initiative, Article 85, where the draft is an MP like myself, we draft it, it goes to the Council of Advice, goes to Parliament, and this part is important. We do need a simple majority in the Parliament to support it. So the fact is, MP Brison can be here touting and saying, yes, legal tender regulation, but I need colleagues in my Parliament, at least 7 others, to understand why this is important. And I'll get to that as well. You can also do it in collaboration with the government. But what I like to do is a hybrid method, where we say, as a motion of parliament, similar to what the Honorable Prime Minister stated, where we are going to research this, set a date for when we want the government to present this to the Parliament, and then handle it that way. And I think it's good to see that we are, as 2 nations, in line with the same goal. So is all regulation bad? I like to put it through the filter. So on the left, you have legal tender legislation. Doesn't encumber usage, it doesn't centralize it, and it protects users. So legal tender legislation, those are to me the 3 regulations that you want in any regulation. You put it through this filter to see if it matches what you see here. But what you see with central bank digital currency, social credit system, centralized, but what they tout is the one aspect that some users might be happy with, which is, oh, it protects users. It's backed by gold. It's backed by something. But the other aspects, as we've heard earlier today, are too much of a danger for us to consider. And that's why I think that sort of legislation only belongs in the trash. So why legal tender? Why should a cryptocurrency have the status of legal tender? Well, here are some reasons. First of all, as some of you know, I've dedicated to have my entire salary and converted into Bitcoin Cash and use that for my purposes. But here's the interesting thing. When I go to my department that handles the payroll and I say, I would like for you to pay me in Bitcoin Cash, there's some legal questions that come into play. How can the government that's contracted, or the payroll department that's contracted with the members of parliament to pay a salary, how do they justify that you have indeed been paid? Because is it a legal tender from a salary perspective? So we saw that challenge immediately when trying to work with the government to make a direct transfer of payroll in a system like a government. Then you also have, we talk a lot about smart contracts here. So I think the opposite is dumb contracts, which means a regular contract that you just sign on a piece of paper. And that could be, for example, for real estate, large transactions, mortgages. These traditional contracts also are built on legal tender. So if someone wants to purchase a piece of property with Bitcoin Cash, how do we use that in the traditional contract sense if legal tender, if Bitcoin Cash doesn't have that legal tender status? Then it also helps, as Jesus said, render unto Caesar what belongs to him. With taxation, absolutely. I do not think as a community we should be afraid of acknowledging that we have tax compliance in our jurisdictions for any transactions we make. But on the flip side, it should not be taxed for capital gains, because if it's currency, that should not apply. That is a fair balance where the government, together with the community, can understand what you gain from your investment is untaxed, but usage such as sales and so on, you treat it just the way you would treat cash, as was mentioned earlier today. And of course, we talked earlier about accounting purposes. What do we do about actually being able to account for this currency? And my favorite point, this sort of legislation absolutely counters and destroys any need for a central bank to come with any sort of central bank digital currency, because you already have a form of legal tender, a form of accepted legal tender within your community that has been passed by law. So the central bank does not need to get involved in any sort of digital currency. We have Bitcoin Cash as a legal tender already. You can hold those plans for central bank digital currency. Now, this is where the challenge comes for a legislator like myself. You have some opportunities and threats. Crypto education is a very important thing. We have an opportunity through legal tender to make people understand what it actually is, what Bitcoin Cash actually is, because the legislation itself will define it. That will make it understood how this works, why it works. But on the other hand, you have the threats of the fear of crypto and lack of understanding. So education needs to be the focus for governments that want to make this succeed. You have to educate your population about this, because there's so much misinformation out there. I deal with it all the time. The fact that I am here right now, best believe there will be opposition MPs saying that I'm irresponsible and why is he still promoting this, considering what's happening. More than ever, we need legal tender with what's happening right now, because not your keys, not your crypto. And that lack of understanding is what is causing the sort of resistance that we as politicians may get. But there's also, you have some opposition politicians who give sincere concerns. Say, look, MP Brison, what about this? What about that? How do we tax it, etc.? But then you have those that simply oppose for opposing's sake, because it's just something that's easy to say no to. And that's something we have to all be cognizant about when you also exercise your right to vote. And I'll get to that in a minute. Legal tender legislation, as I said earlier, counters the threat of central bank digital currencies. And we have to juxtapose the two constantly when we think of the two subjects, in my opinion. So in closing, I would like to also encourage all of you, when voting, you have to also consider the portfolio and the manifesto of the people that you elect to office. Because as I said, I believe cryptocurrency legislation, regulation has to be from your representatives. And you have to be mindful of who you put in office, that years from now, will they legislate in the interest of this beautiful, system, this beautiful cryptocurrency, this beautiful product that can give financial freedom to so many people, or would they legislate in such a way to try to destroy and slow what we are achieving as a community? Senators and congressmen, they can't do it alone. There needs to be a diverse group that see the potential in such legal tender legislation. And I would consider, write them, advise them, support them. We're always online. We read Twitter as well. Don't be surprised that when you tag your representative, that they may see, wait a minute, I need to look into this. Open the eyes of the legislators to Bitcoin Cash. Let us see it. Let us understand it. Because once my eyes were opened, they were never closed again. And that's why I'm here today. And that's why I will remain a staunch supporter of the potential that this can do, not just particularly for the world, but for my people in St. Martin, the financial freedom they deserve, not standing in the hot sun for 2 or 3 hours at Western Union just to send $100 to their grandparent in Jamaica. That should not be. That is inhumane what the banking system has done to my people. And I will continue to strive to find and use technology that will help them have the financial inclusion that they deserve. Thank you very much. I guess I'll stay in case there are any other questions. I'm happy to take any questions from the floor. I guess it was. Oh, Ryan.
Someone could get Ryan a mic.
Hey, MP Brison, thank you so much. I'm just curious, has there been any lessons learned from El Salvador? Has that influenced your thinking at all?
Yes, absolutely. A lot of lessons to be learned. And the number one lesson is that, and I'm sorry that I actually missed that. It's one of the most important points. Legal tender legislation should always be absolutely purely voluntary. It should never be something imposed on any population. It should just create the framework for those that want to use it, that it is recognized as legal tender. But where El Salvador, I think, went wrong is putting it, even if it's not happening in practice, the fact that they put in their legislation that someone must accept Bitcoin, which, let us be real, that in itself is a problem, coupled with the fact that they are not doing on-chain transactions. We see what is happening with the risk of people not being able to transact peer-to-peer. I think those are the key things that need to be in your legislation. Covers your question?
Yes, MP. What is the legal tender conversations around KYC and cryptocurrency currently?
Well, and earlier I showed a slide where the central bank did give a recommendation that there should be standard KYC practices that can be considered. Again, we should just treat it like cash. If someone walks into a store with $100,000 in cash, there is going to be some sort of question as to, well, where did you get this from, and so on. I think my philosophy to it, and I heard others said it before, treat Bitcoin Cash like that. Treat it like cash. Apply the regulations you have for crypto, for cash, to your cryptocurrencies. It is, Roger. Oh, Roger, this is going to be a tough question.
So I have a tough question for MP Brison and Prime Minister Dr. Drew. St. Kitts or St. Martin, which country is going to get this over the finish line first?
March 2023 sounds a little tough for St. Martin. We started a debate, and I think some people did follow it. I tweeted online the initial debate that we had in Parliament regarding legal tender, cryptocurrency regulation, and Bitcoin Cash. I think some of you, I think it was one of the most viewed meetings ever in the history of St. Martin Parliament, because of course the entire community tuned in, and many people you saw, and that's why I purposely signed in to speak after other speakers, because I wanted all of you viewing to see and hear the concerns from my colleagues. There is a sincere, deep lack of education and understanding in Parliament as to what cryptocurrency is, how blockchain functions, and the benefits and value of Bitcoin Cash.
They go based on what is said on Twitter, what you might find in a Wikipedia article or whatever. And I don't think the research is going as deep as it should. That is why my focus is to try and get the educational aspect, not just for the public, but also for my members of parliament. Because if I don't get that part done, like I said, I cannot pass legislation on my own. I need colleagues to be able to support this, and that process is happening. Hopefully today is a turning point in that sense. I'm sure they're all tuned in, including the opposition MPs. Hello guys, how are you? And they hopefully cannot take this as just opposing for opposing's sake, but listen to all of the presentations that you all have done today and understand what this can potentially do for our people. Because as MPs, we represent the people. But I don't think 2023, I think 2023 is a realistic year. March is pretty tight. So we're gonna be there neck and neck. Yeah.
The cryptocurrency focus to create adoption further. What's the process going on there?
Well, informally, there's a lot of communication, you know, between St. Kitts, Dominica, Antigua, St. Martin. I've had contact with the Bahamas, Trinidad. I think what's happening is that organically, people are kind of feeling it out. They're all trying to explore. You heard Dominica adopted another cryptocurrency. I think what's going to happen is the best cryptocurrency that can be used by the people will ultimately be the one to be used. I don't worry when I see too much other countries using or embracing other cryptocurrency, because I think that's a step in the right direction. I think the fact that they're at least adopting a currency, and eventually they asked me, you know, I had officials from Dominica contact me. Hey, I know you're going on Bitcoin Cash. What do you think about this? What are the pros and cons? That debate happening as a population of 40 to 50 million people across this entire Caribbean region is huge potential indeed, not just for cryptocurrency, but for Bitcoin Cash specifically.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm also from St. Martin, so I have a question for my MP. As you know, St. Martin entrepreneurs also, we have difficulty with e-commerce. And we're wondering, what does Bitcoin Cash and the adoption of it, how does it give us a segue to e-commerce?
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually one of the most attractive aspects. And seeing what we hear about GoCrypto and what happened with UPI, it's called in India and so on. These are all e-commerce solutions that are not available in St. Martin yet. But Bitcoin Cash opens that door. Just to understand, something that a lot of you take totally for granted, things like PayPal, Cash App, non-existent in St. Martin. The banking system has become so cumbersome that these entities, they come to St. Martin, they're like, wait, we have to do what just for a market that's less than $1 billion in transactions? We're not interested. Bitcoin Cash doesn't look at St. Martin as small or big. It's simply an infrastructure that can facilitate with GoCrypto, for example. If you're an entrepreneur and you need to receive a payment from someone that you do work for in the United States, in St. Kitts or whatever, that's a platform, that's an example of a platform where the person can have fiat and they can transfer Bitcoin Cash to you or vice versa. And that's what I'm saying. Now, I think that people can understand that there is a sort of transition, like I mentioned earlier. St. Martiners like yourself, who I know have great products that are exportable, great services and products that are exportable. But how does someone pay you? They can't Cash App you, they can't PayPal you, they're not gonna spend $70 to wire transfer you $200. So you lose the sale. So I totally understand that, and maybe now you might understand why I have been pushing this so much in St. Martin, because it's for entrepreneurs like you to not lose out on these sales.
Thank you. And I just want to say too, earlier the question was asked why I think as an entrepreneur in St. Martin, why we would buy into Bitcoin Cash. And for me, it's accessibility.
Yeah.
Because I want to be able to have the same opportunities as anybody else in the room when it comes to being able to sell and participate in e-commerce online. So if Bitcoin Cash can solve that problem, for us, you will definitely have a lot more merchants on the island, especially small businesses
There you
who now have access to revenues
Abroad.
everywhere.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that. And you heard it there. So for all the tech people in here in the room that are all thinking, I have a solution for that, please come to St. Martin as soon as possible and let's get it done. You see how many hands are raised. Another one?
Rolando, you mentioned about CBDCs coming. Is it the most effective way? I feel like it's looking for the right kind of politicians that's going to allow us to go more in a free market route versus a CBDC route. What other kind of advice could you give to us and the citizenry that are concerned about government overreach into our privacy in our finance?
In the United States of America, it's going to be tough.
Thanks.
Yes. Honestly, I think you have to elect better representatives that are for this, and you don't necessarily. You can find them even on a municipal level, you know, within your city or your state, but also within the Congress. They all have manifestos. Read it and see if they support it. Don't underestimate your impact as a one vote. We just saw what happened in the midterms. There are people that lost a seat by 5,000 votes. Definitely have more than 5,000 people in the Bitcoin Cash community that can swing someone that is left or right. That doesn't matter to us. Are you pro the future of finance? Yes or no? If no, I will not vote for you. If yes, I will vote for you. It does matter. It really does. And further to that, I think what might happen in large countries, and this is just me speculating, the more the reality of the problems with a central bank digital currency is in the face of the average person, they will now do their own research and seek the peer-to-peer version of what the central banks are offering. So that is an opportunity in itself that I predict might also be coming for Bitcoin Cash.
Hello, there was some mention before of Bitcoin mining as being part of the considerations that are undergone. And in El Salvador, we've seen some of that. They made some grand announcements about using volcano energy to do Bitcoin mining. But Bitcoin mining is a very heavy industry and very, very, very specialized and investment intensive. So can you speak a little bit more to what in the Caribbean the Bitcoin mining angle might involve?
What I see an opportunity in terms of Bitcoin mining is solving two problems, not just, let's say, the potential of mining in terms of digital currencies, but actually we have a major energy problem in the Caribbean. We all import heavy, dirty, polluting fuel to burn these old diesel engines to provide power for our people. And it's never been very feasible to, let's say, go fully renewable, because if that's what you're going to use it for, if that's the only use, the use case won't work for the average person because costs will go up. But if there's a dimension of mining added to that, then the justification for especially geothermal, with so much volcanic, let's say historically volcanic islands, what we have to do, and I've been consulting with some people about that, I believe it's called a P90 report, is what we should be doing as countries to understand what the geothermal potential is for all our countries. And from there see, hey, we can not only power our people, but we can also use this for mining digital currencies. Any others? Okay.
Great. I think that's it. No one else has got any questions to ask MP Brison? And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I don't know if, in case anyone wasn't listening that intensely, 2 countries are looking into making BCH legal tender next year. Woo! And it's fantastic. And I'm absolutely convinced that the forward-thinking Caribbean islands here, they're going to profit from this massively in the upcoming years from being so forward-thinking. So I think it's great to have such forward-thinking politicians. I wish we had that also back home in the UK, in Germany, in Europe generally. So yeah, maybe I have to look into that citizenship by crypto, huh? I hope everyone in the audience had a great day today. I know I did. I learned a lot. I met a lot of lovely people. And then we can continue that tonight for those that are going to the Carambola. Really looking forward to meeting every single person here. And it's been a fantastic time. I want to do a massive shout out again to all of our crypto sponsors. Without their sponsorship, none of this would have happened. So big thank you to Bitcoin.com, GoCrypto, Passports for Crypto, Unizen, Royal St. Kitts Hotel, Global Link, and last but not least, BCH Games. So I see BCH Games here if anyone hasn't been playing yet. So it seems like some people weren't quite aware of this. I think Sonny hasn't been announcing this too much. Sonny's actually on the, he's on the hook for the money here, right? Everyone can spin this wheel one time, only one time. And whatever it lands on, you get to keep that BCH. But it's not allowed to land on one. Yes. So I want to do a big thank you again for everyone for joining us today. For those of you who have got the premium luxury ticket and joining us tonight at the meal at the Carambola, what's really important is please make sure you're at the hotel lobby by 7:30 at the latest to catch the bus. If you're not there, then you're going to miss out on some awesome, awesome food with us. And so please make sure you're on time. Thanks again for a lovely day. I was your host, Elliot Price, otherwise known as FiendishCrypto. I wish you a great evening. Take care.